Chapter 917. In isolation, not all the infected managed to break out of their cells, as some of them still had the lifeless look, but all others that broke out were killed since they were out of control. All except for one. The little girl Gustav trapped with his Iro silk. The scientists were glad that there was at least one of them alive that they could use as a source of research. They needed to find out the reason why these infected suddenly developed not just consciousness but also immense strength from. The glasses of their cells were well reinforced, and even Gustav would have a very difficult time trying to destroy it, so it was no doubt that they gained high physical strength and power. The cells could keep an echo rank mixed blood like Gustav and even a kilo ranked within, but Gustav would be able to escape due to the help of atomic disintegration. The ashy fog which their bodies kept emitting had corroded the cells, which made it easier for them to break out with physical force according to the footage. The girl Gustav left alive was currently under heavy sedation, and the scientists were working to discover what had switched in the infected to make them turn into that. Initially lifeless to bloodthirsty. It still felt like they went from being unconscious to insanity. Gustav was supposed to be leaving at this time, but the MBO had prevented anyone from leaving. They wanted to conduct multiple examinations on everyone present at the time of the incident to be sure no one else was infected. Gustav was currently still undergoing some examinations. He realized his trip might have to be postponed till the next day. So far, every examination had diagnosed him as uninfected, which was surprising to the examiners as they had watched the footage of Gustav saving multiple scientists. The one where he saved the first group was especially dumbfounding to them since he was directly exposed to the ashy gases. How he was still cleared of infection was shocking to them. They began wondering if he was immune, as some MBO officers who didn't even get as exposed as he did were currently infected. This was all due to the toxin immunity ability, which was currently at maximum level. The ashy gases were considered toxins, so they were all purified despite invading Gustav's body. It was impossible for such things to affect Gustav anymore, which was a luck that other more MBO officers powerful didn't share. However, Gustav was still kept in isolation with the others for now. The examination being performed on the infected girl Gustav trapped earlier was to find out what had happened with them, but Gustav pretty much already knew why this incident occurred. He recalled yesterday when he visited the area where the infected were kept. Gustav was able to see with God eyes that the resistant medication they kept administering to them barely had any effect anymore. He could tell mutation would resume soon, but had no idea when that would be. Gustav had not expected that it would lose all effectiveness this fast and cause the mutations to continue. This was obviously what must have caused the incident, as every infected that broke out of their cells were the first batch of people brought here. The ones still in their cells with lifeless looks had come in latter than the ones who caused all the ruckus. Although Gustav pretty much had it figured out, he was still suspicious. He felt the whole resistant drug was supposed to last longer than this. Yeah, I scanned them earlier. It seemed like their mutation was sped up, the system voiced in his mind. What could have caused it? Gustav asked internally. We can't rule out the possibility of it being man-made, the system responded. I have a theory, but I need to investigate. Gustav knew he was probably right with what he was thinking, but he had to confirm. If he was right, this might actually be a good thing, even though it had left many dead and infected. Officer Crimson, how are you feeling? A scientist in containment suits voiced out as he approached Gustav. He was accompanied by two others as they began examining Gustav, who was sitting on a bed within this large isolated space. There were fabric divides by the sides which were a bit transparent, displaying multiple beds on the other ends where other MBO officers were kept as well. This was a normal routine check, and Gustav found it a bit annoying, but he just played along. Can we get another sample of your blood? One of the scientists asked again. Why? Not conducted enough examinations yet? Gustav asked while squinting his eyes. Our apologies, Officer Crimson, it's just protocol, one of them voiced out and moved towards Gustav with a syringe. That won't work, Gustav said while grabbing the syringe from him and stabbing it onto his skin. It instantly broke into two halves, causing them to slightly open their mouths as they didn't know he had such thick skin. Looks like we'll have to make use of the Revector equipment, the scientist who had been questioning Gustav since voiced out. No need for that, Gustav said while his fingernails grew longer. He pierced one of his fingernails into his bicep area and grabbed another syringe from the grasp of the other scientist. Stabbing it in, he drew blood and handed it over to them. "Thank you for your cooperation, Officer Crimson. We'll be back later," the scientist voiced out in appreciation and turned to leave. "When am I gonna be free to leave here?" Gustav asked. The scientists paused their movement and turned around to answer Gustav. "My guess is tomorrow or the day after, it depends," the scientist responded before leaving with the other two. "Might as well just conduct my investigation then," Gustav muttered after they left. "Did you do it?" Gustav asked internally. "Successfully contaminated your blood, they won't be able to use it for anything," the system responded. Chapter 9:18. The culprit is good, Gustav said internally with a sigh of relief. Gustav already knew why they came to draw his blood amongst many others that were here. He could tell that they had already seen footage of where he dealt with the infected and they already suspected he was immune. The problem was that they still wouldn't be able to create a cure from his blood because toxin immunity was a system-based ability. If it was a bloodline-based ability, his blood would most likely have an effect and might be of help. Gustav had asked the system to contaminate his bloodline since they would be conducting examinations on it. Since it would be suspicious if Gustav forcefully refused them, this was the best course of action to prevent them from figuring out secrets from his blood or using it for any other purposes. God Eyes has been activated. Gustav's eyes zoomed across the massive isolation space. There were around 30 people here and there were other isolation spaces too besides this. Several MBO officers stood guard outside and Gustav could also see that there were cameras placed at different spots. This place was on complete surveillance. Gustav lay on his bed and pulled the sheets to cover his entire body. He activated his storage device and pulled out some pillows from there. Under the sheets, he made some arrangements and began tapping his dimensional bracelet. In a few seconds, zing! A small flash of blue light barely visible appeared in Gustav's area. However, it was only for an instant and even after Gustav had disappeared, the bed still looked like someone was underneath the sheets. Gustav reappeared in the room he was given upon his arrival here. "I probably only have around 2 hours, it's more than enough time," Gustav muttered as his body began transforming. He pulled his dark MBO uniform out of his storage space after his transformation and dressed up quickly. He looked in the mirror within the bathroom and nodded in satisfaction. The face staring back at him was a mid-20s albino guy with white hair. Gustav proceeded to move out of the room after confirming that there was no one moving in the corridor at this moment. The surveillance room should be around the east area, Gustav calculated and began making his way there. Even after passing several officers, he was not stopped by any of them. Most of them were in black MBO uniforms like him, which signified they had the same ranks in the MBO. After a few minutes, Gustav arrived in front of the surveillance room and went in. The MBO officers at this particular post questioned Gustav on his business here and he gave them a story related to how one of the higher-ups had sent him here to check on a particular timestamp within a particular area. Gustav, being a great actor, managed to convince them and they went on to give him access to one of the holographic computers displaying footage of places within the research facility. Gustav wasted no time and checked a particular timestamp within the area where the infected were kept. Minutes later, Gustav zoomed in on a particular figure captured on the holographic monitor. It looked like nothing out of the ordinary going on in this footage, but Gustav seemed to have figured something out already. So it was him, Gustav said as he stared at the chocolate-skinned scientist in the footage. It could be seen he happened to be in charge of administering the resistant drugs for the first batch of infected yesterday. Gustav had suspected there was some foreplay involved somewhere in all this, but the MBO had no idea since it was a given that something like this would happen one day. If Gustav didn't have God Eyes, he wouldn't know that it's not supposed to happen this soon. Of course, he didn't have any intention of informing anyone yet since he had no proof. So Scientist Vic is another one of young Joe's pawns. Gustav knew Scientist Vic to be rather cool, although a bit uptight like him. He was a total mood killer most times, like a depressed youth, but he was also nice from what Gustav noticed in the last 5 days he was here. If he didn't ask Sandra for help with the sample, he would have asked Vic. Now he realized he would have made a grave mistake if Sandra wasn't in the picture. Vic would have definitely ratted him out since he was a pawn of young Joe. Gustav's eyes squinted as he stood to his feet and left the surveillance room. Walking quickly, he moved towards a part of the underwater structure and activated God Eyes. There. After scanning the area, he spotted his target and began walking towards the entrance of one of the isolation rooms. He had to wear a containment suit before he was let in. Gustav wasted no time in moving towards the left side of the isolation room. A chocolate-skinned man with a handsome face but rather uninterested expression lay on the bed Gustav just arrived in front of. He looked like he was lost in his thoughts as he lay there while staring at the ceiling. "You and I have things to discuss," a voice pulled him out of his reverie. He raised his head to stare at this unknown officer in containment uniform with a look of confusion. "Huh!" he exclaimed, but Gustav didn't give him any explanation. Instead, Gustav reached out and grabbed him. "What are you do?" Before Scientist Vic could complete his sentence, zing tilde, a flash of blue light engulfed them and they disappeared in the next instant. Bang! The doors to the isolation room were speedily pushed open and multiple MBO officers charged in a minute after Gustav and the scientist disappeared. They seemed to have caught wind of the situation, but it was too late. Gustav was long gone with Scientist Vic. They reappeared in an unknown mountain region at a cliff of 7,000 feet tall mountains. Gustav's right hands were locked around Scientist Vic's throat as he held him right over the edge of the cliff. Chapter 919, You Should Have Just Let Me Die. They reappeared in an unknown mountain region at the cliff of a 7,000 feet mountain. Gustav's right hands were locked around Scientist Vic's collar area as he held him right over the edge of the cliff. "What are you doing? Let me go!" Scientist Vic yelled out as he tried to free himself from Gustav's grasp. Gustav's gaze remained cold as he stood unflinching and even moved a few inches forward. "I will ask some questions and you will tell me the answers to them, or the bottom of this cliff will be your grave," Gustav stated. "Who are you?" Vic asked with a tone of confoundment. "Did you forget the part where I said I ask the questions?" Gustav voiced out before proceeding to release his grasp from Scientist Vic cloth. "Foi tilde." Scientist Vic eyes widened in shock as he began falling. "Ah!" tilde. His loud yell echoed across the mountain area as his patient clothes flapped repeatedly due to wind. Gravitational manipulation has been activated. Scientist Vic suddenly felt his body come to a stop in mid-air. His hands were already pushed out in front of him with his eyes closed, but as he paused, he slowly opened them. His face lit up with astonishment as his body began ascending. Foi tilde. His body arrived back in front of the cliff and he could see Gustav's right hand outstretched, which meant he was obviously responsible for this. Gustav reached out and grabbed him by the collar again before deactivating gravitational manipulation. "Now I recall you're a Zulu-ranked mixed blood, so I'm pretty sure you cannot survive a fall of this height," Gustav voiced out as he pulled Scientist Vic closer. "Next time don't forget. I ask the questions," Gustav said with a low but chilling tone. Scientist Vic swallowed breath up his lungs and let out a long breath before speaking. "You should have just let me die," he muttered. "Huh!" Gustav exclaimed. "You should have just let me die. It's more tolerable than being alive," Scientist Vic voiced out once more. Has actually being serious, Gustav could tell as he stared at Scientist Vic's weird expression. "Hes crazy," the system voiced in Gustav's head. "Maybe. Or maybe Hes just tired of living," Gustav said internally. "If you wanted to die, why the yell? Why was your heart rate increasing by the second? Why were you afraid?" Gustav questioned while raising his left eyebrow. "I'm only scared of the pain. Who wouldn't be when getting dropped from such a height? Why not just give me a swift painless death?" Scientist Vic suggested while shrugging his shoulders. Gustav could surely relate to this as Scientist Vic's answer made him recall old memories. "That can surely be arranged after you answer all of my questions," Gustav responded. "Few minutes later, I don't know what you're talking about," Scientist Vic said while folding his arms. "Oh, I'm sure you do," Gustav responded. "No, I do not," Scientist Vic kept denying. "You and I both know that you do so unless you wish to die the most painful and gruesome death you could ever imagine. Tell me now," Gustav threatened as his eyes turned blood red. "Yeah, I'd prefer that than to tell you the answer to the question you're asking," Scientist Vic replied. "So you do know then?" Is it worth it? Gustav stated before turning around and slamming Scientist Vic onto the side of the mountain. Bang! A small tremor could be felt after the collision and cracks appeared on that side of the mountain as Scientist Vic bled from his mouth. Is it worth the pain and suffering I'm about to inflict on you? Is young Joe worth it? Gustav asked while pulling Scientist Vic's face closer to his. Yes and no, Scientist Vic answered. You see, I stand to lose a lot from telling you the reason I sabotaged the medication for the infected, but of course that bastard isn't worth it. Scientist Vic said the first part with a slightly emotional tone while the second was laced with loathing. Gustav noted Scientist Vic's expressions as he refused to tell him anything. You hate him, don't you? Gustav asked. How did you? Scientist Vic had a look of surprise on his face as he questioned. I'm not very discreet at hiding my distaste when I mention him, I guess. Scientist Vic answered the question by himself. If you hate him so much, why don't you just tell me what I need to know? I plan on killing him, Gustav revealed. Because he has a hold over me and telling you will jeopardize everything. I don't care about my death, but I don't want the people I care about to suffer the same fate. The more Scientist Vic spoke, the more Gustav came to understand the situation. Young Joe was a cruel and manipulative mastermind after all. There was no way everyone that worked with him had free will to back out. This also made Gustav recall Endrick's situation back then in camp. At this point, Gustav could tell that Scientist Vic couldn't outright spill information as it would be detrimental to whatever or whoever Scientist Vic was trying to protect. Do you wish to tell me though? Gustav asked. If you're gonna kill that bastard then, yes, but I can't, Scientist Vic responded while shaking his head. Then you don't have to say anything, Gustav stated. Huh? Scientist Vic had a look of confusion on his face after hearing that. Mental manipulation has been activated, just follow my instructions, Gustav voiced out while placing his hand on Scientist Vic's head. About an hour later within the underwater structure, the MBO officers were still trying to find Scientist Vic and the perpetrator. Zing tilde Gustav suddenly reappeared within one of the isolation room with Scientist Vic. He flung him towards the bed upon his arrival and turned around to dash out of the room. Swoosh tilde the MBO officials that had been placed there to monitor the room, charged after Gustav. Chapter 920. Failed ploy. They had not expected him to return with the scientist as most of them thought it was a case of abduction, so this scenario took them by surprise. While they chased after Gustav, lockdown protocols were initiated once more. However, before they could surround Gustav from all areas, Zing tilde he made use of the dimensional bracelet and disappeared once more. Damn it, we lost him. One of them voiced out after witnessing Gustav disappear in a flash of blue light. Why was the dimensional disruptor inactive? Another one of them asked with a tone of annoyance. Gustav, who was the culprit, was still being searched for all around. Meanwhile, he had reappeared back in his room. He proceeded to take off his containment suit as well as his MBO uniform before putting on his patient uniform. He transformed back into his usual look. There's still time, Gustav said internally after checking the time. Luckily, he didn't spend too much time outside the facility. He proceeded to activate the dimensional bracelet once more. Zing. Gustav reappeared underneath his sheets within the isolation room in the next instant. He heaved out a sigh of relief after scanning the entire area and noticing that nothing was out of place. The MBO officers here were looking for a person that didn't exist since Gustav had taken on the appearance of another person. Since Scientist Vic's isolation room was on the other side, Gustav didn't have any issues. The front of this isolation room was still guarded with the same number of MBO officers that were initially here. The door was pushed open some time later and the same scientists that took Gustav's blood earlier walked in. Here we go again. Gustav sighed internally as he sat up. The next day arrived and Gustav could be seen leaving the isolation room in his MBO uniform. He was being escorted by a few MBO officers as he walked past the door. The others that were still being kept here internally had dissatisfied thoughts, but they couldn't say anything since Gustav was obviously favored by the MBO. The scientists say they still don't understand how you're unaffected, but we couldn't leave our brightest recruit here, the MBO officer in orange uniform beside Gustav said with a respectful tone. Despite being about 3 ranks higher than Gustav in the MBO, he still spoke to Gustav with respect. Gustav just nodded in response. He wasn't new to the ass-kissing anyways. Others would try to suck up to him knowing he had a bright future within the MBO based on his performance so far. A private submarine was already waiting for Gustav at a part of the underwater structure. He already bid Sandra goodbye and some of the other scientists as well. Gustav was still a hero to some of them here, so they were glad he was being let out of isolation and wished him the very best. They got to the submarine in a few and left the underwater base. The orders of the MBO officers escorting Gustav was to bring him to the second base. The scientists here still couldn't find anything in Gustav's blood even after getting it multiple times. He was not infected, but also they couldn't find any special cell resisting the infection when they tried experimenting with it. So it would forever be a mystery how Gustav managed to do all he did without getting infected. This wasn't a new thing anyways, since there were a lot of mysteries associated with Gustav. The MBO was curious about him despite being a part of them, but they couldn't mess with him mostly because of Miss Amy. While on the way back, Gustav kept going through his plans for dealing with young Joe. Yesterday he had found out a few things from scientist Vic. What he did after making use of mental manipulation was instruct Vic to recall memories of when young Joe gave him the task to do. Mental manipulation was still a damaged bloodline, so he couldn't force his way into Vic's head. This was the only way to get it done. He was able to view scientist Vic's memories as he recalled what had happened. This was how Gustav realized that the whole set up for him. Young Joe planned to get him infected after finding out he was at this research center. A ploy which failed since Gustav had toxin immunity. According to what he saw in Vic's memories, although young Joe had nothing to do with the creation of the ashy infection, he had done some experiments with it. One of which included the fake resistant drug that could speed up the mutation. The main thing Gustav figured out from scientist Vic's memories was the fact that Miss Amy wasn't infected by the ashy fog initially. He was the one in charge of the examination Miss Amy was supposed to undergo, and he actually conducted it, but the other person working with had been given another assignment that he was unaware of by young Joe. The memories hinted at Miss Amy getting infected, but by a different variant of the ashy infection which was most likely created by young Joe. After the incident with Miss Amy on that day, scientist Vic had found clues of the variant, but he wasn't the one who did the job. Gustav also figured out while scientist Vic was under young Joe control from one of his memories. At that point he really couldn't blame him for what he did. At least Gustav had the face of the person that was most likely involved in Miss Amy's incident. It was obvious that this person was working directly under young Joe and would have more information about what young Joe was up to, which would aid his plans in eliminating him. All he had to do was find the other scientist who was currently supposedly on a mission in Plankton City. Gustav could not wait for all the formalities within the second base to be done with so he could get on with destroying young Joe. Chapter 921. The MBO ranks S. Gustav could not wait for all the formalities within the second base to be done with so he could get on with destroying young Joe. Hours later they had arrived at the second base. Although so much time had passed, the base hadn't changed. It still looked like a mini-city built upon high mountains from above. After landing, Gustav was escorted towards the Grand General office. Although he wasn't around currently, the second-in-command in charge of the base during his absence welcomed Gustav. He apologized about the Gustav getting held up by the mishap in the research center, and they spoke about the occurrence at the research center as well. The second-in-command wanted to hear Gustav's view on the whole situation since he was there personally. Although Gustav said some things, he refrained from revealing anything about young Joe. Gustav already decided he was going to handle this whole thing by himself from start to finish, especially because he didn't know who to trust. He couldn't have young Joe figuring out that he was onto him. A ceremony was going to be held the next day to decorate some officers who had successfully completed important missions. Gustav wanted to be excluded, but there were still some things he had to do before he left here, so there was no point in doing so. After informing Gustav that the Grand General was going to be available the next day, Gustav was dismissed. As expected, his place of residence within the 7th base was the same as the last time. The mansion where he stayed with Miss Amy and Red Shadow the last time. After arriving in this silver-colored mansion, Gustav settled down and decided to prepare dinner. The house well kept despite the fact that it was unoccupied for months. After some time Gustav was done and set his table for dinner alone. He sat down at the dining area and brought out a small device while eating. True in tilde the small device shot out an holographic image of an old man with buzz-cut white hair. His pupils were also white and he had a slightly obese body. Scientist Merkil. Gustav mumbled as he ate his food while staring at this image. I can't be careless with who I pick to help out, Gustav muttered as he stopped eating for a while. Moments later his face lit up a bit as a thought appeared in his mind. He proceeded to continue eating and minutes later he was done. Gustav brought out a triangular-shaped device and began to dial a number. After a few moments of ringing, the device shot out the holographic projection of a person in mask. Red Shadow, Gustav voiced out. Hey kid, you're out of the prison? Red Shadow voiced out from the other end. It's a camp, Gustav corrected. Camp, prison, all the same, Red Shadow stated with a light chuckle. Gustav laughed a little before donning a serious look again. It's about her, isn't it? Red Shadow said with a sigh. Yes and no, Gustav answered cryptically before pausing for a bit. I do need your help though, he added. Alright kid, I know you're already concocting something in that hard head of yours, spill, Red Shadow voiced with a cool tone. Some minutes later Red Shadow could be seen nodding in understanding. So you just need information on this scientist Merkil and his current whereabouts, Red Shadow voiced out. Yes, Gustav confirmed. What else are you planning? Red Shadow's eyes squinted as he asked. For now nothing. I will completely set up my plans after I have information on this scientist. In the meantime I'll keep watching young Joe, Gustav stated. Don't do anything stupid. That man is dangerous enough, Red Shadow warned. I know, Gustav replied. Good, I'll get back to you soon, Red Shadow said before disconnecting. Sure, Gustav mumbled. He didn't reveal everything Red Shadow but he revealed enough to make him help. Gustav proceeded to move towards the bedroom and Saturday. Zing Tilda the sacred jewel appeared in the next instant and began showing Gustav some footages. The next day arrived in a flash and as expected Gustav had to move to one of the halls within the second base. The ceremony was to begin around 8 in the morning and some important people had been invited to be in attendance. Gustav got there on time clad in his black uniform and went in for the ceremony hoping it would not take too long so he could go back to observing some things. The ceremony was similar to the last time with Gustav and a few other officers standing in front while the Grand General gave a speech. This ceremony was only held when the officers were being raised in ranks and that was precisely what was going to happen today. All 6 of officers standing in front were being raised in ranks due to their accomplishments. One by one their acts were listed out and they were called forward to receive their rewards with their new rank. When it was finally Gustav's turn a brownish-looking uniform with the MBO emblem was handed to him. This brought surprise to everyone's faces as this meant Gustav was now a captain. He had moved up 2 ranks in one go. Looking at his accomplishments they felt it was warranted. A new recruit who had just completed a 7-star mission. Meanwhile there were many other officers who had not even completed a 5-star mission. While it was befitting, his rise was still felt so fast it made everyone felt intimidated. He never failed a mission and he still had other accomplishments to his name besides official missions. The ranks for the MBO began from Private Tissel Lance Gant Lieutenant Mill Captain Major Gradier Commander General Grand Commander. Every rank had 3 grades that needed to be surpassed one after the other before one could be promoted to the next rank. Chapter 922. Theories on Young Joe. Plan's Grand Commander was the highest rank and there were only 4 Grand Commanders on Earth. Gustav had been promoted from Lieutenant Grade 3 to Captain in one go. 50% of MBO officers were in this rank but they were not in any way new officers. Although Gustav's speed of climbing up the ladder was quite fast, from here it was about to get pretty much difficult. He would have to successfully complete many missions before he would get to the next rank. According to calculations, if he could complete about 22-star missions he would be able to get to the next rank. However, if he kept completing high-ranked missions from 5 stars upwards, he would easily get to the next rank as well. Gustav received his uniform with the rest of his rewards and moved back to his standing spot. In a few more minutes the ceremony ended. Gustav was about to head back, but then the Grand General called out to him. He told Gustav to take a walk with him so they could discuss. "Congratulations on your new rank, you performed well in your last mission," the Grand General voiced out as they walked towards a land vehicle up ahead. "Thank you," Gustav replied. "I understand how you must be feeling about your missing teacher. The MBO has made it a top-notch priority to find her," the Grand General said with a reassuring voice. "Oh no, on the contrary, I'm sure she will be okay. It's her after all," Gustav said with an undisturbed tone. You have quite the faith in her. That's good, we hope she is okay as well because this infection is like nothing we have ever seen," the Grand General said with a concerned tone. But I did come out unscathed after all," Gustav stated. The Grand General was speechless for a while before he finally spoke. "Remember, we're keeping the whole situation about the infection under wraps. The world doesn't need a reason to panic right now," he said. "I understand. How is the cure coming along?" Gustav asked. "They will come up with something soon, I'm sure," the Grand General said with a tone of optimism. "If you do figure out anything about your teacher or need to see how far the investigation is going, meet Jack. He asked me to give you this access card," the Grand General said before passing a green card to Gustav. Gustav nodded while receiving it. He had almost forgotten that the most powerful mixed blood on Earth was currently on Earth. However, he couldn't go meet him with any of the current issues. Miss Amy had entrusted the task to him and he couldn't risk sabotaging everything, so he wanted to handle it himself. "There are some. I am not taking any missions in the meantime," Gustav cut the Grand General short before he could complete his sentence. "Oh, are you going to be training for ISOP then?" he asked. "I have some personal issues to handle. When I'm done I will start taking missions again, or just as you mentioned, start training for ISOP," Gustav voiced out. All right then," the Grand General said with a look of understanding. Gustav had decided to state this now before the MBO began sending him on missions because now that he was out of camp, the MBO would want to make use of such a talented recruit well. Hours later Gustav sat in his room checking out the footage playback the Sacred Jewel was showing to him. "Good job so far. I just have to wait for Red Shadow's feedback now," Gustav said after he finished watching a sped-up playback. "But keep watching that location," Gustav instructed the Sacred Jewel. It disappeared back into his storage device after that. "What do you think about this?" Gustav asked internally. "We already know Hez hatching a plan with aliens, and to make sure things would go smoothly he got rid of Amy," the system analyzed. "Yeah, knowing young Joe as someone who has an intense desire for power, we can't rule out the theory that he might be planning a kind of invasion," Gustav said internally. "I understand your point of view, but there are so many loopholes with this theory. The Earth is labeled amongst the most powerful in the universe. Outside entry without permission is impossible no matter how powerful the aliens might be. Even if they manage to get in, there are alfranked mixed bloods currently on Earth with the power to stop any form of invasion. It doesn't seem feasible in the slightest," the system voiced out lengthily. "Yeah, this is all factual, but I think you're forgetting one thing. Young Joe isn't stupid, he must have thought of everything you mentioned and maybe found a loophole so his plans go smoothly," Gustav responded. He might find a way to let the aliens help him in taking power from the government or something. If that happens and he gives the aliens permission to stay on Earth, it won't be seen as an invasion, which means other planets in alliance with Earth wouldn't be able to interfere anymore and help. The system voiced out a route young Joe could decide to take. What stands in his way are the most powerful mixed bloods who are under the MBO, and he is within the MBO, so if he did take control of the MBO he would be able to control their actions as well, Gustav said with a look of contemplation. "Or we could be wrong and he has a different plan entirely. I guess I'll find out soon enough," Gustav muttered. "I'll check on Miss Amy for now," he decided while activating God Eyes. Life signs tracking has been activated. In a flash, 2 days had gone by. Gustav had spent this time mostly indoors channeling his bloodline and making plans. No one had come to disturb him, just like he hoped after informing the Grand General of his choice the other day. Gustav decided he would visit one of the training centers today to do an evaluation test on his strength. During tilde his device started ringing before he left. Join my Discord server, https://discord. GG up 6VHDMJZC. Chapter 923. Back to Plankton City. Gustav decided he would visit one of the training centers today to do an evaluation test on his strength. During tilde his device started ringing before he could leave the apartment. Gustav brought it out of his storage space and proceeded to pick up the call. Red Shadow, he voiced out as soon as the holographic video appeared. I got your guy, Red Shadow voiced out. Where is he? Gustav asked. He is currently in Plankton City, Red Shadow stated. I knew it. Gustav said internally. He already suspected scientist Merkil was there. Where in Plankton City? Gustav questioned with a look of curiosity. I've seen him go and come from multiple locations in these past 2 days, but I believe he's residing in a place known as the dealer's house at the moment, Red Shadow revealed. I will send you some footages that I gathered, he added. Some minutes later Gustav had ended his call with Red Shadow. He had now found out the information he needed to get to scientist Merkil. He was surprised that Red Shadow got on this assignment very quickly, but this was good. The longer he waited to deal with young Joe, the more the world was jeopardized, as they didn't know fully what they were up against. Gustav moved out of the house, but contrary to earlier his plan of going to a training center, he was headed towards the base armory. Gustav arrived there some minutes later and was given immediate entry after his badge was scanned. MBO officers were not allowed beyond certain levels unless they were given special permissions, but Gustav didn't need to go beyond the level accessible to him. He just needed some tools that were accessible to most officers. He picked up some rechargeable technological devices as well as some one-use items. After Gustav was done picking these items like he was in a shopping mall, he started heading back towards his residence. Some officers recognized him of course and wanted to make small talk, but he avoided them. Others just spoke behind him, but as usual, Gustav didn't mind any of these. He arrived back indoors and did a small routine check around the house before heading back to his room. For all everyone thinks, I'm right here in the second base. Let's keep things that way, Gustav muttered as he began tapping on his dimensional bracelet. This is the best course of action, the system said in his head. Time to head back to Plankton City, Gustav muttered as he tapped on the location displayed on the surface of the bracelet. A bright flash of blue light engulfed Gustav and in the next instant, he disappeared along with it. Zing! Hey, who the hell are you? The instant Gustav reappeared in a particular room within Plankton City, a voice yelled out behind him. Tilde wriggling sounds were heard from Gustav as he shape-shifted, taking a different look entirely. He slowly turned around within this room. I must have come to the wrong place, he voiced out with a raspy tone as he stared at the person who yelled earlier. It was a teenage girl with white hair and dim eyes. She was barely clothed. Her boobs were threatening to spill from her bra and her shorts were almost like panties, but she didn't seem shy at all. Yeah, punk, get out, she voiced out with a merciless tone. Sure, I'm leaving now, Gustav said and coughed a little after feasting his eyes on her body unintentionally. Gustav turned around and walked towards the door. Yeah, this is locked, he said after trying to slide it to the side. She made a loud sighing sound before moving toward the door to help Gustav in opening it. Thank you, Gustav said with a wry smile as he walked out. In response, she slammed the door after him. Angry teenagers never gets old, Gustav muttered as he arrived at the corridor. You're a teenager too, the system suddenly voiced in his head. I will be 20 this year. I am no teenager, Gustav responded internally. Still 19, still a teen, Gustav. Also, I'm sure you would also be angry if someone invaded your privacy like that, the system added. Fair point, Gustav responded as he looked around for a bit before walking forward. It had been a while since he walked on this corridor. He happened to bump into a 57 kid up ahead as he got to the stairs. He couldn't help but let out a smile as the silver-haired kid ran past him without recognizing him. He sure has grown, Gustav said internally before proceeding to walk down the stairs. Currently, Gustav was within the 7-story tall household where his whole story with Angie began. He initially appeared in the apartment he rented while staying within Plankton City in the past. It turned out the apartment had been rented out to a teenager. Gustav wasn't really surprised about this development. 16 years of age was considered an adult anyways, so it was normal to see teenagers renting their apartments. This meant Gustav would have to find somewhere else to reside, pending his stay in Plankton City. Since he didn't want anyone to know he was here, he couldn't use his normal identity. Making use of his identity as Gustav would've made it way easier for him to find a place to stay since he knew lots of people here. However, it wasn't much of a problem for him to get a place even while using this fake identity since he had enough money. Within a dark space, pulsating strings of multiple colored lights joined together could be seen. There was no other lighting here except these pulsating strings of light that had formed a circle and looked like they were tied together. Some figures could be seen a few feet behind staring right at the strings of light. "How long till it's ready?" A masculine voice could be heard. Chapter 924, Meeting Scientist Merkel. Give or take, say a week, the man in a white lab coat standing right beside who had just spoken, responded. "You have 3 days, the man in blue stated. Sir Young, it is impossible for it to be ready in 3 days. If we try to rush it, it might not work as intended," the scientist said with a serious tone. 2 days, fail to complete it within 2 days and someone else will complete it in your stead, young Joe stated with a cold tone. "Only other difference is, you probably won't be here to see it," he added before walking away from the area. The others in the vicinity, clad in lab coats as well, bowed slightly in respect as young Joe left the vicinity. The scientist gritted his teeth as he turned to stare at the rest after young Joe was out of sight. "What are you lots waiting for? Get back to work," he yelled out with a frustrated tone, causing the others to scamper away like flustered chickens. Hours later, Gustav was in a large room. He had gotten a place within a hotel in Plankton City. Currently, he was watching another footage of the location where the alien symbol was seen. He could see that young Joe just left that location some time ago. The sacred jewel couldn't see everywhere within this location, so he didn't really have an idea as to what young Joe was up to, but he already knew he would have to check out this location after his visit to Scientist Merkel's place. For some reason he had never seen Scientist Merkel in the same location the sacred jewel had been watching. Neither had he seen him with young Joe, but obviously, they were working together secretly from the memories of the scientist he watched. From the footage Red Shadow provided him, Scientist Merkel had been going back and forth from the MBO tower to where he was currently residing. Scientist Merkel seemed like the one that would sabotage the MBO from the inside if Gustav was right with his theories. Since Scientist Merkel had quite the high rank, he would definitely have access to things that might help in young Joe's ploy. After some time, Gustav decided to leave the hotel. It was finally time to pay a visit to Scientist Merkel. He walked down the streets of Plankton City once more. This gave him a sense of nostalgia as he looked around, seeing the well-constructed roads with spatial rings in some areas, hover cars and buses moving to and fro with some driving into the spatial rings. The pedestrian walkway by the side with teleportation circles at the end of every walkway. The tall skyscrapers by the sides along with small social businesses as well. The MBO tower was still in the middle of the city, looking majestic and piercing straight into the clouds. Gustav moved towards one of the teleportation circles up ahead and moved in with the others. In a few seconds, a bright light engulfed everyone and they disappeared. Reappearing back multiple kilometers ahead, Gustav proceeded to walk for a little while before arriving in a street. He turned to stare at a particular green 40-story building up ahead. It looked quite luxurious with a statue that looked like the head of a dog in front. At the top, a glowing sign that read the dealer's place could be seen. Gustav already recognized this from the footage Red Shadow showed him. Not just anyone was allowed into this street as guards stood by the entrance asking for ID. He tried to get in but they stopped him. "We need ID, sir," one of the guards voiced out once more. Gustav whipped out an MBO badge, causing the guard's eyes to pop out for a bit before he quickly gave access. "My apologies, sir, He tried apologizing but Gustav was already almost out of sight. He had arrived in front of the house already. God Eyes has been activated. Interesting. A smirk appeared on Gustav's face after scanning the building. He deactivated God Eyes and moved in. A hover arrived in front of the building sometime later, and a man in a green suit and black short hair moved out of it. He got into the building and moved towards the elevator before tapping on number 40. Apparently, he stayed on the last floor of this place. A few minutes later he arrived in front of his apartment and the door slid open. Why are the lights out? He voiced out as he moved into the luxurious-looking apartment. For reasons unknown, the lights were out, making the apartment look dimly lit. Everywhere looked quite dark as he moved around trying to switch the lights back on. However, none of the switches was responding. What's wrong with them? He voiced out in frustration as he tapped repeatedly on a switch. Hello, Scientist Merkel. His heart nearly jumped out of his chest as he heard a masculine voice from behind him. He slowly reached for a button on his chest area and tapped it. A small blue glowing dagger appeared in his hand and he swiftly spun around while swinging it forward. Pa! The figure behind him slapped the dagger away from his hand effortlessly and grabbed him by the throat. Scientist Merkel found himself easily lifted off the floor by this person as he choked from the forceful grip around his neck. He stared at this figure who seemed like a young 20-year-old with white hair and deep eyes. He was over 6 feet in height with a lean but tall figure. He didn't look familiar to the scientist at all. Core. WHOR. He managed to force the words out while trying to free himself from the powerful grip. That is of no concern to you. I have some questions, Gustav voiced out with a raspy tone. Answer correctly and I'll spare your life. Answer wrong and... Gustav suddenly paused as he got to this part. Never mind that, he voiced out as he activated his storage device and brought out a black pill. Smirk. Chapter 925, Siphoning Memories. Never mind that, he voiced out as he activated his storage device and brought out a black pill. Smirk. A strange medicinal smell drifted across the apartment after Gustav brought it out. The scientist's eyes widened slightly as he saw the pill and questioned. What are you going to do with a temporary bloodline boosting pill? Why do you need that? Just watch. Right now I don't need you to do anything anymore, Gusta said before swallowing the pill. System isolate it for mental manipulation use only, Gustav said internally after swallowing. Sure, the system replied. In a few seconds, Gustav could feel intense heat from his chest area, which was an effect that proved the drug was working. He closed his eyes for a bit while still holding Scientist Merkel up in the air. Mental manipulation bloodline has been activated. Gustav suddenly opened his eyes, which were gleaming with white light. He proceeded to place his hand on Scientist Merkel's head and activated an ability under mental manipulation. Memory siphoning has been activated. Scientist Merkel felt an intense pull in his mind as a white glow appeared on Gustav's hand. Gustav looked up with a trance-like expression as he began to steal Scientist Merkel's memories forcefully. Minutes later, Scientist Merkel's body began to jerk violently while still suspended in mid-air. Gustav continued to siphon his memories without stopping as different scenes flooded his mind. Despite how much time has passed, Gustav still hadn't seen enough of Scientist Merkel's memories. There were still places he was searching for, so all the dots could connect. After a few more minutes, plop, he let go of Scientist Merkel's body, causing him to fall to the floor as a much more violent seizure overtook him. His body was jerking violently and foam was coming out of his mouth. Gustav just stared at him mercilessly but also was quite disappointed. Time is up for the bloodline boosting pill, Gustav muttered. Memory siphoning has been deactivated. The pill had helped him with an ability of mental manipulation that couldn't be activated in its damaged state. Because the pill had boosted the bloodline, he was able to use that ability for a brief period. Gustav felt he had gotten enough memories from Scientist Merkel, but he still wanted to see a few more. Using another bloodline boosting pill just right after one was used was not a good idea, as it would damage the bloodline even more. Also, it didn't look like Scientist Merkel was in a state where he could take any more memory siphoning. At this point, he was pretty much dead. Gustav stared at Scientist Merkel's body, which kept jerking violently, and picked him up before moving him towards the bathroom. After placing him in the bathtub, he fed him a recovery pill which made the scientist pass out. I guess I should be careful with how I use this ability in the future, Gustav said internally as he headed back to the living room. He didn't care about the scientist, but now he knew never to use the ability on anyone he cared about, no matter the situation. What did you see? The system asked as Gustav took his seat in the living room. His memories within the last 4 months. I siphoned them into a part of my mind and now it's like the memories belong to me, Gustav mumbled as his mind recalled everything. There is nothing pretty about this man's memories. Gustav's voice out with a look of anguish. Popping sounds rang out as he tightened his right fist. Now I know what happened to Miss Amy, he said with a murderous look. They really did get her infected with a modified strain of the ashy infection, Gustav voiced out as he recalled the incident. Miss Amy had been invited to the research facility to undergo a lab test on whether she was infected or not. After the examination, she was awaiting the results when this scientist offered her coffee. Miss Amy, being Miss Amy, of course refused when he brought the mug to her. As he wanted to take it back, he pretended to slip and fell the mug, right atop Miss Amy. Miss Amy, being as powerful as she was, easily got out of the way so not a single drop of the content in the mug touched her. But then she reached out to grab the mug so it wouldn't fall to the floor and shatter. She grabbed it and also swung her hand swiftly around the place, letting the contents fall back into the mug so they wouldn't make a mess on the floor, which would in turn also affect her shoes. The memory was like a classic movie to Gustav as Miss Amy prevented this small incident just to make sure her shoes didn't get soiled. Be careful, she voiced out with an unbothered tone while passing the mug back to Scientist Merkel. He nodded with an appreciative look and received it. This was where Gustav noticed he had a glove on his hand. Meanwhile, Miss Amy had caught the mug with her bare hands. One would think the content within the cup was to blame, but none of that had spilled on her. The only contact she made was with the handle of this mug. Surprisingly, the moment she did make contact with the handle of the mug, the infection had already burrowed its way into her fingertips. Usually, Miss Amy would also have a kind of protective veil surrounding her, but it was useless in this case. It was noticeable that she started to react strangely after passing the mug back to Scientist Merkel. Miss Amy raised her hand slightly and stared at her sweaty palm. A new scientist came in the next instant with the test results. That bastard, Miss Amy voiced with a tone of anguish. Gustav recalled this part because the new scientist that had come in was Scientist Vic and he was unaware of what went down initially, but he did meet Miss Amy in a bad state. Chapter 926, Unveiling young Jo villainous plans. He wanted to pass her the result, but she lashed out and the entire structure began to quake underwater. At this point Scientist Merkel was far from the examination room, fleeing when he heard the destruction everywhere. He thought Miss Amy would come for him, but instead, she had blasted her way through one of the walls and left the facility in that instant. He heaved a sigh of relief, recalling the symptoms associated with the infection. She must have noticed it. At that time he thought Miss Amy must have noticed that the earth was starting to be unconducive for her. He quickly returned to the examination room and got rid of the results that were supposed to prove Miss Amy was not infected. They spread rumors that she might have escaped because she was infected, leaving out the part where she actually underwent the test. At this point, Gustav had pieced everything together and knew very well that Miss Amy had left to do a quick video recording for him before she would be unable to stay on Earth any longer. This made Gustav wonder when exactly Miss Amy had figured out young Jo's plot. There was a probability she didn't know that young Jo was aware that she knew about his plot. Gustav really wanted to murder Scientist Merkel at this point, but he was holding on because he still needed to siphon more memories. What exactly is he up to? The system asked after listening to Gustav narrate the incident with Miss Amy. He is trying to bring them here, but he seems to have found a way for them to get access to Earth without getting stopped by the many protocols put in place to prevent an invasion, Gustav voiced out as he recalled multiple meetings with young Jo. Scientist Merkel was given a separate task to complete at the MBO tower and he did that today. He should be having a call with young Jo in a few. Just as Gustav finished that sentence, a loud ringing sound was heard within the living room. Speak of the devil, Gustav voiced as he slowly transformed into Scientist Merkel. He proceeded to pick up the call and in the next instant, young Jo appeared within the living room in holographic format. Merkel, Have you completed your assignment? The instant the call connected, young Joe threw this question. Yes sir young, I'm all done on my part. It's now left to you to play yours, Gustav voiced out using Scientist Merkel's voice as well. Good job. You will stand with me as one of the generals of the New World Order. First, we take Earth and then we can plan further expansion in the future, young Joe voiced out with an ambitious tone. How long till they arrive? The Mendologgers, Gustav asked. I have given those idiots 2 days but I worry they will be unable to meet up with the deadline, young Joe responded. Now that I have finished with my part in the MBO, maybe I could come to give a helping hand so we don't have to throw away the life of any more brilliant scientist, Gustav said with a light chuckle as this was the manner in which Scientist Merkel usually spoke. That might not be a good idea, young Joe disagreed. He didn't look disturbed in any way despite knowing the scientists would be unable to meet the deadline. Why not? You want them to meet the deadline, right? Gustav asked. It's best you remain in the tower to make sure no mishaps happen, young Joe stated. True, but he'll have Ishak watching it. I could come over tomorrow after inspecting the tower once more, Gustav suggested. All right then, tomorrow, young Joe finally agreed and ended the call. A smirk appeared on Gustav's face after the call ended and he transformed back into his usual look. You'll never know what hit you, young Joe, he said internally. Are you truly going to head to the MBO tower? The system asked. I have to. I'll need to disarm what Scientist Merkel has activated there to sabotage their operation. Then I can head to their research area afterwards, Gustav voiced out his plans. This bastard must be stopped. If he succeeds with his plans, it's over, Gustav added with a contemplative look. Looks like he just wants power, the system voiced out. Yeah, he's an overly ambitious power-hungry prick, Gustav cussed incessantly. The moment the device in the MBO tower is activated, every mixed blood on Earth will lose their bloodline temporarily. This is what Scientist Merkel has been working on, and from what I've seen it's also one of the reasons they had to get rid of Miss Amy, because a mixed blood of her caliber would have sensed the energy output of that device the moment it was put together. After that, they contained the energy, so even though Jack is currently on Earth he wouldn't be able to sense it until the moment it gets activated, which will be too late. Gustav muttered lengthily. I'm guessing, what they are working on behind the door bears the means to give access to the Mendologgers, the system stated. Most likely. I am yet to see how it looks because within the 4 months of memory I siphoned, Merkel was never there. Looks like he was focusing on his part and never met up with young Joe in public, Gustav said while holding his chin. It's best to have information on that too, so I need to siphon more of his memories. I'm sure he must have been there at least once before, Gustav added with a look of certainty. I don't think he can take any more siphoning, the system stated. It doesn't matter, he will be utterly useless to me if I can't get what I want from him, Gustav said while standing to his feet. I'll let him rest till the next morning. For now, I need to visit the tower, Gustav said while transforming into Scientist Merkel. He moved towards the window by the side and stared at the MBO tower up ahead. Chapter 927, Need for Speed. He moved towards the window by the side and stared at the MBO tower up ahead. Gustav proceeded to head back to the bathroom. He tied Scientist Merkel up and transformed back into the look he used earlier. He initially thought of using Scientist Merkel's identity to head to the MBO, but he felt things might look suspicious since Scientist Merkel was just coming back from the MBO. Gustav wasted no time in getting out of the apartment after taking the access cube of the apartment from Scientist Merkel. Swoosh tilde instead of boarding a vehicle, he sprinted there. Public transport was not allowed to head to the MBO tower, so he knew he couldn't get there by that means. Gustav's speed rivaled the hover cars that dashed past the streets of Plankton City. Even mixed bloods couldn't follow with their eyes as his body created after images across the roads. In a few minutes, he had arrived in front of the barricade surrounding the MBO tower. The MBO camp swish. Sounds of projectiles tearing through the air reverberated across the surroundings. Multiple blue light beams flying forward from a particular direction could be seen moving faster than the speed of sound. These light beams kept shooting forward in uncountable numbers while a group of people behind had to keep swerving left and right to dodge the beams while charging forward. Bam! Someone got hit in the left shoulder area and got blasted halfway across the track. Remember, one hit and you're out. In the far west area, a woman in an MBO uniform yelled out. The others, who were still on the track filled with blue projectile beams gunning for them, turned even more cautious as they used every trick at their disposal to dodge the beams. These blue beams clouded one's vision due to their numbers and speed, but they had to be agile enough to dodge and get to the finish line before the timer being displayed in midair was up. Over 100 cadets were moving forward while jumping sideways. Some were making use of their bloodline abilities to parry the beams as they head forward, while some kept leaping upwards and doing a front flip or back flip to evade them. Every minute a cadet was getting knocked out due to the speed of the beams increasing the closer they got to the finish line. Who do you think will win? EE or Elevra? Eldris is closing in on them. Does anyone see Angie? The top 10 are really something. They have given the others behind a huge gap. Those who had gotten knocked out of the race stood behind spectating the ones who were still in the game. They were on a plain track field that was quite wide, but there were walls erected by the sides, and the instructors as well as those spectating were behind and upwards. The ground where the race was happening looked like it was sunken ground. Multiple cadets could be seen sprinting across the place, dodging the projectiles best of their abilities. Vera's body was wrapped in multiple vines that had sprouted out of the ground and were carrying her forward elegantly. Swish! Swish! Multiple vines spun across the place, tackling the blue projectiles shooting at her. A few feet to her left, Falco dashed forward and leapt before spinning towards the side several times in the air to dodge the projectiles. Black tattoos could be seen on the visible parts of his body. He seemed quite agile, dodging the beams with ease despite how fast they were. Several feet to her right, Timmy could be seen walking forward with a red sphere of energy surrounding his figure. The instant any blue beam phased through the energy sphere surrounding him, their speed would be significantly slowed down and Timmy would just move a little to the side to dodge the beams. Hundreds of feet toward Timmy's right, Rhea could be seen raising boulders from the ground and pushing it in front of himself to tank the projectiles. After blocking a few, they would get destroyed and he would create more. Hundreds of feet ahead, EE opened a vortex which sucked all the projectiles into it as he moved forward effortlessly. It looked like a walk in the park for him. Elevra, on the other hand, who was a few feet behind him, kept walking forward elegantly while moving her head slightly to the side. Her figure swayed from side to side as her nonchalant expression made her look extremely alluring. Swice! Swish! Only minor movements, yet the beams would fly past her face only a few inches away from making contact. It always looked like a close call, but this had happened more than 200 times now. It couldn't be called a coincidence anymore. Eldris, on the other hand, was several feet to the left behind EE and Elevra. His beautiful eyes were wide open and his surroundings black and white. All everyone could see was the beams turned white upon entering his domain and disappearing. These three were way ahead of everyone else and had it relatively easy moving forward. No one was dashing forward with intense speed because the faster a person moved, the more they were likely to get hit by a projectile, since it would look even faster from their point of view. They were all moving at moderate speed for this exercise. After a few more minutes, EE got to the finish line and was brought out of the field. Looks like EE finished first. Wait, there's someone with him. Is that Elevra? Elevra is still on the track. Up ahead at the finish line, a smile appeared on ES' face as he stared at the person up front sitting atop a boulder. "Y'all are so slow," the silver-haired girl with two horns on her forehead voiced out. "Now you're just too fast, Angie," EE stated with a small chuckle. "Slowpoke," Angie laughed as well and poked EE on his shoulder. Chapter 928, Dismantling the Bloodline Disruptor. "How long have you been here?" EE asked with a look of curiosity. "About 10 to 15 minutes, I think," she said with a contemplative expression. "What the hell? You monster," ES' eyes widened as he blurted out before bursting into laughter. At this point, Elevra also arrived at the finish line without breaking a sweat. The others also began to arrive one after the other after this, and they were all shocked to see Angie at the finish line. Not because she wasn't fast, but because they didn't even see her at the starting line and had no idea she was even taking part in the exercise. According to the instructor, Angie got to the finish line a few seconds after the exercise started. The revelation shocked everyone and they wondered just how fast Angie was currently. In the past 2 months where Gustav had been away, Elevra had become the strongest in their set once more, but she still lost to EE and Angie. The exercise was just too convenient for them, speed and vortex creation. Plankton City. It was currently night and Gustav was in the MBO tower. He had found his way in and was currently on one of the top floors. The 1075th floor to be precise was larger than 17 football fields combined, and it was so high up in the air that it was already breaking through the Earth's upper atmosphere. Gustav was currently in his MBO uniform while still using a fake identity that belonged to another MBO officer currently not in Plankton City. Despite the badge, the MBO tower still scanned body features before giving access, so Gustav couldn't use the other fake identity to head in. However, to prevent mishaps, he headed to a bathroom to transform back into the initial appearance after getting into the tower. He was currently on the same floor scientist Merkel had the device implanted, and it looked like it was going to be a Herculean task to deactivate every one of them. The device branched out to different spots cause it had several other small tools connected to it. This was why it had taken over 4 months to set up. Of course, deactivating it was easier, but it would still take time, especially when MBO officers were moving around. Scientist Merkel could pretend to be working on something so it doesn't look suspicious when he's putting them in place since he is a scientist, but Gustav was an officer, so it would be quite difficult for him to go on with the deactivation process without causing suspicions. The MBO tower was going to be like a beacon that would help in spreading the energy that would read the mixed bloods of their power. This was why it had to be installed here. The MBO was unaware that right under their noses they were being sabotaged by one of their own. This was how deep young Joe's influence was rooted in the MBO. Despite the cleansing that had happened some time ago and even within the MBO camp, young Joe still had many loyal associates within the MBO. This was one of the things that made him untouchable and powerful despite being an ordinary mixed blood incapable of standing amongst the great like Miss Amy in terms of physical power. Gustav looked for Gradia Xanatus, who had quite the power within the tower since this was usually his base of operation. He didn't fully explain things to him, but he told him he needed the entire floor. Gradia Xanatus already knew of his ability to shapeshift into anyone, so he wasn't surprised when he found out that this young man with white hair was Gustav. Gradia Xanatus helped in coming up with an excuse to prevent any MBO officer from having access to this floor till the next day. He still wanted to know what was happening and why Gustav was here in Plankton City when the MBO database had his location registered as the second base. However, Gustav really didn't have the time to explain what was happening to Gradia Xanatus fully. He just told him he was on the assignment Miss Amy gave him in the footage he delivered. He understood that it must have been something serious and helped Gustav out in deactivating the devices embedded into the walls of this floor. He had an expression of disbelief as he saw Gustav dismantling different parts of the walls and bringing out oddly shaped technological items. Tap on this so it doesn't send out a signal before you deactivate it. Gustav showed Gradia Xanatus the ropes so the work would be easier. By the time they were done with the smaller items embedded into the wall, it was midnight. Only the main device was left now, and it was embedded into the ceiling area of this floor. Gustav leapt upwards and stabbed his hand into one part of the ceiling area. Cutting a big square-shaped line into the ceiling, an item fell through. Grab. Gradia Xanatus caught this device, which looked like a rectangular generator almost the size of a truck. That has been in there the whole time? Gradia Xanatus couldn't hide his surprise as he slowly lowered it, afraid of triggering any alarms. After placing it on the floor, Gustav landed from the ceiling and stood in front of the device. Gustav tapped on some buttons placed by the side and beeping sounds rang out as a small holographic screen shot out of it. Shit, he suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong? Gradia Xanatus asked. The method of deactivating it is different from the rest. I need face authorization. Young Joe's face in particular, Gustav said with a worried tone. How is this a problem? You can shapeshift to take the form of whoever you want, Gradia Xanatus voiced out with a confused tone. It's different this time. The internal structure of the device is laced with glatterite, Gustav said with a low tone. Gradia Xanatus' eyes widened as he heard this. It would see right through your disguise, he said with a tone of realization. Chapter 929, Powerful Shapeshifter. Gradia Xanatus' eyes widened as he heard this. It would see right through your disguise, he said with a tone of realization. While shapeshifting bloodlines were extremely rare, there had been well-known shapeshifters in the past. Centuries ago they would disguise themselves as anyone and get away with crimes and even blame innocents. This used to be a headache to the authorities, and they found it really hard to apprehend criminals with bloodlines related to shapeshifting. This was until they found a way to unveil shapeshifters with a new piece of technology. Said technological generator had these glatterite components within. Some CCTVs still had these, which was why Gustav would always be careful in some areas even when making use of shapeshifting to change his identity. This glatterite would uncover anyone who used shape-shifting to try and take young Joe's identity. What do we do? Gustav wondered out loud as he held his chin. Stop young Joe before he gets to use this. Gustav thought internally. Bring me up to speed on everything that is going on. I need to understand what we're dealing with to help better, Gradia Xanatus voiced out as he saw Gustav's worried look. There's no time, Gustav stated as he walked about. Do it, the system suddenly voiced in his mind. Do what? Gustav questioned. Use your shapeshifting, the system stated. Did you even hear anything we just said? Gustav asked with an irritated tone internally. Do it, dumbass, you're underestimating the power of your shapeshifting. Do you think it's the same with those rip-off shapeshifters? The system insulted Gustav internally. What are you talking about? A CCTV with glatterite has uncovered my real look before when I made use of shapeshifting back then. Did you forget how much hassle I had to go through to get rid of it? Gustav said internally, reminding the system. Now and then are not the same, dumbass. Just do it, the system insisted. Ah. Okay then, Gustav knew the system was probably onto something since it kept insisting. He was still skeptical about this, but he decided to just go through with it. Gustav turned around and squatted in front of the large generator-sized device. Flesh-wriggling sounds began to ring out, causing Gradia Xanatus to stare in his direction. What are you doing? Gradia Xanatus asked. Gustav turned to face him looking exactly like young Joe. He didn't need to say a word, his look was already self-explanatory. It has glatterite, you'll just be exposing us, Gradia Xanatus stated with a look of disagreement. Trust me, Gustav said before turning to face the device again. Although he said that, even he did not trust himself. Gradia Xanatus let out a worried sigh as he stood and watched. True ruin. The device shot out red strings of light towards Gustav's face, analyzing it. He made sure to use young Joe's usual expression, which was a mix of coldness and cunningness with his slanted eyes. Scan complete. Deactivating bloodline disruptor. Gustav heaved a sigh of relief after seeing the device shutting down. It worked, he said with a smile while standing to his feet. How? Gradia Xanatus voiced with a surprised look. Gustav just shrugged his shoulders as he was also unaware that he could bypass the glatterite. Gradia Xanatus was astounded as he realized nothing was capable of uncovering Gustav's shapeshifting at this point, which made him a very dangerous existence. Told you, dumbass, the system voiced in his mind. But how? Gustav was still surprised. You're now way more powerful than you were before. Besides, your original bloodline is. Never mind about that. Just know you're stronger, so it's normal, the system stated. I see, alright, work done. Time to head back, Gustav said internally as raised his fist and brought it down upon the device. Bang! It blasted into smithereens after his fist made contact. Gustav proceeded to pack the parts together and place them in his storage device. That's it, Gradia Xanatus, thanks for your help, he voiced with a tone of gratitude. No problem, it sounds like something serious is going on, Gradia Xanatus responded. You just helped in saving the fate of the world, but I will explain everything once I'm done. We're not completely out of the woods yet, Gustav said and proceeded to head to the elevator area. Gradia Xanatus followed after him and they chatted a little as they headed down. Daytime arrived in a flash, and at this time Gustav was back in Scientist Merkel's apartment. He had been waiting for hours so Scientist Merkel could wake up since he got knocked out after the whole siphoning process the last day. Gustav wasn't as worried as before because he had successfully deactivated the device that would have caused the Earth to be in a perilous state had young Joe been successful. However, he still wanted to make sure there were no loose ends, so he wanted to siphon more of Scientist Merkel's memories before heading to the secret base where the other scientists under young Joe were working. Gustav was still waiting at this point, and it was almost noon. He was thinking of heading over to the secret base right now and just forgetting about the siphoning. However, after a few more minutes Scientist Merkel awoke. His eyes looked all droppy as he opened them and found himself laying on his carpet. Turning to his left, he could see Gustav seating on the sofa staring straight at him with a gaze that seemed like it was piercing straight through his soul. "You bastard, what did you do to me?" Scientist Merkel asked weakly. "I am not done, thank you for regaining consciousness," Gustav said as an evil grin appeared on his face. "You stay away, stay away." Scientist Merkel tried to crawl away as he voiced out loudly. "I'm sorry, no one can hear your screams." "Didn't the money you used in acquiring such an expensive soundproof apartment like this come from young Joe, the cunt who destroys the lives of others?" Gustav said as he walked towards Scientist Merkel. Chapter 930, Scientist Merkel's Death. "Oh, my apologies, I shouldn't cuss but I can't help it when a depraved piece of shit like young Joe is involved," Gustav stated as he grabbed Scientist Merkel by the head and raised him. "Help! Somebody help!" Scientist Merkel began yelling out again, but upon remembering this place was soundproof he lost hope as he stared at the face of his abductor. "I saw what you did to my teacher." "Good job," Gustav voiced out once more as a crazy smirk appeared on his face. "Your teacher? Who is that?" Scientist Merkel asked with a look of confusion. "I'm here because of her, good job in driving her off the Earth," Gustav added as he downed another bloodline-boosting pill. Scientist Merkel's eyes widened in realization as he stared at this white-haired kid in front of him. "You are her student?" he voiced out. "Mental manipulation bloodline has been activated. For that, I'll be sending you to the afterlife, but first. You're that kid. Gus." Before he could complete his sentence, Gustav activated memories siphoning. Memories siphoning has been activated. Scientist Merkel felt his mind go blank at first before he felt a forceful pull within. Gustav had begun seeing his memories again, but he resumed from where he stopped the last time. He started seeing the memories of the last 5 months. Memories flowed in like crazy, mostly useless ones and the ones Gustav did not wish to witness, but now wasn't the time to be irritated. He just kept letting the memories flow in, knowing he couldn't keep this up for long because of Scientist Merkel. In a couple of minutes Scientist Merkel's body began jerking forcefully once more. At this point, Gustav had siphoned only 2 months' worth of memories, but he hadn't still found anything significant. He ignored Scientist Merkel's state and didn't stop the siphoning. He could feel he was closing in on something as the memories continued to flow in. He was in a part where he could see Scientist Merkel gathering the materials for the bloodline disruptor. There was a call somewhere in the memory where a person asked where he got a particular tool, and this worried Gustav. He kept siphoning the memories back to the previous months as quickly as he could. Scientist Merkel's body was jerking intensely and blood began oozing out from his nose and ears. "Hey, he can't take any more," the system voiced in Gustav's mind. "I have to go further, there's something fishy." Gustav responded internally. "He really can't take any more, you're going to kill him," the system warned. "Then he dies. This is important." Gustav kept siphoning Scientist Merkel's memories non-stop as he kept aiming to go further back. At this point, Scientist Merkel's eyes were bleeding as well and the memories started to turn dark, hinting that he was on the brink of death. "Almost there." Gustav groaned as he began to see a part where a meeting was being held. "Hes flatlining," the system announced, but Gustav ignored it as he siphoned a few seconds of this particular memory. 3 others were in an unknown space together with young Joe and Scientist Merkel. At this point, the memories were shutting off and within Gustav's mind, he could barely make out the environment anymore. But just before it shut off, the words of one of the 3 drifted into his ears: "4 towers, 4 bloodline disruptors, the entire world will be. This was the last he heard before memories siphoning automatically deactivated. Gustav's vision returned to the living room and he stared at the limp body in his grasp. His right hand was still holding onto Scientist Merkil's head, which was caused his entire body to be suspended in midair. There were long lines of blood trailing down Scientist Merkil's eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. His eyes were wide open and the expression displayed on his face was one of immense pain, but Gustav didn't even look bothered about that. He let go of Scientist Merkil's corpse, which dropped to the floor in the living room limply onto the small pool of blood that had been formed. Gustav's face showed a look of frustration and defeat as he moved back and sat on the sofa. There are 3 more. I'm so stupid, I thought this was it, but young Joe is way more cunning than I expected, Gustav voiced out as he recalled the memories. So the one you got rid of is just 1 out of 4? The system asked. Yeah. I could barely see the faces of the other 3 since he was dying, and the MBO only has 3 towers in the world, so why did one of them say 4? Gustav was confused about the current state of things. You could have kept him alive and used him again so you could figure out everything, the system stated. First off, there's no time. Secondly, there's no guarantee he will be in any state for memory siphoning next time, since this time it took way shorter before he started getting seizures again. He is better off dead since he would just be useless even if I decided to stop, Gustav explained as he stood to his feet and moved towards Scientist Merkil's body. He squatted in front of it and questioned, "Can we use brainwaves reanimation like the time with Boss Danzo?" The reanimation can only help in replaying the few minutes of his memories before death. It can't go as far as months ago, the system clarified. Gustav sighed and picked up the body before heading to the bathroom. He placed it in the bathtub and stretched out his right hand. Atomic disintegration has been activated. Gustav constructed a small milky-colored ball and dropped it on the corpse. In a few moments, it had disintegrated completely along with the clothes and even the bathtub. Wriggling sounds rang out in the bathroom as Gustav began transforming into Scientist Merkil. He proceeded to change his clothes as well and turned to the side to stare at the mirror. I guess there's only one other option. Kill young Joe before any of them gets activated. Chapter 931. Discovering what is beyond the door. I guess there's only one other option. Kill young Joe before any of them gets activated, Gustav voiced with a decisive tone. He stared in the mirror for a few seconds, making sure his transformation to Scientist Merkil was without flaw. After he was done, he turned around and headed out of the bathroom. It was currently noon when Gustav headed out of the apartment. He had taken all of Scientist Merkil's belongings and also seen enough of his previous month's memories to act precisely like him. Gustav got into Scientist Merkil's exotic-looking red hover car and drove off into the distance. In barely a few minutes, Gustav was driving down a sloppy area in Plankton City that led to the southwest border of the city. This area was a sparse forest region. A few buildings could be sighted in different spots. Gustav drove for a few seconds before he arrived at a spot behind a massive boulder placed between 2 trees. He parked right in front of the boulder and got off the hover car. It was a sparse forest area with only a few tall trees in the vicinity, but it still looked like they were in the middle of nowhere. Gustav arrived in front of the boulder and moved to its back before stepping on a small patch of grass right behind. Thea's hay tilde a weird pole extended from the ground in the next instant and scanned Gustav's entire features. After it was done, the surface of the ground around him opened up and a platform began to descend into a hole that led deep underground. This was one of the secret bases where young Joe had been conducting experiments regarding his plots. This one in particular that had to do with the aliens, whom the sacred jewel had been surveying. Gustav scanned across the place with god eyes as he descended from the platform. The underground base was pretty large with multiple hallways and large laboratories where different experiments were being conducted. It was almost as large as the underwater research facility that belonged to the MBO, and there were more than 100 people in medical coats moving about the place as well as being stationed in some areas. Young Joe had really outdone himself creating a place that rivaled that of the MBO. The craziest part was that young Joe had several more places like this scattered across the world. However, because of his ties to Plankton City, he made this place his base of operations most times. Gustav scanned across the place and his eyes caught wind of a place in the far west area of the underground secret base. Unlike all other experimental rooms and laboratories with see-through glass walls, this one was constructed rather differently. It had dark-colored walls and for some reason, Gustav couldn't see through the walls barricading this particular room. Gustav looked a bit further to the left and saw a sign on the entrance door. This was the same door the Sacred Jewel had been checking on day and night, and he had seen the faces of all the scientists involved in whatever project they were busy with within. He also knew of their identities since he had some of Scientist Merkel's memories. After descending completely, Gustav began heading in the direction of the room immediately. As he arrived at the corridor that led to the room, some guards approached and tried to stop him. "Sir Young knows of my appointment," Gustav voiced out while bringing out a weird-looking badge he got from Scientist Merkel. Both guards who were clad in dark bodysuits looked at each other for an instant before letting him through. Gustav walked through the corridor and arrived at the door that led to the private laboratory room. He finally stared at the alien logo straight up and could see how massive it was. The door was more than 30 feet tall and up to 15 feet wide. The logo was way more massive than 3 humans put side by side, and the carvings just happened to glow with an ominous yellow color. Gustav stood in front for a few before the door opened up of its own accord. As it slid to the side and a cloud of gas rushed out, covering the entire vicinity in an instant. Gustav knew it was harmless and walked straight into the cloud of gas. The door closed up after him and the gas surrounding the vicinity disappeared after a few. The instant Gustav passed the entrance, he realized he had arrived in a dark but large space. In the middle of this dark space, strings of circular light could be seen floating in mid-air. It looked absolutely beautiful as these strings of light were clustered together in a circular kind of way. They looked like a multicolored glowing knot, but Gustav could sense chaotic energy flowing from them. The strings were pulsating in a weird kind of way, and from what Gustav noticed in his few seconds of arriving here, it looked like they were getting bigger. It was barely noticeable, but he figured it out. What is that supposed to be? Gustav wondered internally as he stared forward with an awestruck expression. They are creating a singularity, the system said in Gustav's head. A singularity? Gustav's eyes slightly widened as he heard that. He knew theories about singularities, so he knew it wasn't something to be trifled with. How do? Before Gustav could complete his question internally, a loud voice was heard from ahead. Scientist Merkel? Gustav looked to the side and could see all the other scientists staring in his direction. They all looked surprised to see him, and Gustav proceeded to walk forward with a prideful expression while staring at them one after the other. There were up to 30 scientists in this dark space, and each of them had one role or another here. Before Scientist Merkel was spotted, some of them were moving around the strings of light and installing some weird bars onto the floor beneath it. Some were tapping on holographic screens and some were mixing 1 or 2 chemicals. Chapter 932. The Dangers of the Singularity. Have you lots figured it out? Gustav asked. Sir, it will still take around 3 to 4 days to finish up, the scientist that had called out to him voiced out respectfully. PFFFT, you'll all be dead before then, Gustav stated with a light burst of laughter. The atmosphere turned tense and gloomy at the same time as the scientists were reminded of young Joe's timer. Is Sir Young around right now? Gustav asked. No, but he will be here anytime soon to check on our progress, a scientist replied with a down look. A thought appeared in Gustav's mind as he heard this response. All right then. I finished my task, so I asked him for permission to come help you goofs. With my assistance you can be sure of getting the task done before the time limit is up, Gustav stated as he placed his hands on his waist with a messiah-type expression plastered across his face. The scientists had looks of hope as they heard that and stared at Scientist Merkel with reverence, unaware that this was Gustav, of course. So I see we're dealing with a singularity here. Can someone bring me up to speed on the aim here? Gustav asked while moving towards the area where holographic computers were being operated. As expected of Scientist Merkel, just one look and he could tell that this was a singularity. Most of the scientists had this thought in their minds as they stared at Gustav with a look of reverence. Scientist Merkel had been busy on his task, so he had no idea what had been going on here except for a vague idea since young Joe only mentioned it once. One of the scientists began explaining everything to Gustav, from how they arrived at this point and what they were aiming for. It turned out that no alien spacecraft could invade the Earth with the kind of security put in place to prevent such. The Earth literally had a kind of unbreakable force field surrounding it and has been said to be unbreachable for over 1,000 years. According to the history books, of course, some alien species had tried and failed. They couldn't get through. The singularity was not just a singularity but also a black hole. However, this was not the usual type. Time and space were collapsing in on themselves within the strings of light. If anyone was to make contact with it at the moment, they would see 1,000,000 different lifetimes in an instant and then cease to exist. This was why Gustav was sensing chaotic energy from the singularity, and this was unlike anything he had ever felt before. Young Joe was aiming to use this singularity to bring the Mandolagas here. When the singularity had been tweaked to become just like how young Joe wanted it, a dimensional pathway that rips the fabric of time and space apart will be constructed. It will work based on time and render the energy field surrounding Earth useless to the Mandolagas, giving them the chance to travel through with their spacecraft. The singularity will make every Earth security protocol inefficient. Passing through it would be like returning Earth to its old times where the security protocols didn't exist. In a way, it would hamper with time, but it would only grant spaceship access to Earth without issues. By the time everything had been explained to Gustav, he stood in place with a contemplative expression for a few seconds. There's a possibility that doing this can have really adverse effects, right? Gustav asked internally. Yeah. Good case scenario, it succeeds and the Mandolagas manage to get to Earth without a hitch, but then the entirety of Plankton City might get sucked into the singularity after it shuts down, or it sends out a weird time displacement energy, which I promise you don't want to know what will happen if that ends up happening. The system voiced in his head lengthily. That's the good case scenario. Gustav's face nearly changed expression to convey his current astonishment, but he managed to keep his cool so he could maintain his act as Scientist Merkel. Gustav calmed himself up and asked next. Then what is the worst-case scenario? Gustav asked. The singularity refuses to close up and sends ripples of time displacement through the Earth, or it swallows the entire Earth up and keeps growing in size and eating more planets, galaxies, until the entirety of existence is wiped out, the system explained. Gustav's jaw almost dropped as he heard the system mention this. Young Joe is not thinking about the consequences of this at all, he said internally as he looked up to stare at the strings of lines clustered together in midair. As the system had mentioned, there would definitely be consequences if the scientists were left to continue developing this singularity. At this point, Gustav was unsure whether the state of the singularity could cause any of the disastrous effects the system had mentioned, but he really hoped not. I need to close the singularity, Gustav said internally. Everyone get out. Gustav suddenly yelled out. Dash her. Dash, is he joking or what? Mutters were heard from the background after Gustav yelled out the command. I'm sure you lots are not deaf. I said get out. Gustav gave the order once more. But sir, we have to keep working on this, a scientist voiced from the side with a confused tone. Sir Young will. Before he could complete his sentence this time, Gustav interrupted. I told you to get out for this exact reason. I can see you lots wish death upon yourselves and don't want my help, Gustav said with a tone of disappointment. They all had pleading looks as they heard that, and one of them even began begging. Now all of you get out of here this instant, Gustav yelled out once more. Just as everyone began leaving their standing points to head for the entrance, a voice was heard from the entrance area. Where do you all think you're going? Everyone's eyes widened slightly as they heard this familiar voice. Gustav's eyes squinted as he slowly turned around to stare in the direction of the entrance. So you've finally arrived. Chapter 933, Assassination Attempt. Gustav's eyes squinted as he slowly turned around to stare in the direction of the entrance. So you've finally arrived, he said internally as he stared at a figure approaching from the entrance area. A figure in a blue suit and black hair with a few green specks could be seen walking in the midst of two guards. His eyes were cold and uncaring, his expression extremely nonchalant and overbearing. His persona was so similar to Gustav's, with the exception of Gustav lacking the same amount of cruelty. While young Joe had that hidden gaze of unreasonable cruelty in his eyes, Gustav didn't have that. "Why are you telling them to leave Merkill?" young Joe asked as he closed in on the area of the singularity. "There's something I need to do. Their presence is not required here or it will disrupt my focus," Gustav voiced out. Young Joe squinted his eyes in suspicion as he arrived in front of Gustav. "What is that thing you need to do?" young Joe asked. "Sir Young, you also need to be away from here. It is important that I be left alone." Gustav ignored the question and advised young Joe to leave as well. "What is it that you need to do?" young Joe asked again. "Sir Young, as much as I would be willing to explain to you. I'm the scientist here and you're not, so I doubt you would get it," Gustav responded. "Tell me, I'm not as stupid as I look." "I can assure you that," young Joe stated. "I didn't," Gustav voiced with a slight stutter. Young Joe kept staring at him without changing expressions or blinking his eyes. "Okay, let me show you something, Sir Young," Gustav said while gesturing for young Joe to follow him to the side. Scientist Merkill's face showed fear and reverence as young Joe followed behind him deeper into the dark encasement. At least that was how it looked to everyone, but Gustav's eyes right now were squinted with hidden intent within. Sprint has been activated. Now, as this thought appeared in Gustav's mind, he suddenly turned around and reached out with speed. Young Joe's eyes widened as Scientist Merkill's right hand reached out and grabbed his neck. Gasp! The scientists spectating from behind all had widened eyes and mouths as they watched Scientist Merkill suddenly grab young Joe with unimaginable speed and lift him off the floor. The guards in the vicinity who were behind activated their bloodlines instantly and were about to lunge forward when a loud cracking sound rang out. "Kryy." The entire place descended into silence the moment this happened. They stared forward with dumbstruck and disbelieving looks. Young Joe's head was tilted to the side while Scientist Merkill still had him suspended in the air. Gustav had squeezed tightly the instant he grabbed onto his neck and broke it. The guards and everyone in there didn't even get the chance to react. "He killed young Joe instantly. Dash Sir Young. Dash Sir Young." The guards yelled out as they dashed forward after a brief moment of realization. Gustav confirmed that the bastard was no longer breathing and threw his body forward towards them. "Wait!" The system suddenly yelled in his mind, but it was too late. Bang! Young Joe's body slammed into the guards and they managed to catch it. However, in the next instant, young Joe's eyes opened. Gustav's eyes widened as he spotted this. How? He was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't forget his goal. Without thinking or waiting to process the current unexpected situation. Swoosha! Gustav dashed forward. He reached out to grab young Joe again, but the two guards suddenly stomped on the ground. Fwai! Fwaiad! Two walls of fire and ice were suddenly conjured in front of Gustav. Gustav arched his arm back with intensity as the environment turned dangerous. Power boost has been activated. Throwing a fist forward, shattered the wall of ice and cleared the wall of flames in the next moment. However, that slight delay gave young Joe the chance to activate what he needed to. The moment Gustav cleared the obstacles in front of him, young Joe started to fade out of existence like a hologram. Gustav still tried to grab him, but at this point, he had turned completely intangible, so Gustav phased through him. "Assassin, I will find you." These were the last words young Joe uttered before disappearing completely. Shit! Gustav couldn't stop himself from cursing out loud after young Joe got away. "I told you to wait, idiot," the system voiced with a tone of annoyance. "You were too slow. How the hell is he still alive?" Gustav wondered. "I will tell you about that, but don't you have more important things to worry about at the moment?" The system responded. Gustav looked forward and activated God Eyes. His sight was still unable to phase past the walls, so he spread his perception out instead. All the guards in the underground secret base were heading towards this location. "Get out!" Gustav yelled once more as he stared at the scientists. They all had looks of fear, so they quickly ran out of the place as he yelled out. This caused the guards at the entrance to be stalled for a bit, giving Gustav the chance to use Aero Silk. His body turned greenish and bloated a little as he stomped on the floor. Iero silks grew out of the ground and erected a wall in front, blocking the entrance as the scientists scurried out. How do we close this? Gustav asked the system as he stared at the singularity. We don't have the resources and you're not powerful enough to do it without building an actual machine that could fix this, the system stated. Come on, there must be a way, Gustav said as he racked his brain. I could use atomic disintegration. It works on anything so long as atoms are included, Gustav said as his eyes began to glow a milky color. Impossible, a singularity this size creates billions of atoms by the second. Unless you can erase that plenty within a second with your atomic disintegration, it would be impossible, the system debunked immediately. Chapter 934 Closing the Singularity. Gustav reckoned atomic disintegration was far from being as powerful as that. No atomic manipulation ability was powerful enough to get rid of the singularity of this size. Bang! 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 Loud banging sounds could be heard from behind as different attacks from the guards collided with the wall of Iero silk Gustav erected. Despite how sturdy the Iero silk was, Gustav knew he didn't have much time. Can I just blast this entire place off the map? Gustav said as tens of dark purplish orbs began to appear around him. Reddish electric-like arcs swam around the orbs as they appeared in numbers, causing the space around to start trembling from the energy the orbs projected due to their numbers. Do that and risk blasting Plankton City off the map as well. We have no idea how the singularity will react to making contact with another chaotic energy. Mixing chaos with chaos just brings about more destruction, dummy, the system explained. Then stop insulting me and come up with a good idea, Gustav retorted as he moved closer to the singularity. Your devouring power, that's the best I can think of right now, the system suggested. Cohelia? Gustav voiced with a contemplative look. Yeah, using its power, or rather your power to devour the singularity might be the only way out of this, the system stated. I've tried so many times to use it but it doesn't work, as you said. My body probably sealed it within me because it knows I'm not powerful enough to use it just yet, Gustav said while raising his right hand slightly. You have to try again, it might be the only option we have right now, the system voiced internally. Gustav's sight peered into his right hand and he could still see the multicolored slanted squares trapped within what seemed like a spherical bubble. All right, here goes nothing, Gustav voiced out as he stretched his right hand forward. His face squeezed up as he tried using the power. He imagined devouring an existence like he did that day in the dungeon. He tried to recall that feeling and kept pushing his hand forward to try and use the ability. This continued for a few minutes and still, Gustav was unable to use Cohelia's power. Bang! Bang! The sound of the ISO silk being broken through could be heard from behind. It wouldn't be long before it gave way from the looks of things. It is not working, we have to get out of here, the system stated. At this point, Gustav opened his eyes with a look of disappointment knowing the guards would soon break through. Come on, let's go, the system reminded. At this point, a crazy thought appeared in Gustav's mind and he began to move closer to the singularity. What are you doing? The system asked. I gotta try this, Gustav voiced out as he activated Hover. Hover has been activated, he floated in the air right in front of the singularity. He could feel the intense chaotic energy more now. He gulped down saliva and began to stretch his right hand towards the singularity. Gustav, we don't know what will happen if you make contact with the singularity, it's dangerous. The system yelled in his head once more. Gustav didn't listen to the yells of the system, he finally pushed his hand through the middle of one of the glowing strings. Tziinin. A loud metallic sound rang out as the singularity began to pulsate increasingly. Gustav felt absolutely nothing at first, but in the next moment, he turned transparent. Then, ding, ding, ding. A chiming sound rang out repeatedly before a blinding multicolored glow burst forth from Gustav's right hand. Even after it had disappeared into the singularity, the immense multicolored glow shone forth from within. Gustav began to feel intense pain coming from his chest area. He groaned a little in pain as it increased by the second, almost like it was connected to the glowing multicolored light beaming from his hand, which kept increasing in brightness. The higher the light, the more intense the pain, to the point Gustav was struggling to breathe as his muscles began to have spasms. Gustav couldn't hold it in again and screamed out, "Arggg." The entire vicinity trembled intensely due to his scream, as well as the power of the singularity trying to fight back, getting devoured. Space was twisting and turning in this dark place, and mini rifts kept appearing all across the place as chaotic energy blasted forth repeatedly. In the next few seconds, the blinding multicolored light had encapsulated the whole of the singularity. And in the next instant, the singularity disappeared and the multicolored blinding glow receded into Gustav's right hand. It made the shape of multiple slanted multicolored squares clustered together on his palm before disappearing. Gustav's eyes dimmed and he fell from the air while passing out. Breaking news. Luckily, no casualties have been reported despite the shockingly widespread earthquake that affected the entire city. The focal point of the earthquake has been identified, but it is still unknown what could have caused such an earthquake which covered so much range. Some city folks living close to the focal point have claimed it was a disturbance underground, and they have spotted multiple people in white clothing leaving there with convoys and choppers. It is still an unproven theory. All across Plankton City, news of an earthquake was being broadcasted. This was a man-made earthquake, of course. The focal point they were referring to was the area where the surface of the underground secret base was located, and the earthquake was caused when Gustav was trying to close the singularity. Everyone had no idea of what had just happened except for those who were underground at the time. Gradius Anatus, who was currently on site with a few more MBO officers, scanned the location thoroughly and found the access to the underground base. They destroyed the surface area and went in to scan the place. At the bottom of the platform, Gradius Anatus scrutinized the place from behind while the MBO officers checked the different laboratories within. "It's empty, sir," one of them approached him while voicing out. Chapter 935. Regaining consciousness in confusion. At the bottom of the platform, Gradius Anatus scrutinized the place from behind while the MBO officers checked the different laboratories within. The whole place looked a bit deserted, but some pieces of equipment could still be seen lying around. It looked like it had been in use until a while ago. "It's empty, sir," one of them approached him while voicing out. Gradius Anatus looked around with a suspicious expression. Ripples suddenly spread forth from his position. Transparent figures in blue began to appear one after the other. From what one could see, these transparent figures were mostly clad in laboratory uniforms and were evacuating the underground base as quickly as they could. The MBO officers in the background watched this play out with focused expressions. One of the figures phased through an MBO officer and picked up some things on a lab table before also leaving. They couldn't have gone far. "Spread out and find them," Gradius Anatus commanded as the blue figures disappeared in the next instant. It turned out he had just used a bloodline ability that granted him the power to reanimate scenes that happened within a particular location in a particular time frame. It was similar to a scanning device the MBO had access to, but Gradius Anatus was more powerful. "So you have to see this," one of the MBO officers who stayed behind voiced out. He directed Gradius Anatus to the end of the underground base towards a corridor that led to an isolated area. Gradius Anatus arrived in front of the 30 feet tall door with the sign / carved on it. The door happened to have cracks all over with a wide hole by the side, which made it easy for anyone to get access into the isolated area. Gradius Anatus stepped in with the MBO officer into this dark space enshrouded in multiple layers of fog. "Why is it so dark in here?" Gradius Anatus wondered out loud. It was unknown how young Joe had built such a space, but it definitely seemed larger and darker than it was supposed to be. Multiple orbs of light floated out from the MBO officer beside Gradius Anatus. The space beamed up a little, which granted them the chance to see the space better. There was a massive darkened crater on the floor with cracks, spreading black lines that extended as far as the eyes could see. "We believe this is the precise location where the earthquake was triggered," the officer voiced out as they arrived in front of the massive crater. "I sense lingering chaotic time and space energy. Something happened here," Gradius Anatus said with a suspicious low tone. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind which caused his face to lit up with worry. He brought out his device and dialed a number. No matter how many times he tried calling, the device kept displaying unreachable. I think the kid is in trouble, Gradia Xanatus thought as he turned around with speed. Sir, where are you going? The MBO officer in front asked with a confused look after noticing his expression. Emergency, I need to go now. Handle the rest and send me reports later, he instructed while walking out of the isolated space. Gradia Xanatus didn't waste time in getting out of the underground secret base. He instantly got into a hover car and drove out of this area with speed. A few minutes later he arrived in front of a 40-story building with a dog-head statue in front. Gradia Xanatus went in right away and headed for the second to the last floor. Bam! 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 Kid, are you in there? Bam! 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 Kid! Bam! 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 Are you okay? Bam! 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 Kid! I'm coming in now. Gradia Xanatus raised his right arm, which was covered in a bright blue glow, and swung it forward with force. Bang! The door along with part of the walls on the sides got blasted forward, causing the entire building to vibrate intensely. Gradia Xanatus ignored the blaring alarm going off after his forceful access into the apartment. He got in and looked around. There's no one here, he voiced out with a worried tone. Gradia Xanatus was at loss on what to do at the moment. Where could he be? He wondered internally. A thought appeared in his mind and he turned around with speed before heading out of the apartment. Go back, go back, go back, go back. Gustav stared at a blue-faced cute girl whose face was above his. He was laying on grassy ground and a clear blue sky was far above their heads. Where am I and who are you? Gustav voiced out loud as he pushed her face back and sat up. Go back. You have to go back, the blue-faced girl who was standing above him earlier voiced out as she stood to her feet. Surprisingly, she was over 8 feet tall and Gustav seemed like a shorty beside her. She was clad in a brown robe with slits by the side and yellow patterns. Gustav looked around and all he could see was plain grasslands with a few high hills and then clear skies. God Eyes. Gustav tried activating God Eyes but it didn't work. Huh! He exclaimed with a look of confusion and tried activating God Eyes again. God Eyes, to his surprise, it still didn't work. Gustav decided to try another ability but for reasons unknown, it didn't work. Hover. Gustav tried to fly but to no avail. I feel normal weak, what's going on? Gustav voiced out with a look of confusion. You have to go back, the blue 8 feet tall girl voiced out with a tone of urgency again. Go back. Where is this? Where am I? Gustav asked again. You're in his yard. You have to leave before he finds out you're here. She voiced out again. Before who finds out I'm here? Who is he? And where is here? Gustav was in so much confusion as he threw out a series of questions. FGBM. Suddenly a thick cloud of darkness began to gather in the northern skies. Chapter 936. An unexpected return. It looked extremely ominous and alive as it began to spread further while heading in their direction. He is here. You have to leave now. The blue girl yelled with a look of fright. Leave how? What is even that? Gustav voiced out as his heart began to beat faster. The girl turned to him and placed her hand on his shoulder. Go back, she yelled before pushing Gustav backwards. Gustav, being as weak as a human, fell to the ground on his back. However, the instant his back collided with the grassy ground, he fell through like it was a body of water. Gustav held his breath as he sank. Givachi. Gustav suddenly opened his eyes while holding his breath. Phew. He let out breath with a terrified expression as his heart kept beating rapidly. He kept trying to catch his breath as his face displayed a look of confusion and scare mixed together. What the hell was that? Gustav voiced out in a low tone of confusion as his heart rate calmed. After calming down a little, he was able to focus on his current environment. Now where the hell am I? Gustav asked as he looked around this dimly lit space. He noticed that his arms were extended upwards and bound together by something. This was the same situation with his legs as well. There was a kind of translucent barrier surrounding him and 4 white walls at the ends of this space. Gustav tried separating both hands and legs, but it was to no avail. It was just like what happened earlier. He couldn't sense his power. He felt weak. The wall separated on the south side of the wall, forming a kind of door, and someone walked through it. "You're finally awake." A familiar voice echoed across this space as the figure walked towards Gustav's position. Gustav's eyebrows furrowed as he peered forward deeply, trying to make out the face of this figure. Step, 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 step. It was proving difficult since he was just like a normal human trying to see in the darkness. However, he could make out the height of this person, who seemed to be around 57 with dark green hair, which may just be dark due to the dim lighting. "Gustav Crimson," the figure uttered with a tone of disgust as he arrived in front of Gustav. "Hung Joe." Gustav's eyes widened with a look of surprise as he voiced out. The figure standing in front of him, clad in a black suit, was none other than Hung Joe. Breathe it in, that air of despair, breathe it in," Hung Joe said as a grin appeared on his face. He was enjoying Gustav's current expression. "Which air of despair? I'm just surprised you're not completely brain-dead." Gustav's face went back to normal as he voiced out. "Oh yes, the tough guy act. Keep pretending you're not scared." Hung sounded disappointed that Gustav's expression had returned to the uncaring look. "I'm not," Gustav responded with a nonchalant look. "TCH. It's been almost 3 years, and that overbearing ego you began cultivating back in year 3 is now way higher than before," Hung Joe stated with a look of disgust. "Your return is not important to me. You don't even have a bloodline anymore. In your words, you're trash. Don't waste my time. It's your brother I have business with." "Where is he?" Gustav had snapped out of the temporary shock he had earlier. Now that he thought of it, young Joe must be somewhere around since Hung Joe was here. "You see, that is where you're wrong. I am not trash because I am responsible for trapping you here," Hung Joe stated. "Let me give you a little backstory." Hung Joe voiced out and began narrating how it all came to this. Hung Joe got healed 6 months back with the help of the team of scientists Joe had hired years back when Hung Joe got into the incident due to his fight with Gustav. They had tried so many ways and dedicated almost 3 years to make sure they healed Hung Joe, and they finally achieved that 6 months back. Hung Joe had awoken without a bloodline, but his father Mr. Joe was more than joyous regardless of that fact since his son was back anyways. Hung Joe had a bit of memory loss, but after he recalled everything that went down almost 3 years back, he narrated it to young Joe. Young Joe already knew Gustav was responsible, but he didn't really care. However, seeing his little brother come weeping to him about how he wanted revenge, he found a way to get him a new bloodline. Of course, this was done by sacrificing the life of another mixed blood, but young Joe didn't care about that. Hung Joe spent the rest of the time learning how to use the new bloodline and waiting for young Joe to get Gustav, since young Joe already promised to get Gustav one of these days. All that led to the moment where Gustav was found laying on the floor unconscious after getting rid of the singularity. "Ha ha ha, you were just laying there ready for the taking," Hung Joe voiced as he moved closer to Gustav. "So I passed out after closing the singularity? So what was that place I found myself if I was here all this time?" Gustav had a confused look on his face as he thought. "I sealed you here with my power. It's a spatial construct that seals your bloodline so long as you are within. This space you see is not the real world, but I trapped your body in here," Hung Joe explained while grabbing onto Gustav's face. "My brother is so pissed you ruined things for him and has told me to do whatever I want with you, but make sure I give him your organs after I am done killing you." Hung Joe began laughing maniacally at this point. Chapter 937, Catastrophe in Joe Technologies. "I had to wait for 5 days before you woke, but what is 5 days compared to the 6 months of torture that I had to endure after regaining consciousness?" Hung Joe said before smacking Gustav across the face. "Pa." Gustav didn't react to the sting he felt after receiving the slap. Instead, his face shone with confusion. "It's been 5 days?" he questioned. "From the looks of things, whatever you did there drained you completely. Haha, you were almost lifeless. I thought it would take longer than 5 days, Hung Joe said before grabbing Gustav by the neck. "I was so sick of seeing playbacks of the last MBO entrance exam and how you took the shine that was supposed to be mine." Hung Joe gritted his teeth as he spoke with a look of hatred while tightening his grip around Gustav's neck. Gustav began to choke as his eyeballs moved upwards and his sight began to turn blurry. After a few more seconds, Hung Jo let go of Gustav's neck and began laughing again. Gustav began coughing profusely after he let go. Haha, of course I can't kill you this fast. Where's the fun in that? Hung Jo said while turning around. The great Gustav Crimson is in my hands, he will also die by my hands, Hung Jo voiced out as he suddenly turned around and slapped Gustav again. Pa! The crisp slap echoed across the place and Gustav's right cheek turned blood red. Hung Jo threw another slap out. Pa! And another. Pa! And another. Pa! He kept swinging his hand forward repeatedly, slapping Gustav across his face. He wanted Gustav to feel humiliated from being treated this way. Pa! 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 After giving Gustav a series of slaps, he stopped for a bit. Gustav's face hung low weakly as blood drizzled down the side of his lips and cheeks. You've not changed. Gustav voiced out amidst heavy breaths. What's that? Hung Jo asked. You still hit like a P***SSY. What else is there to expect from trash? Gustav said with a low tone and began laughing softly. You little. Hung Jo's face shone with anger as he punched Gustav in his face. Bam! A tooth flew out of Gustav's mouth as he nearly passed out from the punch. Blood kept oozing out of his mouth as his face hung low. I still wanna know how you went from being trash to becoming an MBO officer, Hung Jo said as he moved closer to Gustav again and grabbed him by the chin. I've been researching about you since, so I know you can steal bloodlines like you stole mine, which is why you're able to use multiple abilities. I wonder how the world will react when they find out you've been stealing other people's bloodlines, Hung Jo said with a crazed look. I'm sure you will be feared and not seen as a hero anymore. Maybe even get locked up and experimented on. Too bad you will suffer a much worse fate at my hands, Hung Jo said with a dark look of hatred. Gustav raised his head slightly as he felt something and smiled at Hung Jo without saying a word. What are you smiling about, you bastard? Hung Jo yelled out as he slapped Gustav across the face once more. This body holds a lot of secrets, watch me rip you apart slowly. We shall see if you will still be able to smile after that, Hung Jo voiced out before turning around and walking away. The grand event will begin when I return, Hung Jo's voice trailed off as he arrived before the south wall. It opened up for him and he walked through. After he left, a smirk could be seen forming on Gustav's face. What took you so long? He voiced out. In front of 3 200-story tall buildings connected to one another with 4 pillars in horizontal format, tons of people clad in MBO outfits surrounded the vicinity. They had technological weapons in their grasp and pointed them at the 3 buildings as they moved forward with looks of decisiveness. The building in the middle had the words JO Technologies constructed at the top. The roads and streets in the surroundings were all void of vehicles and a bright purplish beam could be seen shooting from the top of the building in the middle to the sky. It penetrated deep into the skies and weird energy was spreading from it. Charge! A loud voice rang out from the ranks of the MBO and everyone charged forward. Find young Joe and capture him. The same voice yelled out. They spread out and some of them headed in the direction of different buildings. However, before they could close in on the buildings, powerful red beams began to gather around the buildings. Thwee! 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 These beams shot out with intensity and the instant they slammed into an officer they would get blasted to pieces. The situation instantly turned into a bloodbath as MBO officers were dropping like flies. The powerful beam was very fast, so it was difficult to evade. In just a few seconds over 100 MBO officers had been killed. Some bodies had large holes blasted in them even with armor on, while some had their entire body blasted into smithereens. Push! Push! We must not let him take authority, one of the commanders yelled as he kept charging forward. Boom! A beam slammed into him in the next instant, causing him to get blasted to pieces. The MBO officer behind him got doused in blood and internal organs. She paused with a look of fright on her face as she breathed in and out profusely while staring upwards at one of the buildings. Arg! She screamed out as she began shooting the laser gun in her arms fiercely. Thwoo! 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 However, in the next second, a beam flew through her face, causing her entire head to get blasted to pieces. Her body fell to the ground limply after that. Fall back. Fall back. Another commander began yelling for the others to fall back after some time. The MBO officers left and began turning around and heading back as quickly as they could to regroup. Chapter 938. The situation of the world within a flaw on the MBO tower. Officers were gathered together as large screens popped up in the air. A team has managed to successfully infiltrate. We can only hope they achieve good results. A Grand General stood on the podium and voiced out. Meanwhile, we will try attacking the Joe Technologies buildings a few more times to erase any form of suspicion so the officers that infiltrated will be able to do their jobs properly and successfully complete the mission. I ask that you all risk your lives once more to protect our planet from invasion. Even if death comes, our children, our spouses, and our loved ones as a whole will be safe after the mission is complete. He voiced out with a strong tone, causing the MBO officers to yell out in agreement. They sounded fired up as the Grand General voiced this. We may be powerless at the moment, but it is this moment that we can truly prove just how powerful we are. After saying this, he got off the podium and carried a gun too. Everyone was ready to head out there once more as they held their guns as well, awaiting the command. Sir, the Grand Commanders have sent word that more mechs are on the way along with 50,000 troops, an officer voiced out after the Grand General got off the podium. Good, we need as much power as we can gather. Tell them to make sure their jets don't come close to Hung Technologies or they will be blasted down, he instructed. The MBO officer nodded and ran off. Now it's just a matter of time. He must not take over the world government defensive systems before the team gets there, he said internally with a look of urgency. Be careful, there are tons of defensive systems active, so we have to tread softly till we arrive on the last floor, Gradius Xanatus voiced out to a group climbing through a tube-like space with him. Yes, team leader, they said with low voices as they followed after him. There were about 4 other MBO officers behind Gradius Xanatus, and currently they were within the second Joe Technology building. The one precisely in the middle. Gradius Xanatus had a focused gaze as he climbed through this tube-like structure. This would have been way easier if we had our bloodlines, one of them below complained as he climbed. As you can see, we don't have our bloodlines, so suck it up and move, the other officer beneath stated. It turned out no MBO officer had their abilities, which were why they were getting dropped like flies earlier. Something crazy had happened during the 5 days Gustav was MIA. Gradius Xanatus had tried looking for Gustav and even employing the help of the most powerful mixed blood as well as using the MBO life sign tracking. All this had proved to be abortive and Gradius Xanatus had no option but to report to the higher-ups that young Joe was up to something. He mentioned what he had done with Gustav earlier, but he couldn't give full details of what was happening because Gustav didn't tell him much of anything. The higher-ups scrubbed the matter to the side because Gradius Xanatus did not have enough information and also didn't have any proof that young Joe was involved. However, they did send search parties after Gustav. It would be a shame for someone with such talent to be missing forever. It wasn't until days later that Gradius Xanatus found a message in scientist Merkel's apartment where Gustav had listed the names of the other scientists involved in creating the other bloodline disruptors. Initially, when Gradius Xanatus headed there, he left instantly after sensing there was no one in the apartment since he was urgently trying to find Gustav. He didn't do a thorough check of the apartment, which was why he didn't see the message earlier. After he saw the list, he gathered a team to go after the scientists and luckily every one of them was caught and forced to confess their collaboration with young Joe and some of his plans that they were aware of. This was more than enough proof for Gradius Xanatus to use, but it was too late. There was something Gustav and Gradius Xanatus didn't know. Young Joe had an extra bloodline disruptor installed in the Joe Technologies building. For the entire Earth to be stripped of its bloodline, 4 disruptors had to be activated at the same. However, with them getting rid of the one within the MBO tower, they had practically ruined the chances of making things work out as planned for young Joe, but no one knew young Joe had an extra bloodline disruptor. By the time Gradius Xanatus was uncovering this, Gustav had already been missing for 4 days. Revealing all of young Joe's plans and showing pieces of evidence to the higher-ups also came late as young Joe was already activating his backup plan. When troops were sent to apprehend young Joe and get rid of the other bloodline disruptors, he activated all 4 of them. The entirety of mixed bloods on Earth instantly lost the link to their bloodlines. Both powerful and weak were at the mercy of the bloodline disruptor. They thought destroying one of the disruptors would help in fixing the situation, but they were wrong. Even after destroying all three planted in the other locations, they didn't regain the link to their bloodlines. The last one left to destroy was the one in Joe Technologies. However, it was practically impossible to get to. There was a force field covering the entirety of the structure and high-level defense systems. Aircraft would be blasted down upon entering a particular proximity, and the troops would be shot down by the beams they had encountered in the earlier confrontation. This made getting there impossible without their abilities, since the technology was way more high-grade than what the MBO could handle. They believed the link to their bloodlines would return once they managed to destroy Joe Technology buildings. However, even after bombarding it with all sorts of destructiveness, it had proven to be impenetrable. The entire Plankton City had been evacuated after this incident began, and it had brought about a worldwide panic. The world had never experienced something like this before, so the world government was practically on fire. They had issued a worldwide state of emergency for everyone to remain indoors till the whole issue was settled. MBO troops in the tens of thousands were being deployed to Plankton City to help. Gradia Xanatus also had reason to believe Gustav was being held in Joe Technologies and could only hope he was still alive. Young Joe's plans had been revealed, so it was known that he was trying to hack into the government network defense system and leave a hole in the force field surrounding Earth so the aliens he was working with could get in. There were reports of some spacecraft hovering over the Earth, so they knew the moment young Joe succeed it would practically spell invasion without the MBO being able to battle with their bloodlines. After lots of MBO officers' corpses had piled up in front of Joe Technologies, Gradia Xanatus finally managed to sneak into Joe Technologies with a team. Chapter 939. Gradia Xanatus team pushes forward. After lots of MBO officers' corpses had piled up in front of Joe Technologies, Gradia Xanatus finally managed to sneak into Joe Technologies with a team. After a few more hours of climbing through this tube-like area, they arrived in front of a small panel-like dead end which they blasted open. They climbed up and arrived in the hallway of a particular floor within Joe Technologies. Luckily no one was here when the team of 5 climbed out, so they kept advancing stealthily. Remember, we stay hidden as we head forward. It will make things a whole lot harder if they find out we're here before we close in on where the disruptor is installed, Gradia Xanatus voiced out as a reddish glowing 4 feet long gun appeared in his hand. Yes, team leader, the others behind voiced out as they followed him. They were 3 male MBO officers and 1 female. They all looked fierce as they moved forward. Watch out for CCTV, use the static reboot when you spot one, Gradia Xanatus voiced in a low tone as they arrived at a turning point. Everyone paused here and moved to the sides of the wall, planting their backs against it as they peeked towards the left. Gradia Xanatus brought out a small cylindrical device and threw it towards the hallway that led to the left. True in tilde, several blue lines of light shot out of the device, causing the guards who were walking around there to be alerted. "Who's there?" one of them yelled out while trying to bring out a weapon. However, he was too slow. Gradia Xanatus had already charged forward while aiming his weapon. Boom! He pressed the trigger, repeatedly firing out red laser lights. The guard had both his arms blasted off, and Gradia Xanatus went on to slam the butt of the gun into his chest. The others also charged forward and engaged the rest of the guards. The last one, who was about to send a distress signal, was taken out by the lady on the team. She swung out her gun-like spear, which stretched forward over several feet and stabbed into the chest of the guard. Twee! She pulled it back in the next instant, and his heart, which was also embedded in the tip, was pulled out along with it, leaving a hole in the guard's chest. They had managed to take care of the guards here and disrupted the feed of the CCTV with the device Gradia Xanatus threw out earlier, so they were in the clear. There was no room for hesitation or mercy here, because that would screw things up for them, so everyone was ready to kill whoever they came into contact with her. Luckily the bloodline disruptor affected everyone, so even young Joe guards who would originally be very powerful were just ordinary people like them now. This was no small situation, as the fate of the Earth was resting on their shoulders. It had only been about a day since the whole incident started, but lots had already died and it had turned into a great emergency situation. The most powerful mixed blood, Jack was now just an ordinary man just like the rest. He was currently being kept safe in the MBO tower. I should be out there joining the battle, Jack voiced out as he stared at a glass wall within the MBO. He could see the entire Plankton City from this particular view. Behind him was a man dressed in a silver MBO outfit. It was obvious that this man was a Grand Commander, but according to reports, no Grand Commander had shown themselves since the incident began. What they didn't know was under the surface, they were still the ones making the decisions. You're going to be needed to put an end to all this the instant they get rid of that bloodline disruptor, the man voiced out with a powerful tone from behind. They're dying like ants down there, Jack voiced out while turning around to stare at the man whose face was not revealed. They're dying for a cause. Whether you like it or not, thousands of them dying will never be close to having the same damage as your demise. You're way more valuable to Earth than they will ever be, so stay here and remain safe, he voiced out bluntly. But Jack still wanted to speak, but the Grand Commander, whose face was not revealed, spoke once more. No buts. That's an order. Prepare yourself to end this soon. We're already receiving reports from the team that infiltrated. After he said this, his holographic projection disappeared. Jack sighed after the call ended and turned around to stare at the city once more. I hope you're all right, kid, Jack voiced underneath his breath. He was just as worried as Gradia Xanatus, but he was considered too valuable to be thrown into a battle with the situation of the world. The MBO camp within a hall, the instructors were having a meeting with Commander Cilia. Is there any need for us to be worried? Instructor Bryant questioned. Even if we are, it's not our fight. We're not involved and we have to make sure we never are for the sake of the kids here, Commander Cilia voiced out. It might end up becoming our fight if Earth loses, Instructor Mag said while crossing her arms with a slightly troubled look. Till then, let's make sure we keep the information away from them. We don't want to raise unnecessary panic. And if Earth loses the fight, is there any better place for the last defense besides here? Commander Cilia voiced with a solemn tone. Good point, after all, we still have our bloodlines here, Instructor Cora voiced out next, and the other instructors nodded in agreement. The MBO camp was located in an in-between dimension, so it wasn't affected by young Joe's bloodline disruptors. The cadets were unaware of what was happening in the real world since they still had their bloodlines here, and the instructors had agreed to keep the information from them. Chapter 940. Slowly regaining abilities. If they ever come here, we will be ready. For now, we strengthen our defenses and leave the spatial gateways locked. No one goes in and out of the camp, Commander Cilia voiced out. Meanwhile, within an unknown space. What took you so long? Gustav voiced out with a smirk. I had to shut down for this long so you could heal faster, the system responded in his mind. I was that drained, huh? Gustav questioned internally. Yeah, using Kohilia's power to devour the singularity without taking on the form you took back then in the dungeon really drained you. The system explained. I still wonder how I took on that form. Gustav remembered the sun-like form he took when he devoured Kohilia. Besides, the devouring power is now way more powerful. You would have devoured the entire, you know what? Never mind about that, we should get out of here, the system stated. Gustav's face shone a suspicious look as he heard that. He wanted to question the system about what it wanted to say earlier, but he knew the system would most likely not tell him. Can you feel it? The system asked. Yeah, I can. Already started feeling it from the moment that idiot began hitting me. My powers returning, Gustav said internally as his eyes narrowed. Even if I didn't come back today, your powers would have returned anyways, so you didn't need me, the system voiced. What was all that he said about sealing my bloodline? Gustav nearly laughed out loud as he recalled this. Yeah, this dimension was supposed to seal your bloodline, but he has no idea that it won't work with you. They were only gone temporarily, the system clarified. Something happened while I was passed out though. Gustav said as his mind went back to where he found himself after he thought he regained consciousness. I was somewhere else, it felt so real. Gustav wanted to explain, but the system cut him short. Yeah, I saw it. I maybe have deactivated, but I still witnessed that, the system voiced. So what was that? If it wasn't a dream, How could I be unconscious and also be in another place? Gustav asked. That's what happens when you mess with a singularity. Space and time were so chaotic within the singularity that it sent your consciousness to an unknown place, but it sent your consciousness in physical form. The blue girl saved your life by sending you back. If you had died there, you would have died here too, the system explained. That's crazy. Where did it send my consciousness to? Gustav sounded quite amazed as he voiced out. He was curious as to who the blue girl was referring to, but he knew it had something to do with the ominous dark cloud. Despite Gustav being normal, he could sense that whoever that person was, they were immensely powerful. I was deactivated at the time. I have no idea where or when you were sent to, the system responded. I guess that makes sense. It could have been anywhere, a different time or planet, or even a different dimension altogether. Hopefully such a situation never repeats itself. Gustav didn't know why, but he just had a nagging feeling at the back of his mind, recalling the unknown place his consciousness was sent. Anyways, let's get out of here, the system voiced once more. Wait, you haven't told me how young Joe survived. I broke the bastard's windpipe. I heard his heartbeat stop. How did he come back to life? Gustav asked. That was because. Before the system could explain, a sound of separation echoed in this space. These, huh? The wall on the south side opened up and Hung Joe could be seen walking through. This time he wasn't alone. There was a person dressed in a black bodysuit following beside him. The person was pushing a table-like tray with wheels in. There were all sorts of oddly shaped tools on them. Here, are you glad to see my collection? I gathered all this for you, Hung Joe voiced out as the tray was pushed to Gustav's left side. Oh, interesting collection, Gustav said with a playful tone. Keep acting like you're not scared yet. I hope you like hot electrical metal running through your insides, Hung Joe voiced out as he grabbed hold of one of the tools. It was like a rod with a handle. The small finger-sized rod was only about 2 inches long, but the moment Hung Joe tapped on a button by the side, it grew in length. It reached a length of 2 feet and turned completely red as it made sizzling sounds. Tzzzzzz. Blue electric arcs ran across the rod, and one could also feel immense heat radiating from it. A creepy smile appeared on Hung Joe's face as he stood in front of Gustav and pointed it at his bare belly, just as he wanted to stab it forward. Wait! Gustav suddenly yelled out. Hung Joe paused and stared at Gustav. Wouldn't you like to know how? Gustav voiced out with a mischievous grin. How what? Hung Joe questioned. How I got out of your restraints, Gustav answered as he slowly brought his hands down. Hung Joe's eyes widened in shock as he quickly tried to drive the rod forward through Gustav's gut. Grab. Gustav grabbed hold of the sizzling hot and electrifying rod with his bare hands. Hung Joe's face shone with more confusion as he tried pulling it away from Gustav's grasp. At this same moment, the minion in the black bodysuit dived forward while swinging out a baton he had suddenly armed himself with. Gustav pulled the rod from Hung Joe's grasp and swung it towards the side. Bang! It slammed into the left cheek of the minion, sending him flying towards the side. Hung Joe threw out a punch at the same time, thinking Gustav was distracted with dealing with his guard. Gustav's reaction speed was starting to return as he swung his leg forward. Bam! His leg slammed into Hung Joe's chest before his fist could connect, sending him flying backwards. The entire space began to tremble after Hung Joe landed on his back and slid a few feet backwards. Chapter 941. Bullying the bullies. The entire space began to tremble after Hung Joe landed on his back and slid a few feet backwards. Gustav began to walk toward Hung Joe while holding the rod out with the handle. Hung Joe was about to pick himself up, but Gustav charged forward and stomped on his chest. Bam! Hung Joe was not strong enough to push Gustav's feet off his chest despite Gustav still being in a weakened state. Did you really think your dimensional prison is capable of sealing my bloodline? Phut! Gustav laughed lightly after saying this and lowered the rod towards Hung Joe's neck. You monster! How? How? Hung Joe kept asking with a look of fear as he coughed out blood. What did you think would happen? You'd come back from the dead and get your revenge? Remember, you started it. I just finished it, and yes, you were already long dead and forgotten to me and to everyone too, I'm sure of that, Gustav said as a smirk appeared on his face. No, I was not forgotten. My father did all he could to bring me back, Hung Zhou voiced out with an aggravated tone as he wriggled underneath Gustav's feet. Oh, believe me, you were. Your poor father was just performing his obligation as a father, and your brother TSK Young was just trying to get you out of the way so you wouldn't keep disturbing him. He doesn't actually give a damn about you, Gustav voiced out. No, my brother loves me. Shut up, you lying trash, Hung Zhou screamed out. Haha, he knew I was responsible for turning you into a vegetable, and what did he do? He asked me to become an ally and that he would help me climb to the highest rank. He said you were an idiot and tried to recruit me instead of avenging you. Gustav smiled as he spoke while shaking his head in pity. Shut up. You're lying. Hung Zhou covered his ears as he yelled out. He didn't want to listen to any more of Gustav's words. Mental manipulation has been activated. Do you remember Yuhiko? The same girl you were crushing on so bad you beat me up every day because I asked her out. Gustav began speaking, and his words were also infiltrating Hung Zhou's mind due to mental manipulation. Of course you remember. Can't say the same for her though, 'cause she asked me to become her boyfriend in camp about 2 years back. Gustav chuckled lightly as he got to this point. You had only been in a coma for like 6 months, yet the girl you were doing all that tough man act for asked me to date her. At this point, Hung Zhou's eyes were red and filled with tears. Gustav remained uncaring and moved the rod closer to his face. Poor little Hung, so hung up on revenge, can't even get anything done right. Couldn't defeat me when I was weak and still can't even now that things were made easier for you. Gustav's words were breaking Hung Zhou's mind as thoughts of negativity filled his head. You were definitely better off as a vegetable. Why did you come back? An irrelevant existence trying to give himself a little bit of relevance, but on the bright side you. Before Gustav could complete his sentence this time, the system interrupted. You might want to speed this up, I don't think you have time for this. The system stated with a tone that depicted something was up. Why? I'm just getting started with him, what's wrong? Gustav asked internally. Nothing much, just that Plankton City is on fire 'cause the Earth is currently going through an invasion crisis, the system responded sarcastically. What? Gustav exclaimed out loud as he heard that. Yeah, we gotta leave now, I'll give you the full gist of things, the system added. Gustav looked down to stare at Hung Zhou again, a little disappointed he wouldn't get to enjoy this like he wanted to. Who else gets the chance to bully their bully thrice in a lifetime? I'll be taking that bloodline, you don't need it anyways, Gustav voiced out as he flung the rod away and reached down. No. Hung Zhou screamed out in defiance as he tried ripping Gustav's hand off his neck, but it was to no avail. Gustav's fingers stabbed into Hung Zhou's neck in the next instant, causing him to scream out in pain as blood oozed down his neck. Requirement for bloodline acquisition has been met. Analyzing B-grade bloodline, 100%, analysis complete. Does host wish to acquire spatial construct bloodline? Yes, no, yes. Underscore 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 Joe Technologies. Bang, bang, bang. Within the 192nd floor, sounds of gun blasts could be heard. One could tell that a fight was going down on that floor, and it was intense. Within a particular space filled with all sorts of mechanical appliances, a group of 5 seemed to be going against multiple people in skin-tight black suits wearing masks. This was Gradia Xanatus' team going against Hung Zhou guards. They had reached this far and were closing in on the area where the bloodline disruptor was located, however they had been figured out. Young Zhou currently knew of their presence in the tower and had sent out his guards to go after them and stop them. Most of the CCTV had been disabled, so they initially had no idea where they were currently until some of the guards stumbled into them on this part of the floor. They were only 5, whereas Young Zhou's minions were over 12, but one of them recalled how others had been defeated on the lower floors and quickly called in, reporting on the general communication device about their current location. At the moment, Gradia Xanatus and his subordinates were trying to fight their way forward and move to the next floor, but it was proving difficult due to the numbers of the guards increasing by the minute. We might have to blast our way out of here, Gradia Xanatus voiced out as he squatted behind a metallic board protruding from the left side of the wall. Chapter 942. What do you suggest, team leader? A team member was behind him laying on the ground for cover while the other 3 team members were on the right side hiding for cover while also shooting occasionally. What do you suggest, team leader? The lady behind asked. Gradia Xanatus looked up at the ceiling and asked, how powerful is a neuron ballistic grade 2? He asked. The lady looked up as well and was instantly able to tell what Gradia Xanatus was up to. Powerful enough to blast a hole in the ceiling for sure, but the range might burn us to a crisp down here, she answered while moving her head out of cover and firing 2 shots forward. Twee. Thwee. A shot slammed into one of the guard's chest, tearing a hole in it, while the second one missed a guard by the neck. On my mark, we're all charging forward. Everyone uses your infrared goggles, Gradia Xanatus instructed while bringing out 2 tools from his storage device. One was a circular baby palm-sized device with blue dots, while the other was a flat top and bottom circular-shaped black device. Gradia Xanatus threw the black device upwards. Tweeze. It made contact with the ceiling and stuck to it. Immediately after doing that, he flung out the other one as well towards the front. Beep, 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 beep. The guards who were pushing from the front quickly ran backwards and took cover after seeing the device roll towards them. Anyone would think it was a bomb with the way it was structured, however to their surprise when it activated. SSH a burst of smoke drifted across the surroundings, reducing visibility significantly. At this point, Gradia Xanatus gave the go-ahead and every one of them ran forward with speed. Infrared goggles were strapped on their faces as they charged into the smoke, spotting young Joe minions who were taking cover clearly. Bang! 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 Another round of shooting within the smoke rang out as Gradia Xanatus and his team opened fire on the guards while they distanced themselves from the area they were initially taking cover. In the next 3 seconds, boom! An explosion rang out behind them, but luckily they were out of range. The entire place trembled immensely as sounds of wall collapsing rang out. As the smoke and debris cleared, a huge hole could be seen on the ceiling behind as well as a pile of dirt that had fallen from above. Bang! Gradia Xanatus slammed the butt of his weapon into a guard's head, causing him to fall to the ground before he swung it downwards and fired it directly into his left eye. Boom! The head of the guard exploded, but at that same moment, another guard had aimed at Gradia Xanatus and was about to fire. When Gradia Xanatus noticed, it was already too late, but before the guard could pull the trigger, a pointy spear-like blade pierced into him from behind. Pooshie! He vomited out blood before falling to the ground lifeless. The lady on the team nodded at Gradia Xanatus from behind the corpse and he nodded back at her. We have to go, Gradia Xanatus yelled out while turning around. They all turned around too, and from the far end of this floor, which was like a factory, multiple more guards could be seen moving towards them. On the other end, more guards were approaching as well. Gradia Xanatus arrived beneath the hole and tapped on a button on his left chest area. Thwoosh! A burst of small flames shot out from beneath his shoes and he ascended. The others too had the same luxury, activating their shoe thrusters and flying upwards into the hole created. As the guards arrived beneath the hole, they spotted 3 black circular devices falling from up. Their eyes widened as they turned around to run. Boom! 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 Multiple explosions rang out in the next instant, creating another hole on this particular floor and causing lots of them to fall through. That's crazy, Gustav voiced out as he headed out of the spatial prison. Hung Joe's body could be seen laying within the space that was collapsing. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive, but the moment the spatial prison collapsed completely, his body would be lost forever. Gustav found himself within a building and could feel a strange energy in the air trying to suppress his bloodline. I can't believe he still managed to pull it off, Gustav voiced out with a surprised tone as he looked around. Nobody expected him to have an extra bloodline disruptor installed in his father's industry, the system responded. The system seemed to have narrated everything that had happened during the time when he was unconscious. Gustav couldn't believe that Hung Joe actually did it, but instead of using the singularity, He wanted to hack into the world government security system and give the Mendologas access to Earth so they wouldn't be restricted by anything. The system had brought him to speed now on how everyone was powerless and lots of MBO officers who had lost their lives trying to end young Joe's ordeal. Gustav looked to the left as he arrived at a conference room which had a glass wall on the left. He could see the part of Plankton City from here as well as two other buildings with similar appearances connected to each other with slanted pillars. He noticed that these pillars also connected to the building he was currently in as well. The entire city looks like a ghost town. Gustav noticed the city looked lifeless without any vehicles moving around. All he could see were the energy fields surrounding the building as well as the purplish beam shooting to the skies from the building in the middle. There were also lots of MBO officers at the bottom as it seemed another round of trying to infiltrate the building had started. As Gustav spotted the corpses scattered all across the place below, a gut-wrenching feeling of anger began to rise within him. You never did tell me how young Joe survived. Chapter 943, Forced to surrender. As Gustav spotted the corpses scattered all across the place below, a gut-wrenching feeling of anger began to rise within him. You never did tell me how young Joe survived, Gustav voiced out as his eyes squinted. Young Joe's bloodline. I was able to scan it after you snapped his neck. The system began explaining. It's not an active or aggressive type of bloodline, it's more passive, which is why young Joe is never seen in a physical brawl since he doesn't have the strength other mixed bloods have. His bloodline is called reincarnation. He has channeled it to the point where he has a particular number of times he can come back to life after he gets killed, the system explained. That makes sense, so he just came back to life after I killed him, Gustav muttered with a look of understanding. That's why I told you to wait. Do you realize that no one knows what his bloodline is? Nobody has ever figured out that he has such a bloodline, which was why we had no idea. Young Joe probably murdered anyone who found out about it to make sure it remains hidden, which will in turn surprise an enemy like you, the system added. Gustav knew how cunning young Joe was, so he wondered just how many he had managed to kill by surprising them in such a way. An assassin would think they had completed their job only for a corpse to rise and rip them apart unknowingly. How many more lives does he have? Gustav asked. Somewhere around 20 and 25, the system responded. So I have to kill him over 20 times to end him. Even more lives than a cat. Gustav voiced out and then suddenly recalled something. Hold up, the bloodline disruptor should affect everyone, right? Gustav asked. Yeah, except you, of course, the system responded. Then young Joe should be affected as well, Gustav said, but then the system reminded him of something as well. Young Joe was using his bloodline abilities. We can't underestimate young Joe's cunningness and readiness. He might have found a way to bypass the whole situation and leave himself with bloodline abilities, the system said with a tone of warning. That bastard is sure smart, anyways it doesn't matter. Gustav muttered under his breath as he closed his eyes. Time to end this. He suddenly opened his eyes while spreading his perception across the entire vicinity. He could feel his bloodlines fighting the weird energy, trying to seal them and winning. As Gustav was about to move further, he sensed something from the building in the middle. Gradia Xanatus? Gustav muttered as he activated God Eyes while staring at the building in the middle. Few minutes earlier, on the other side of the building, Gradia Xanatus and his teammates had managed to make it past the second to the last floor. At this moment they were flying upwards after destroying another hole through the ceiling and leaving a bunch of guards below intensely injured or dead. They arrived on the last floor and headed in a particular direction with speed. Reaching an intersection, they turned left, but just as they did, a blaring alarm rang out. Bam! 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 Sounds of multiple footsteps could be heard from behind. They are coming, let's go. Gradia Xanatus yelled out as he ran forward while repeatedly shooting at the multitude of guards chasing them from behind. They kept running and arrived at another intersection, but upon looking to the left, over 10 guards were headed in their direction. They had no choice but to turn right. This hallway was leading to another small manufacturing room within Joe Technologies. They had no choice but to keep running in that direction while trying to pinpoint the exact area on this floor where the bloodline disruptor was located. Any luck jamming the frequency? Gradia Xanatus voiced out as they ran through the entrance of the manufacturing room and slammed it shut. No luck yet, it's still reading, one of the team members who was tapping on a holographic tab responded. Team leader, the only lady in their group, voiced out with an odd tone, causing Gradia Xanatus to turn to the side and look forward. Don't move. A guard voiced out from up ahead. Unfortunately, as they arrived here, a bunch of guards were already awaiting them. Up ahead there were no less than 30 of them, all pointing their weapons at them. Drop it. One of them voiced out with a strong tone. These. Along with this, there were no less than 27 cannon weapons protruding from the walls. At the same moment, over 30 guards arrived from behind and pointed their weapons at them as well. Another set of guards moved in from another entry point. The guards were increasing by the second, leaving no space in between themselves and surrounding them from every direction. There was no place to escape to. Gradia Xanatus gritted his teeth as he backed away. Bam! His back made contact with that of his teammates who had also been stepping back. The others had the same looks of hopelessness on their faces as they stared at the sheer number of guards in dark outfits surrounding them. What do we do, team leader? One of them asked. Drop your weapons or we open fire. One of the guards yelled out again. Gradia Xanatus stared at his subordinates and gave a loud sigh. Drop your weapons, he commanded. In a few seconds, Gradia Xanatus and his subordinates were on their knees with their weapons in front of them while the guards had closed in on them and were searching their bodies. Sir Young knew exactly how you lots would move and instructed us on how to catch you. He is a genius, no one else deserves to rule the world besides him, one of the guards in front voiced out. Like you ain't just doing this for money, Gradia Xanatus scoffed in response. Chapter 944 That tickled. Oh yes, I do this for money, but I also do this to better the sorry state of Earth, the buff 7 feet tall guard stated as he moved closer. Gradia Xanatus was also giving his subordinate a weird sign too while chatting with this guard. No one was aware that he was asking something from his subordinate. His subordinate looked forward and stared at an arm-sized bracelet placed beside their guns. After checking it from his kneeling position, the male subordinate with blonde hair nodded at Gradia Xanatus. Looks like it's ready. Well, if I die today, it's for a good cause. Even if it gets disrupted for even a second, it's enough for Jack to put an end to all this, Gradia Xanatus said internally as he steeled his mind. The bracelet happened to be a kind of device that could tamper with the functionality of any machine it was in close proximity with. They were tasked with taking out the bloodline disruptor, but they did not necessarily need to get to it directly before they could tamper with its functionality. This device just needed to be close enough, and right now it was. Even though it would only mess with it for a short period of time, it might be enough for them to free themselves or for the most powerful mixed blood to destroy the entire building along with the bloodline disruptor. What would you know about humanity when you've never even been human? Gradia Xanatus was still arguing with the guard who had gotten so caught up in the argument he was starting to get a little annoyed. All of a sudden Gradia Xanatus lunged forward and grabbed an arm-sized bracelet. Truruin tilde the projection of a green button which read Initiate, appeared on it the instant he activated it. Yes, Gradia Xanatus' hand lowered with speed as he pointed his index finger towards the Initiate button. Just as he was about to make contact. Pa! A foot swung forward and kicked the bracelet from his grasp. Gradia Xanatus ended up tapping his palm. No! He yelled out as he turned his face to the left to stare at the device. He tried to lunge forward to get it again, but the next kick that was sent out came flying at his face. Bam! Gradia Xanatus' nose made a loud cracking sound as blood flew out of his nostrils. He got knocked several feet backwards and slid across the floor for a few more inches. Team leader! They all yelled out. What did you think you were going to do with this? The guard he was arguing with earlier voiced out as he picked up the bracelet. Oh! Initiate! He scoffed before deactivating it and throwing it on the floor. Bam! He stomped on it, causing the entire thing to crack to pieces. Gradia Xanatus felt like he watched the world end right before his very eyes as the device was destroyed. As their leader, I should use you as an example so the others don't try to follow in your footsteps, the head guard voiced out as he retrieved a revolver-like gun from his back and pointed it at Gradia Xanatus. Die, he voiced out before pulling the trigger. Bang! A loud gunshot rang out in the next instant and Gradius Xanatus closed his eyes. He was surprised he didn't feel any pain and opened his eyes back. Yumi. The other subordinates yelled out as they stared at their female teammate who had just leapt forward. Gradius Xanatus' eyes widened as his mouth slightly opened while staring at this lady with black hair kneeling in front of him with a hole in her chest. She slowly turned her head to the side and smiled at Gradius Xanatus while blood flowed out the side of her mouth. Plop. She fell limply to the floor in the next instant. You won't be so lucky next time, the guard voiced out as he pointed the gun at Gradius Xanatus without any shred of pity for the one he had just shot down in cold blood. Just as he was about to pull the trigger. Blast. A loud blasting sound rang out from the roof area as a hole was blasted through it. Everyone looked up with expressions of shock as they spotted a masculine figure falling through the hole. Bam! He landed right in front of Gradius Xanatus. Gradius Xanatus? Gustav voiced out as he perceived some forces surrounded by a group of more than 80 on the last floor. Hes in trouble, the system stated. Thoom. Gustav leapt forward in the next moment. Boom. His body blasted through the wall of this building as he traveled across the air in an arc format. Fui. His body began to descend as he closed in on the roof of the next building. Blast. His legs broke through the roofing instantly upon making contact and he landed right in front of Gradius Xanatus. Bam. Gradius Xanatus, are you okay? Gustav asked as he stared at the dumbstruck guard in front of him. I'm fine, Gradius Xanatus answered while reaching toward the lady who was bleeding out on the floor. Bang! Out of shock and panic, the guard fired the weapon again but the projectile it shot out bounced off Gustav's face after making contact. That tickled, Gustav voiced. Gasp! The entirety of the guards instantly became frightened as they realized that Gustav still had powers. Open fire! The guard yelled out. Bam! Gustav stomped on the floor, causing the entire place to tremble as they all lost their balance. But at the same time, Aero silk shot out of the floor and formed a protective wall around Gradius Xanatus and the rest. I need a recovery pill, Gradius Xanatus yelled to the others as he held Yumi's head up and placed it on his laps. They were barricaded by the Aero silk but they could hear the screams in the vicinity accompanied by flesh-ripping sounds. Gradius Xanatus was able to feed Yumi a recovery pill which began to work instantly since she was not dead yet. He sighed in relief but then he noticed the entire vicinity had turned silent. Chapter 945 Continuous Murders. Bam! The floor vibrated once more and the Aero silk retracted. Everyone's eyes widened as they saw corpses scattered across the place and the walls painted with blood. How do you still have your powers? One of Gradius Xanatus' subordinates asked but Gradius Xanatus cut him off. Gradius Xanatus knew Gustav was someone who couldn't be gauged with common sense anymore and there were more important things to take care of rather than asking how he was able to do this. Gustav, you need to stop him before he hacks into the world security system, Gradius Xanatus voiced out as he stared at Gustav. Once he does that the Mendolager's spacecraft will have access to Earth. I know, Gustav nodded before turning to the side and speeding forward. Two whoosh. Bang. He blasted through the wall and was out of sight in an instant. They all stared in the direction he disappeared in with looks of astonishment. All of them knew who Gustav was but they had definitely not expected this. Within a large room filled with over 100 holographic computers and screens with no less than 40 people operating on these computers, a figure in a blue suit could be seen standing behind as he watched their activities. So we have a problem, one of them voiced out with a loud tone of wariness. What is it? Young Joe asked. TSSSHZZZ. One of the largest holographic screens in front switched to footage and displayed a particular scene that had just happened on this last floor. A figure was bolting across a room filled with guards and ripping them apart. Young Joe moved forward with a look of disbelief as he exclaimed, "What?" The others in the room too were just as shocked seeing a person use abilities. He is headed. Before the lady could complete her sentence. Boom. A loud blast rang out at the left side of the wall. Beep, 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 beep. Alarms began to go off as the entrance place vibrated intensely due to the sound of collisions. Shooting sounds could faintly be heard for the next few moments. "Hes here," young Joe said as he quickly pulled out a tool from his storage device. Just as he wanted to tap on it, another blast rang out and a massive hole appeared in the wall. "Kiara!" Screams rang out as pieces of equipment were blasted across the air and some of them lost their balance. One of them bumped into young Joe due to the disturbance and the tool ended up falling from his hand. "You idiot!" Young Joe yelled with a frustrated tone as he grabbed the person by the collar and pushed them away. He squatted while trying to pick up the rectangular-shaped tool that had just fallen to the ground. Swoosh! A foot suddenly appeared in his line of sight just as he grabbed hold of the tool. He stared at the feet standing in front of him and he slowly raised his head to look up. His line of sight followed the white patient uniform on the body of this person before he arrived at the face area. "Hey there," he heard this familiar person voice out in a detestable tone as a smirk appeared on their face. Young Joe wanted to tap a button on this tool but Gustav was way faster than he was. "Grab." Gustav grabbed him by the neck and lifted him but then he tapped on the tool by mistake before giving it proper settings. Zing. They both disappeared and appeared 50 feet above Joe Technologies' building. Falling through the air, Gustav didn't let go of young Joe's neck, instead he activated Hover. Hover has been activated. Their bodies paused in midfall as Gustav tightened his grip around young Joe's neck and stared into his eyes. "Doesn't this bring about a feeling of déjà vu?" Gustav questioned as the smirk on his face turned into a grin. For the first time, he could see fear in young Joe's eyes, which was a lot different from the last time he encountered him. Young Joe was always having a haughty look, like everything was beneath him and he couldn't be bested by anyone despite being physically powerless. Gustav was the first person to ruin his plans over and over and over again. How are you able to? Young Joe struggled with getting words out of his mouth as Gustav's grip on his throat turned even tighter. "Oh, it's just like you assumed. I was never normal, but one foolish move you made was placing me in the hands of your little brother," Gustav stated. "That idiot, ha ha ha." Young Joe laughed in defeat before starting to cough due to the increased pressure on his neck. "You have me no. Gust have cry. Emerson what are you gonna do?" Young Joe stopped struggling at this point. Gustav didn't answer. Instead, he tightened his grip around young Joe's neck and in the next instant. Kryyhkk. Young Joe's neck got snapped like a stepped-on branch twig. His heart stopped beating instantly and Gustav just waited for some time while still holding him in mid-air. Fwywhy. Bat wings grew out of his back and he flapped as he flew to a higher height. After a few more seconds, young Joe began to twitch repeatedly, causing Gustav's smirk to return. "Looks like the bastard did find a way to retain his bloodline after all," Gustav thought. In the next moment, young Joe opened his eyes and saw that they were now way higher than before in the sky at the moment. "I get to kill you over and over and over again and relish the feeling of rejuvenation it gives me," Gustav voiced out in response after young Joe returned to life. "The MBO tower, sir. You have to see this." An MBO officer voiced out as she approached the Grand General within one of the halls. "What is it?" he asked as he noted the look of urgency on her face. Chapter 946. Admitting defeat. She arrived in front of him and tapped severally on the holographic board in front of her. Truin. A holographic screen appeared in front of him which displayed footage. The Grand General's eyes widened as he watched the footage of a figure with massive bat wings killing another figure over and over and over again in the skies above Joe Technologies. "Is that?" The Grand General's eyes widened even more as the footage zoomed in on both figures in the sky. "Yes sir, that's Officer Crimson who was reported missing 4 days ago," the lady officer responded. At the same time she was showing him this, a massive holographic screen appeared on every floor within the MBO tower displaying this particular footage. Everyone had looks of shock and disbelief on their faces as they watched. How does he have his bloodline abilities? Isn't that Gustav Crimson? He got young Joe. Finally this will all be over. Our savior is a new officer. There were all sorts of voices being heard in the background as they witnessed the unbelievable sight being displayed on the holographic screens. The kid. How? Even Jack couldn't believe his eyes as he watched from the area where he was isolated. The madness and terror that had lasted for over a day would finally be put to an end by the last person everyone expected it to be. Just one is left, right? Gustav asked as he held young Joe in midair. Yes, I can sense he only has one more reincarnation left out of everything he has cultivated so far, the system responded. Good, it's about time I took this bloodline then, Gustav voiced as his nails lengthened and stabbed into young Joe's neck. If you cold ha ve taken th. E blue d line sin cwhy go through ll the tro jubel of kill, ing me repeatedly? Young Joe asked as he coughed out blood repeatedly. This would have been the most logical option since taking away his bloodline would make it impossible for him to reincarnate after getting killed. Gustav would only have to kill him once to end things. Because I didn't want to grant you a swift death. I wanted you to watch everything you spent years to create crumble in a manner of moments, Gustav responded with a smile as he stretched his right hand towards the bottom. Watch what happens when I do this. A katana with a reddish blade suddenly appeared in his hand and he swung it downwards. Swoohoo! A massive plane-sized reddish arc traveled towards the top of Hung Joe Technologies. Boom! A loud blast rang out after the entire last floor was separated from the rest of the building and sent crashing down. The purplish beam in the sky thinned out and disappeared altogether in a few moments. Young Joe's eyes turned bloodshot as the skies of the city began to return to normal. I know it must have taken you a lot of time to cultivate the reincarnations as well. It would be no fun if I didn't help you waste all those years you spent cultivating it, Gustav voiced out with a bigger grin as multiple system notifications popped up in his line of sight. Requirement for bloodline acquisition has been met, analyzing B-grade bloodline, 100%, analysis complete, host compatible with reincarnation bloodline is 100%, does host wish to acquire this bloodline, yes no, at this point, young Joe's facial expression was that of utter defeat. He had been defeated hands down by Gustav and he didn't see a way out of this predicament. You win, Gustav Crimson, young Joe muttered weakly. I know, Gustav responded before focusing on the panel in front of him. Yes, he answered. Host has decided to acquire this bloodline acquisition process, 0-100%, 5-100%, sponsored content visit Riadel. Me for extra chapters. After a few seconds. 100% bloodline acquisition complete, host has successfully acquired reincarnation bloodline, goal complete, acquire a total of 80 bloodlines, rewards, host has leveled up, Gustav stared at the stats with a faint feeling of gratification within. Although he had acquired up to 80 bloodlines in total, he only had around 21 at the moment that was merged with him. He did a lot of combinations in the past and also didn't merge some of the bloodlines with himself, which was why he only had 21. None of his current bloodlines was below the B grade and every one of them was quite powerful. Now he was at level 82 according to the system stats and he was really looking forward to what differences there would be once he reaches level 100. Now you are truly nothing but an ordinary man. Time for you to meet your end, Gustav voiced out as he tightened his left hand around young Joe's throat again. That's enough, Gustav, a loud and familiar voice was heard from the far west. Gustav turned to the side and spotted Jack floating in midair around there. Hand him over so he can be judged and sentenced by the world government, Jack added. Oh, him? Gustav asked as he stared at the choking face of young Joe. Jack nodded and smiled as he began flying towards them. Nah is already dead, Gustav stated before tightening his grip. Wait. Bang. A loud popping sound rang out as Gustav's fingers closed in and ended up ripping through young Joe's neck. Young Joe was decapitated from the violent grip. Blood from young Joe's neck spilt onto Gustav's face as his headless body fell from the sky. Gustav grabbed the head before it could fall and turned to the side to stare at Jack. You can have this instead. He flung young Joe's head towards Jack, who caught it with a look of astonishment on his face. Such ruthlessness, Jack said internally as he watched Gustav fly away. Jack was supposed to be angry about Gustav disobeying, but instead, He was astonished that even in the face of ultimate power, Gustav still did what he wanted to. Chapter 947 Becoming Savior of Earths. Anyone else would have definitely listened despite the grudge they might bear with young Joe, since they knew just how powerful Jack was. No one would want to disobey the most powerful mixed blood. Gustav flew down from the air and landed in front of Joe Technologies, where tons of MBO officers were already moving in. There was a massive debris from the last floor piled in front, with multiple equipments that had been destroyed from the impact. The bloodline disruptor generator had been bashed when Gustav used the Jaiko Herkai Katana, so it was no longer functional. At this time, every mixed blood worldwide were beginning to regain their abilities as the link to their bloodlines returned. The panic the world felt as such a situation hadn't happened in the 2000 years mixed bloods had been existing slowly began to die down. There was joyous celebration all across the world as the government issued a statement about Tuesday's current situation, voicing out that the danger had passed. Every mixed blood had experienced what it felt like to be vulnerable in the last 24 hours, and it gave them great fear. Now they understood how Gustav used to feel his whole life in the past, even though it was just for a single day. Some MBO officers escorted Gustav back to the MBO tower in an aircraft. Even while he sat within the aircraft silently, he could feel stares of admiration from the escorts. It only took a few minutes for them to arrive at the MBO tower. Gustav stepped into the hall where the MBO officers were gathered and preparing to be sent out again. Had Gradia Xanatus and the other failed? Cheers! 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 Loud cheers coming from MBO officers could be heard as many of them made way for Gustav to pass while applauding him. Thank you, Officer Crimson. We're grateful. You saved our lives. You have saved the entire mixed blood race. Voices of appreciation could be heard from the background as Gustav walked forward with a poker face. Despite the fact that Gustav currently wasn't showing any emotion, he couldn't deny that internally he felt a small spark of happiness. The child in him had always wanted for such a scenario to happen where he saved Earth, since he wanted to be a hero of mankind since small. He had long outgrown this want after witnessing the unsavory state of humanity, which he considered to be a disappointment, so he just did whatever was beneficial to him, not caring if it benefited the Earth as well. He no longer felt Earth was worth it, but a scene like this was almost reawakening the childish want of becoming a hero to mankind. However, Gustav quickly took note of this feeling and suppressed. He felt if this was what he was looking for in trying to save humanity, the praises and cheers then being a hero of mankind would just be a sham, since he was only doing it to be praised. He decided he would just continue to do his own thing regardless of how it went or where such a path led him to. Gustav was brought to a private room within with Jack and a few other important MBO officers. Sponsored content. Visit Riadel. Me for extra chapters. Gustav Crimson, the MBO and the entire Earth as a whole is grateful to you for putting an end to this madness, and the man behind it, the Grand General, Sauerkraut, who had been calling the shots here since the situation began, voiced out as he tried to shake Gustav's hand. Gustav received his hand shake and nodded before moving towards the seating area to grab a seat. Although it would have been way better if you could have left young Joe alive for interrogation, one of the other Grand Generals who was also in this room voiced out. You want me to leave that power-lusting psycho alive? Gustav asked as he slumped on the chair with an unbothered but exhausted look. Yes, so we can interrogate him and find out if he has any endgame or what brought about all this in the first place. Now we won't even be able to dig out the rest of his accomplices within the MBO, Grand General Dahil voiced out with a slight look of dissatisfaction. That's left for y'all to figure out. I killed him 'cause I wanted to. He's dead and has never coming back, Gustav responded with a laid-back expression. TCH, Jack, how could you let him kill young Joe just like that? Grand General Dahil questioned with a disappointed look. It was unexpected, Jack replied while shrugging his shoulders. Grand General Dahil's eyes squinted in suspicion as he wondered if it was possible for Jack to stop an unexpected situation. He was powerful enough after all, so he wondered if Jack had just let it happen. That was irresponsible of you, and now the MBO has to look for means to tie up your loose ends, Grand General Dahil voiced. It's sounding a lot to me like you might be one of the fellows under young Joe jurisdiction in secret since you still wanted that swine alive, Gustav voiced out. How dare you accuse me of such? You're just a little brat who doesn't understand the complications behind his actions, Grand General Dahil argued back. Sure, but this little brat saved your old ass who couldn't do a thing when it mattered the most. Weren't you cooped up in this place safely while your subordinates sent themselves to the grave trying to save the Earth? Gustav stated while masking a TSK sound. You little. Grand General Dahil was about to speak again when the other Grand Generals who called the shots during the emergency interrupted. Grand General Dahil, that's enough. We should be thanking our savior, not chastising him, Grand General Sauerkraut stated. I apologize on behalf of Grand General Dahil here. What has been done, and the only thing we can do next is move forward from here, Grand General Sauerkraut said to Gustav with a respectful look. Why was I even brought here? Gustav asked as he looked around the place. In the next instant, a few more people were brought in. Chapter 948 Our Savior. Why was I even brought here? Gustav asked as he looked around the place. In the next instant, a few more people were brought in. Gustav, Gradia Xanatus, they both voiced out at the same time as they saw each other. Gradia Xanatus smiled as he moved closer and sat down on the chair beside Gustav. He was accompanied by his subordinates who joined him in infiltrating Joe Technologies, including the one who was shot down earlier. Regaining her bloodline had helped her recover faster. We are really grateful to you for saving our asses over there, one of Gradia Xanatus' subordinates said with a look of appreciation. It's no issue, Gustav responded casually. But how were you able to use your bloodline despite the bloodline disruptor being activated? One of them asked with a look of curiosity. I don't know. Gustav shrugged as he responded. The subordinate was about to say something else when Gradia Xanatus cut him short. Officer Nathan, I believe we're here for a more important reason. His statement caused the officer to keep quiet. Of course, Gradia Xanatus was not going to let anyone question Gustav about his secrets. You all are here because you have saved the Earth from an unprecedented doom, and the Grand Commanders would like to thank you all. In person but not today, Grand General Sauerkraut voiced out. Gradia Xanatus' subordinates had looks of astonishment and disbelief as they heard that. They stared at each other with looks of excitement. Meeting the Grand Commanders in their lifetime was something they never thought would happen. They don't need to thank us, we really didn't do anything, Yumi said with a logical tone. I agree with her, Gustav here is the one who deserves all the glory, Gradia Xanatus stated. Yeah, the kid is great, Jack voiced out from the sidelines, causing all of Gradia Xanatus' subordinates to turn around and stare in his direction. Oh my god. Is that Jack Sherwin? It is him. Is he Mac or Jack right now? I can't tell, has been there this whole time? They couldn't believe their eyes as they stared at Jack, who had been proclaimed to be the most powerful mixed blood for over a century now. He still looked no older than 23 to 25 years old with his black hair and mature-looking 6-foot stature. You guys didn't know he was here? Gustav was wondering if they were blind since he had been here before they walked in. You can't blame them, Gustav, I have to keep my energy hidden and blend my presence with the environment when I am around people weaker than I am, or you all will suffocate to death. Jack explained this was the reason they didn't notice him. If he didn't suppress himself, the sheer force of his presence would kill them and even destroy the surroundings because he had become too powerful. Gustav was just a monster, which was why he could still easily spot Jack even if Jack refrained from speaking. After their moments of fangirling over Jack passed, Grand General Sauerkraut began speaking again. I understand your words, but since your team managed to infiltrate the building and give hope to the MBO, that's more than enough to get rewarded as part of the saviors of humanity, and Sir Jack here will be handing you 6 of the medals, especially Gustav, who played the most important role of saving us all, Grand General Sauerkraut explained. The world government wants to also reward you all, so they will be hosting a ceremonial event themselves that will be broadcasted worldwide, where one of the 7 world leaders will be granting Gustav a title, he added. Looks like they're going all out, Gustav voiced with an unbothered tone. As they should, the entire world order would have been thrown into chaos if not for you, Grand General Sauerkraut stated. All right, are we done here? I want to rest, Gustav asked. Pretty much so, Officer Crimson, but your report will be needed soon. It doesn't have to be so official because the world wants to hear about this tale, but do make it detailed enough, Grand General Sauerkraut replied. Make it detailed enough, kid, and don't hide anything, Grand General Darhill stated. Sure, old man, Gustav voiced out before he stood up and began walking towards the entrance. Everyone stared at his back with complex but respectful expressions on their face. No one doubted that Gustav was going to go down as one of the greatest mixed bloods in history after continuous accomplishments despite just finishing from the MBO. To everyone's surprise, Gustav paused when he arrived at the entrance and slowly turned around. I no longer have an apartment in this city and the hotel room I booked has expired in the 5 days I was gone, Gustav voiced out. There are good rooms in the tower, you can use any of them, Grand General Sauerkraut voiced out and proceeded to make a call. In a few seconds, a lady in a brownish MBO uniform arrived. She seemed to be on the same MBO rank as Gustav. Officer Claudia, please make sure Officer Crimson here is seen to a room, General Sauerkraut instructed. The beautiful brunette officer nodded in response and directed Gustav out of the private room. She had a face full of smiles as they moved towards a teleportation elevator. In a few seconds, they had arrived on one of the top floors that were practically in space, and she directed Gustav to a particular area before granting him access to an entrance that led to a room. As Gustav wanted to go in, she spoke, "If you need help relaxing, I could come in with you," she said with a sultry tone. "Narim good," Gustav responded as he walked past the entrance, but then he felt a tug on his left sleeve. "Let me show my appreciation to our savior on my knees. I promise I have a great arch," she said while winking at Gustav. Chapter 949. I'll make sure my next offspring do better. I have a girlfriend, Gustav stated before pulling his sleeves from her grasp and walking into the room. TSS cheat. The door slammed shut, leaving the female officer standing there with a bewildered expression. Gustav settled in afterwards and went to take his bath after 5 days since it was unknown whether they took care of his hygiene or not. Now that he thought of it, he was in a different outfit than what he wore the other day. Oh well. Gustav tried not to delve into it too deeply as he stood underneath the shower. Within an unknown library, a man with spiky silvery hair and a horn underneath his jaw sat on a chair with a book placed in front of him. This book was wide open but turned upside down, so the pages were laying on the luxurious-looking study table. "So it has finally ended," he voiced out as he placed his right hand on his horn and stroked it repeatedly. "Both my sons were bested by a single person. Gustav Crimson, who was formerly an Oslov," he voiced with an unreadable tone. It is difficult to tell whether he felt happy or disheartened about this, or maybe he was just feeling a kind of balance in between. "Well, I am still a fertile Slarkov. I can create more male offspring," he voiced and reached out to grab the book on the table. Just as he opened it to resume reading, the figure kneeling behind him spoke. "But sire, as your children they deserve to be avenged." "Oh Ark, you're still there," Joe voiced as he slightly lowered his book. "You cannot just let their death go by like this, especially when it was orchestrated by a single person," the dark figure behind voiced out once more. "They brought it upon themselves with their stupidity. I should have stuck to the family legacy and mated with a pure Slarkov like me, but for once I decided to make things different and ended up creating 2 foolish mixed bloods." This time Joe's voice had a tone of regret mixed in. "But sire, with the increasing rate of mixed bloods, it's literally impossible to find pure Slarkovs in this age, and regardless of how things went, they're your children, your blood. This is an insult on the entire Joe bloodline," the dark figure stated. "Oh, it is not an insult to anything. I don't see those wastrels as my sons anymore. I will create new male offsprings that will be better than they ever were. To think I had such high hopes for young, what a disappointment." Joe shook his head slightly after he voiced out completely and proceeded to raise his book and continue reading. "Sir, it still doesn't change things that they were descendants of the Joe bloodline. It is a stain regardless, and the culprit Gustav Crimson needs to be." Before he could complete his statement this time, Joe interrupted. "I do not care about this matter. Take your leave, Ark," Joe stated without lowering his book this time. The instant Ark heard the tone that Sir Joe used, he knew the discussion had come to an end. Yes, sir, he answered respectfully and slowly faded into the background. After he had disappeared, Joe slowly lowered his book and stared into space. Maybe I'm starting to turn senile in my old age, he voiced out with a low sigh. I'll make sure my next offsprings do better. Maybe they can avenge their fallen big brothers one day. An old man like me cannot be caught up in this play of revenge or plots. I'll let the young generation decide for themselves, he said before proceeding to continue reading his book. Hours later, after Gustav had settled in, he finally opened his eyes. He had been meditating all this time on his bed and now he could sense that he had almost recovered completely. He was so drained that being unconscious for 5 days was not enough for a full recovery, and now that he was even conscious he still hadn't completely recovered. It was a good thing young Joe was not a physically powerful opponent, or trying to take him down earlier would have been a cumbersome task. Gustav raised his right palm and peered right through it. It's still sealed, he voiced out with a low sigh. Cohelia was still sealed within him and he was unable to use it at will. It seemed it only activated during the singularity crisis because he put himself in harm's way. Even with that, the side effects were just too much to bear, proving that Gustav was still too weak to wield such power. He couldn't try anything like this again since passing out for 5 days wasn't a sensible plan. On the bright side, he was glad he got some spoils from this whole situation. The new bloodline Hung Joe had acquired and young Joe's reincarnation bloodline were both great bloodlines to his new collection. Gustav knew they would be of great help to him in the future. The best part about this was that whenever Gustav acquired a new bloodline now, it got boosted straight to the Gilbert rank. Hung Joe was only at the Gilbert rank with the spatial construct bloodline before Gustav stole it, so Gustav reckoned he could build a spatial prison like Hung Joe did, while the reincarnation bloodline which was now in effect gave Gustav 9 more lives. When it increased in rank he would have way more reincarnation chances. Channeling his original bloodline made the others get boosted as well, so at the moment none of his bloodlines was below the Gilbert rank. The ones he made use of regularly were just 1 rank below his original bloodline. This was where Gustav's boost in strength mostly came from beside the system stats. More than 20 powerful bloodlines empower him at the same time. Since he could defeat kilo-ranked mixed bloods with ease now, no one knew how powerful he would actually be when he channeled his bloodlines to such levels. System interface, Gustav voiced out and proceeded to check his attributes. Chapter 950, Skill Evolution Complete, Host Attributes, Name, Gustav Crimson Level, 81 Class, Metamorphic Sub-Parallel Being EXP, 1-235-00042 900 000 HP, 92 00092, 000 Energy, 49 549 500, Attributes, Strength, 331 Perception, 330 Mental Fortitude, 327 Agility, 329 Speed, 360 Bravery, 334 Intelligence, 327 Charm, 118 Defense, 325 Vitality, 328 Endurance, 331, Attributes Points, 67. Underscore 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 Gustav stared at his stats with a slight look of gratification as he recalled something. I have a skill evolution card. I'm guessing I can evolve a skill that has gotten to max level, Gustav muttered. Yes, that is correct, the system responded. Gustav proceeded to check skills and abilities next so he could decide on which skill to pick. Skills and abilities, Dash, level max, Sprint, level max, Chop, level 14, Slash, level 16, God Eyes, level 11, Hover, level 7, Combination, level 5, Super Jump, level 13, Strength Boost, level 3, Bloodline Acquisition, level max, Bloodline Hold, level 2, Bloodline Transfer, level 2, Palm Strike, level max, Silent Advancement, level 10, Energy Discharge, level 11, Miniature Black Hole, level 1, Recreation, level 8, Toxin Immunity, level max. Gustav stared at the system skills and abilities. Available one after the other, trying to make a pick. His bloodline's related abilities were never inputted amongst the skill and abilities. They were under the category of bloodlines. If a skill evolves, there's a possibility it becomes an entirely different skill or a lot of properties from before disappears. Gustav thought as he stared at the list and brought his eyes back to the top. Sprint and dash are pretty much speed-based abilities. If I evolve one of them, I'll still have a speed-based skill. At this point, Gustav decided on which skill he was going to use the skill evolution card. Truin. A projection of the skill evolution card appeared by the side like a panel of its own. It looked reddish with one bluish dot in the middle. Use skill evolution card on dash, Gustav voiced out. Host has decided to use skill evolution card, evolving dash, 1 100%, 5 100%, 25 100%. After a few minutes, a new notification popped up in Gustav's line of sight. Evolution complete, dash skill has been evolved into lightning blitz. Gustav stared at the new name and decided to open skills and abilities to check on it again. Lightning blitz, level 1, fast teleportation movement that turns you into a lightning streak. Allowing you to travel in a particular direction, disappearing and reappearing 100 miles away instantly. Can be activated continuously 5 times before cooldown. Gustav stared at the new information concerning the lightning blitz and was really astonished. It wasn't actually a running skill like dash or sprint, but it was still a speed-related skill. Gustav didn't need to make use of the skill before he knew he only had to think of the direction he wanted to move in and he would move 100 miles forward in that direction instantly. He didn't need to take a step forward nor would his movement speed be affected, but this ability would really help if he was fighting an intense battle and he needed to withdraw. Good, I only need to use it repeatedly for it to increase in level and get even more powerful, Gustav thought out loud with a look of gratification. He then recalled he also unlocked a new skill besides this. Miniature black hole, level 1, create a mini black hole that can swallow everything within a particular proximity. Gustav stared at the description, which was pretty vague but very understandable. He didn't expect any less. He really wanted to test out these new abilities, but at the moment he was more focused on recovering all of his strength. He decided he would visit one of the training exercise facilities within the tower later. Just like that, a few more days had gone by and the entire world was still reeling in shock after finding out they had been saved by a new MBO officer who had just finished his MBO camp training. Some of them already knew of Gustav from the MBO entrance test. They didn't think he would be accomplishing such a feat this soon. The media were singing praises of Gustav being the leader of the next generation after saving the entire world. His face was in every media outlet and he was now known even more worldwide. Debates were going on about him here and there about how he might become the next Jack or maybe even stronger. There were also some controversies here and there about how he might be an alien since he was accomplishing feats here and there that many officers weaker couldn't. The biggest debate was about how he was able to use his bloodline despite everyone on Earth losing theirs. It had also been revealed that before this Gustav was reported missing for almost a week and earlier he was said to be in the MBO second base, which was on the other side of the Earth. Reporters wanted to crack how he suddenly reappeared in Plankton City and defeated the villain. Anything regarding Gustav was a hot topic, so the media outlets were looking for any type of exclusive news they could find on him. The date for the reward ceremony had been announced and it was going to hold in 2 days. Only important people would be invited, but it was also revealed that there would be a live broadcast across the world so everyone would get to see Gustav. Since the whole incident, Gustav had not been spotted by anyone, so reporters didn't really have anything to report about his current location. The ceremony holding would be the first time Gustav was revealing himself after the whole incident, since he was still hiding within the MBO tower in the meantime. Lots of fans and citizens all across Plankton City had gathered around the MBO tower with all sorts of gifts begging for them to be permitted to see Gustav, but of course, they were walked off the premises. Gustav stood up from his bed after a night of good sleep and moved toward the window area. It definitely isn't your typical morning in space, he voiced out as he looked through it. Chapter 951, Full recoveries underscore 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 it definitely isn't your typical morning in space, he voiced out as he looked through it. All he could see here was that the direction of the sun had changed, but everywhere still looked pretty dark. One wouldn't know if it was morning or night in space since there was no day or night, but with the direction of the moon changing along with the sun, Gustav could easily figure out what the time was currently. The rooms had an anti-gravitational field, so despite being this high in the sky, the gravity would not be affected around here. Gustav stared at the cluster of stars in different areas, small floating rocks in the distance and grey circular moon on the far east with a smile. Dark matter could be seen endlessly, but space still gave off a mythical feeling that was hard to fathom. Gustav was in shorts at the moment, and as he moved towards the bathroom, he paused for a bit in front of the mirror. I should be around 61 by now, he muttered as he stared at his buffed figure in the mirror. Gustav wasn't looking extremely buffed like the bouncers of Earth, but he had a perfectly chiseled upper body with 6 outlined abs and broad chest. His dirty blonde hair falling in front of his face and draped around his shoulder made him look a particular charming way. Gustav pulled his hair back and stared at the mirror with a little more intent. It's getting too long again, I should cut it, he muttered before letting go of his hair again. Gustav proceeded to brush his teeth and wear a black tank top before moving out of the room. This was the first time he would be leaving his room since he got here, and this was because he had completely recovered his strength. Gustav felt whole again and even stronger than before. He was ready to test out some of his newly acquired abilities. He arrived at the corridor that led to the elevator and tapped on a small watch that was given to him by one of the officers here. Truin. A small holographic map was displayed and it showed the entire outline of the MBO tower. Gustav used it to navigate his way towards one of the many training rooms within the tower. Taking the teleportation elevator, he arrived at the 567th floor. The training room covered nearly the entire floor, and every floor within the tower was immensely massive. As Gustav arrived on this floor, a few other MBO officers were moving towards this floor as well. The instant Gustav was spotted, he instantly became a topic as everyone began to glance in his direction with gazes of admiration. Gustav walked in, ignoring all that, and moved towards a private bunk where he could train by himself. All the private bunks were like rooms and looked small from outside, but upon getting in, they were twice the size of a stadium and even had the option of expanding beyond this if the person training within wanted that. They were built using some expensive technologies that had to do with space expansion. On the outside it would look small, but on the inside it would be way larger. Gustav moved towards the area where you could set the private training room to be however you wanted. In the next instant it looked like he was in a desert area. It looked extremely realistic that one could even touch the sand. I should try Lightning Blitz first, Gustav thought out loud as he prepared to use it. Lightning Blitz has been activated. Gustav looked in a particular direction and in the next instant. 3 He turned into a bolt of lightning that streaked forward and appeared 100 miles ahead his previous location. Wow! After Gustav arrived on a sand dune, he looked around with an expression of amazement. 1000 EP, it takes 1000 energy points and I can activate it 5 times before it goes into cooldown, Gustav noted. He turned towards the west and activated it again. 3 He turned into a lightning bolt that streaked across 100 miles instantly once more. It was literally like teleportation since it was instantaneous. Gustav was glad to have this new ability on his list, but then he decided to try using it in a practical sense. Time to set a challenge, Gustav said internally as he picked a training setting to spice things up. Within a large boardroom, a group of 7 people could be seen sitting around a diamond-colored table that was floating in mid-air. Looks like it's going well, one of them voiced out. Yes, so far the MBO has managed to fish out more of young Joe accomplices, another one responded. Leader 7, this kid Gustav Crimson, should we be worried about him being a future threat to Earth, or you have him under control? Another questioned. We have nothing to worry about. As you can see, Leader 2, he has shown he will always be on the side of Earth despite having the power to take over us in that moment of Earth's vulnerability. He didn't join sides with young Joe and try to conquer Earth, Leader 7 responded. We still don't know how he was able to overcome the bloodline disruptor and use his bloodlines. From what I heard, young Joe was able to do the same thing, and that is understandable since he created the bloodline disruptors. He would be able to find a loophole. So how did this kid find a loophole too? Leader 2 said with a logical tone, causing the room to descend into silence for a bit. There are only two explanations for that. Either he was smart enough to discover a way, or he was secretly in league with young Joe, which might make this all a facade, Leader 3 stated. Exactly, Leader 2 agreed. You all need to relax with the allegations and assumptions. This same kid just saved the entire Earth. You shouldn't be having degrading thoughts about him, Leader 7 stated. Chapter 952 Retrieval Mission. We let down our guard once with young Joe thinking he was on our side when all this time he had been plotting a takeover. It would be unwise to make the same mistake twice, Leader 2 voiced out in response. Like I said earlier, he had every opportunity to work with young Joe and take over Earth, but he saved us instead. That is more than enough proof that he will always be on our side, Leader 7 stated. Always. People change, you know. Who is to say that he won't become a big threat in the future with the potential he has? If he becomes as powerful or even more powerful than Jack, how are we sure we can control him? Leader 2 questioned. We don't need to have control over him, the kid is on our side. You don't know him as much as I do, Leader 7 stated once more. Or you're just letting sentimentality cloud your reasoning since he is a part of the MBO the same way you advocated for Amy back then, Leader 2 argued. Is there anything wrong with Amy? She may not be completely under control, but she has never done against the interest of Earth, Leader 7 said with a strong tone. Enough of the quibbling between you two, Leader 1 suddenly voiced out. We are not going to neutralize someone who has just saved the Earth. That makes us no better than savage old men, and we might just be destroying a future powerful ally since he might become the most powerful protector of Earth with his current potential. Leader 1 added. Leader 7 nodded in agreement as they heard this. However, we cannot overrule his potential danger as well since a lot of things Gustav Crimson is a mystery. So we will just keep watch over his actions in the meantime and eliminate him in the future if he proves to be a threat. He still has a long way to go before becoming as powerful as our number one, Jack, Leader 1 stated lengthily. You're right, Leader 1. Everyone agreed with this idea to keep watching Gustav. Since it would still take a long time before he could stand toe-to-toe with the most powerful mixed bloods on the planet, Gustav could still be eliminated in the future if they saw him as a danger to Earth. In the meantime, why don't we all prepare for the upcoming ceremony to reward our savior, the MBO camp? Did you hear? Hear what? Everyone's talking about it, Gustav. What about Gustav? Angie and Matilda sat in Angie's room as they discussed. I can't believe you haven't heard about it, Matilda voiced out with a tone of disbelief. Just tell me already. Angie sat up with a look of interest as she voiced out. Okay, so this is what happened. While both of them were discussing about the recent situation, the entire camp had heard about Gustav's recent accomplishment. The cadets were not usually given access to communicate with anyone outside of the MBO, but the ones who were related with science were not heavily restricted like the others. They could call the outside world every once in a while, and one of them heard about what happened from their family members. From there the person told others, and now it had spread all across camp like wildfire. Nobody knew the full details since calling the outside world had limited time, but they understood that Gustav had accomplished something phenomenal once again. Eildris and Falco, who were training together at the moment, had also heard about it. They had decided they wouldn't slack off so they can catch up as soon as possible with Gustav and also let the world know their name. In a grassy area, Endrik sat crossed-legged above a slightly exalted area with a greenish crystal floating in front of him. The first point has been passed. Are you ready to go on the retrieval mission? Husarius asked. The source of this content is Freebnovel. CM. Yeah, I think so, Endrik responded with a slightly wary tone. Your brother is going to need it. Also, you need to master your jumps as well because you need to build your strength, Husarius pointed out. True. I am about to break through to the Echo rank. I should get there after this, Endrik said as he opened his eyes, which were lit with a blue and silvery glow. Are you sure no one will notice him gone? Endrick asked. That's what we have the space clone for. He will mimic your activities till you get back, Husarius replied. Endrick nodded and stood to his feet as a line began to form in front of him. Endrick moved forward a bit, but an exact replica of himself stood behind him. The line turned into a purplish tear that seemed to be ripping apart the fabric of reality. It grew in length till it was long enough to fit a person through. Endrick jumped forward at this point and went through the rift. Gian. It closed up in the next instant and the entire vicinity returned to tranquility. The replica of Endrick behind turned around and walked away. The MBO Tower 3 is hey. A streak of lightning bolt zapped across the vicinity multiple times as a rain of asteroids decimated the entire environment. Despite the entire sky getting filled with the asteroids, the streak dodged every one of the appearing far above the sky in front of a massive asteroid that was at least the size of a street. Miniature black hole has been activated. The figure in the sky hand was stretched to the side as a black round matter began to form above palm. It was radiating with intense chaotic energy as reddish and purplish streaks ran amok within the matter that kept increasing in size. In a few moments it became as large as a human head and the figure flying towards the asteroid swung his palm forward. The instant collision was made, a huge suction force came from the circular black matter. Chapter 953 Erasing some details. The black matter ripped right through the asteroid, which began to break down in a matter of seconds as parts of it got pulled into the dark matter. In a few seconds it was completely swallowed up and disappeared right after. At this point Gustav began to fall back down from the sky and activated an energy discharge. Boom! Reddish energy blasted across the vicinity, destroying multiple smaller asteroids. Bang! Gustav landed on the ground as the sky began clearing up. So the miniature black hole is pretty similar to what Cohelia can do? Gustav questioned. Yes, but not quite. Cohelia can devour anything including a black hole, but the miniature black hole doesn't have the power to do that, the system explained. Interesting, it will work well with physical attacks and projectiles, but it won't work against something like the singularity I dealt with underground, Gustav noted. Besides that, Gustav knew that two black holes colliding or the miniature black hole colliding with the singularity would just make things worse. It might end up creating something more catastrophic, so he understood the situations where he could use the miniature black hole. KO. 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 While Gustav was making his analysis, he heard a knock. He proceeded to deactivate the private training room settings and moved towards the entrance. TSSSHZZ sheet. The door slid open and Gustav spotted Gradia Xanatus standing on the other side. Gradia Xanatus, Gustav, both of them voiced out at the same time as he walked in. I went to look for you in your room but you weren't there, had to trace your steps to this place, Gradia Xanatus stated. Oh yeah, I just fully recovered my strength so it was about time to get into training again, Gustav replied. No wonder there are dents everywhere, you're really going to give this place an irrecoverable damage, Gradia Xanatus laughed lightly as he voiced out. I really restrained myself, Gustav responded with a look of innocence. You know I'm a Delta-ranked mixed blood, but sometimes I feel like I talking with someone of equal strength when I'm around you, Gradia Xanatus said with a look of suspicion. Gee, I wonder why when I'm just a mere step 2 Echo-ranked mixed blood, Gustav said with a light chuckle. Mere my ass, Gradia Xanatus stated before they both bursted into laughter. Why were you looking for me anyways? Gustav asked after a brief silence. Just needed to check on you and also remind you about the report. I've written most of it but there are still some things that elude me about the whole issue, Gradia Xanatus voiced out. Oh, I'm guessing you wanna ask where I was for the last 5 days, Gustav said. That, and we also found out that there was a singularity underground according to the moles of young Joe within the MBO that we caught, Gradia Xanatus said with a look of interest. Yeah, that's why I disappeared for 5 days, Gustav stated and proceeded to explain to Gradia Xanatus in details. So you closed the singularity all by yourself? Gradia Xanatus asked. Yeah, I had to act fast or they would have found a pathway to Earth and I would have been caught for nothing, Gustav responded. Gradia Xanatus had a look of astonishment as he heard that. He still couldn't fathom how Gustav went about it, but since Gustav avoided this particular detail, he knew Gustav wasn't going to reveal it to him. And then you were unconscious for almost a week and woke up in a place where you were restrained. Gradia Xanatus pointed all these out again to be sure he got Gustav's narration correctly. Yeah, they probably had no idea that I wouldn't be affected by the bloodline disruptor, so they just restrained me normally, Gustav stated. He decided to keep the whole issue about Hung Zhou a secret. Hung Zhou was practically a ghost coming back and no one had an idea about his involvement, so Gustav wanted it to remain that way. How did you find a way to counter the bloodline disruptor though? Gradia Xanatus asked. I didn't, but I see now that it might be unwise for me to reveal my immunity to the bloodline disruptor, Gustav said with a look of contemplation. Yeah, it would be better if we edited some info out and tell them you found a way to counter it, Gradia Xanatus agreed. However, Gustav felt if he wanted to change the story he would have to add Hung Zhou's involvement and how being in a different space was what helped with him recovering his bloodline at first. The MBO was well aware that being in a different space, one would be unaffected like the MBO camp, but the moment they came out it would take effect, but Hung Zhou had been going in and out without being affected. So he was obviously using the same thing young Zhou used, and the best way to make it look like Gustav wasn't immune was by saying he stole it off Hung Zhou. To make the story believable, Hung Zhou would have to be included, which would date back to their story from back then when Gustav turned him into a vegetable. Gustav didn't want this to happen. You know what? Just add that I was unaffected by the bloodline disruptor, Gustav stated. He wanted Hung Zhou's involvement to remain hidden, so he decided not to hide the fact that he was immune to the bloodline disruptor. Are you sure? Gradia Xanatus asked. Yeah, it's fine. The MBO is already suspicious of my abilities anyways, but make sure to add that I have no idea why I was unaffected, Gustav voiced out. Gustav would rather have them know this than digging back to the past where it might get unveiled that he can steal bloodlines. Gradia Xanatus proceeded to ask about a few more things, and Gustav answered while he jotted down some things. People have been coming here every day and we've been chasing them away. Do you plan on meeting any reporters or addressing the general public? Gradia Xanatus asked. Chapter 954 Making Use of Popularity. Nah, I am not interested in anything like that, Gustav responded. You're the most popular person on planet Earth right now, you could use that to your advantage. Lots of endorsement deals are coming in with lots of companies wishing to use you to pull in customers. Artists want to feature you in their music videos, and even movie directors are willing to spend huge amounts to bring you into a scene in their movies, Gradia Xanatus stated with a tone of fascination. Nar'll still turn all of them down, but I could really use this fame for something else, Gustav said with a contemplative look. Which is? Gradia Xanatus asked. A wide grin appeared on Gustav's face at this point. We bring to you trending articles on social media. Officer Gustav Crimson has announced his business affiliates on his social media account with over 200 million followers. He seems to have created a mixed-breed hunting organization named the Crimson Hunting Agency for about a year now. They deliver the best and assorted type of mixed-breed meat, according to his recent post on social media. No one had heard from Gustav since the whole incident, and Plankton City, which was initially evacuated, had been filled with people again. Now that Gustav was just coming out with his first statement on social media, his post was trending worldwide. Gustav opened this social media account about 2 years back and barely made use of it. Now that he was checking it after a long time, he noticed tons of new followers. He had over 200 million followers at the moment, which made his social media account one of the most followed in the world. He decided to use this to promote his business affiliates and hunting agency, and his post was currently trending worldwide with multiple media channels reporting about it. Gustav couldn't help but feel gratified as he received calls from his subordinates about how tons of deals were coming in left and right. Gustav, that was a brilliant choice. Now the agency can expand to other cities. That's the plan. Sorry for troubling you with more workload, Gustav apologized. No need for apologies. I'm always gonna be here to help out. My only request is you take care of my daughter very well. No worries, sir. Angie will always be safe with me, Gustav replied with a smile. After a few more seconds he ended the call with Angie's father and went back to training. It had only been a few hours since he posted that on social media and he was already getting gains. Being popular really had its merits if one made use of it properly. Another day went by and only one day was left till the reward ceremony that would be broadcasted worldwide. At this point in every part of the world, Joe technologies were being brought down. Some angry mobs had already set fire to their buildings in a few cities. The public was well aware that young Joe was the culprit of the past situation, so they were no longer tolerating any building that Joe Technologies owned in their cities. Joe Technologies stocks had fallen to a point of no return, and what once used to be the most powerful technological-based industry in the world was no longer among the greats. Now the technology industries that were behind were climbing their way up and trying to take the spot as number one since Joe Technologies had fallen. Mr. Joe just stayed out of public sight and never did a press conference or anything like that to try and clear his name. He was making plans of rebuilding and was barely disturbed because he was still stinking rich regardless of everything that was happening. Gustav was currently in the training room doing more training, but this time with Gradia Xanatus. Gradia Xanatus had taken Miss Amy's place for now. Gustav was sparring with him, but he was barely able to handle Gustav as Miss Amy could. Miss Amy would not remove her limiters, which would place her at the kilo rank, yet she would still be able to handle him with ease. The same couldn't be said for Gradia Xanatus, who was at the delta rank. Bang! 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 The sounds of collision rang out as they exchanged attacks repeatedly. They were both not using their full strengths, but the intensity of their attacks was causing the entire space to tremble despite how much it had been fortified. Bam! One of Gustav's attacks hit Gradia Xanatus in his gut, causing both of them to separate again. "That's 5-4, Gradia Xanatus voiced out as he landed a few feet away and slid backwards. "Yeah, I win," Gustav said with a smile while his palm was stretched forward. "Young miss really trained you well. I can't be anything other than a sparring partner to you," Gradia Xanatus voiced out with a praiseful tone. Gustav really did deserve the praise, as he had only been training for less than 3 years, yet he was already this good in combat. "And maybe I can teach you a few more things about the MBO as well," Gradia Xanatus added. "That's interesting. Sounds like you have something to tell me," Gustav voiced out with a look of interest. "Nothing relating to a conspiracy, but I'm pretty sure you don't know how to properly use the power of your current rank," Gradia Xanatus responded. "The captain rank?" Gustav asked. "Yes. Do you know you're entitled to a squad of 30 MBO officers underneath you?" Gradia Xanatus began explaining. "Usually you would have been placed under a squad after getting out of training within the MBO camp. The squad leader, which would be a captain, would handle your missions within the squad as well as training and so many other things. You would literally be answering to whoever the captain was, but you're a special case. You practically jumped rank a few times after completing those missions, so you're already beyond that stage." Gradia Xanatus paused at this point. Chapter 955 Learning about the captain rank. Gustav understood what he was talking about and voiced out, "Since I am already at this rank, that means I can have an entire squad of 30 MBO officers who would answer to me alone." "Yes, but you would still have to answer to higher ranked officers, and whatever they do, their flops and wins will all be on you. If they misbehave, you take the fall with them," Gradia Xanatus responded. "Interesting. And I can pick any officer so long as they are below me in terms of rank?" Gustav asked. "Yes, except they are in other squads. In that case the officer in question would have to write an application to get transferred to your squad. There are special situations when officers from different squads are brought together to go on a mission. In that case, after they undergo the mission they return to their squad," Gradia Xanatus explained in length. This made Gustav recall his past missions with Darkly and the others. Turned out they were probably in other squads before they were sent on a mission with him. The new officers were not deployed into squads the instant they finished from the MBO, instead they were sent on solo or group missions first with others. Then after some time, they would be placed in squads. The squad leader, who is at the captain or major rank, would decide the entire squad missions or people to send on solo missions. Squad members could still go on solo missions if they wanted to, but that was as far as the captain didn't have any mission for them during that time. It is not necessary I have up to 30 officers in my squad, is it? Gustav asked. No, you can take your time in scouting for members, but there are certain missions you won't be able to undergo if you don't have up to the necessary numbers needed, Gradier Xanatus responded. Gustav could more or less understand that in a warlike mission they most likely wouldn't let him participate if he didn't have enough numbers underneath him. The numbers were a bit of a problem since he didn't like people who he didn't trust to be in his squad, but on the bright side this brought about a feeling of anticipation. He knew exactly the people he wanted on his squad even though there were not many of them. After a few more minutes of talking about the MBO, both of them moved out of the training room to go and grab lunch. Tomorrow was the day of the ceremony and they were both headed there together with Gradier Xanatus' subordinates, who joined him in infiltrating Joe Technologies. I'll have to stop calling you Gradier Xanatus soon, Gustav voiced out as they ate. Gradier Xanatus chuckled before responding, I probably won't be promoted much, so Gradier is definitely still what you will refer to me as. Looks to me like you might be promoted to the commander rank, Gustav added. Probably not, I am not the star of tomorrow's event. You are, Gradier Xanatus said with a reminding tone. Mare, I just want it to end quickly so I can go back to my quiet and normal life. Gustav wanted to go back to dealing with his issues as soon as possible. It will all die down after some time, my popularity too. I'm just what is trending at the moment. Gustav didn't sound excited about the whole thing even though he was supposed to. Still, it's your moment of glory. Try to enjoy it, Gradier Xanatus stated. The day went by quickly and the next day arrived. Gustav was awake through the night channeling his bloodline despite knowing today was the D-Day. He went on to perform his daily task within the training room and came back to his room to prepare himself. Gustav took his bath and moved towards the wardrobe area where a wine-colored suit with sparking designs could be seen on it. Gustav had initially wanted to go dressed in his MBO outfit since he didn't really know what to wear, but this outfit was sent by one of the Grand Generals. Just staring at it, Gustav could tell it was very expensive. I just hope he doesn't want me to marry his daughter or something, Gustav muttered as he took a look at the suit again. The recent days had been funny with people proposing to him here and there. Females wanted his hand in marriage and males wanted to give their daughter's hand in marriage to him on social media. Gustav had gotten millions of DMs already and went through some of them. Some felt heartwarming and some made his belly churn in disgust. Gustav put on the clothes and looked himself in the mirror. He had cut his hair a little so he was looking well kept and extremely charming. His figure in the suit was just so exquisite, there was no doubt he would attract a lot of attention to himself even if people did not know he was Gustav Crimson. Calm. While he was still checking himself out, Gustav heard a knock at the door. Without even checking, he already knew who was there. Gustav turned around and moved to open the door. Ready? Gradier Xanatus asked on the other side of the door. I think so, Gustav responded. Just look at you. You must be the brother of the devil, you divine-looking mixed blood, Gradier Xanatus said as he scrutinized Gustav from head to toe. You're looking like a fine chipmunk yourself. I mean chap, Gustav voiced out in response. Just don't steal my woman, Gradier Xanatus stated sarcastically while moving to the side for Gustav to come out. You mean Yumi? Gustav asked. He seemed to have taken Gradier Xanatus' words seriously. Well, we're not a thing, Gradier Xanatus said in response. Not yet, but I saw the spark between you two on that day. You should really take the shot, Gradier Xanatus, Gustav advised before patting him on the shoulder twice. Chapter 956. Watching Gustav's moment of glory from the sidelines. This was usually the way Gradier Xanatus would pat Gustav on the shoulder, and now Gustav was doing the same to him. Someone who has no experience should not give out advice on the female gender, Gradier Xanatus chuckled as he voiced out. Who says I don't have experience? Gustav asked rhetorically before throwing a knowing smirk at Gradier Xanatus as he walked forward. Hey, what do you mean by that? Gradier Xanatus asked as he tried to catch up. He was a man over 30 years of age and yet this kid was claiming to have more experience than him in the women's department. Minutes later they were in a vehicle together headed to Plankton City Hall while convoys followed them from behind. The MBO Tower was located in the middle of Plankton City, but Plankton City Hall was located in the southwest area. It only took a few minutes of driving before they arrived on the premises. The entire place was swarming with reporters and people with expensive clothing. Luxurious cars of different types were parked across the vicinity and the massive hall could be seen a few feet ahead. It was circular like a football stadium but was designed with a lustrous green and red color in this slightly exalted area of Plankton City. The instant they got down from the vehicle they were in, a crowd of reporters had already gathered around them. The MBO officers in the convoys got out of their vehicles and shielded Gustav and the others from the reporters crowding them. Cheers! Cheers! Loud cheers were coming from outside the premises where people who hadn't been invited were positioned. They had spotted Gustav amid the officers guarding him. Gustav moved with Gradius Xanatus and his subordinates into the massive hall. Chatter, chatter, chatter. Their presence caused the entire hall to be noisy as the important guests from far and wide all discussed Gustav. Despite a lot of them being quite prestigious all across the world, Gustav's presence still caused them to stare in his direction with gazes of admiration. They moved towards the front and took their seat right in front of the east side of the hall. That particular area was meant for MBO officers and behind, one could see a full curtain of people in MBO uniforms seated. The ceremony was going to begin in the next 5 minutes, so Gustav had arrived just in time. In the front seat, a few Grand Generals sat beside him while other MBO officers based on rank sat behind. Every MBO officer present in the city was allowed to be in the ceremony, so this particular line and the next were all occupied by MBO officers. The hall was large enough to contain no less than 50,000 people, but since only a few people were invited, there would still be lots of spaces around. Besides the MBO officers, only around 100 people present here were invited. 2 out of the 4 Grand Commanders and 2 out of the 7 World Leaders had arrived way earlier than Gustav and were seated in an exalted position in the east area. Gustav already recognized one of the Grand Commanders to be Great Commander Shun, who he had met at the first base, while the second Grand Commander was someone he hadn't seen before. The 2 World Leaders were both dressed up in white robes that had a symbol behind them. Just one of these 4 people showing up to an event could cause the entire place to turn upside down. Talk more of 4 of them being present. The 2 World Leaders were referred to as Leader 7 and Leader 5. According to some talks within the background, World Leader 1 might still show up. The ceremony began after a few minutes with one of the World Leaders speaking on the podium. The world was in a state of emergency and nearly suffered a catastrophic situation due to the ploy of one of our own. Multiple floating cameras circulated across the place as the event was broadcasted live to the world. People who were watching from different places could see the screens occasionally change areas being displayed, and when it showed Gustav sitting amongst the MBO members, there would cheer not just across the city but the world too. At the same time, footage of the city where young Joe had spread terror from was being displayed. This made the whole event look even more iconic as people witnessed the gravity of the situation with multiple MBO officers dying and how Gustav saved the day. Within a mental asylum with multiple people in white uniforms positioned in different spots, a middle-aged woman with short brown hair could be seen seated in front. She stared at the holographic screen with immense interest. "That's my son. That's my son," she yelled out whenever the screen displayed Gustav. "Shut up, Wrench, let us watch," a man sitting beside her voiced out. "You useless old man, I will tell my son to get rid of you," she voiced out in response. "Dash, you worthless piece of shit, if he was your son, what are you doing stuck in a dump like this? Dash, that's the Earth's savior, he can't be associated with scum like you. Dash, Aish, this woman must be more delusional than I am." The others in the vicinity all bashed the middle-aged looking woman with short brown hair who happened to be Gustav's mother. Tears began to roll down her face as she argued, "I birthed him. He is an ingrate. Shut it, if we had treated him right we wouldn't be here. We both failed him, so we do not deserve to call him our son," another middle-aged man with dirty blonde hair voiced put from the side. Both of Gustav's parents had been placed in this asylum for around a year. They were placed here for suspicions of having mental issues since they treated Gustav wrong, and despite their improvements, they still hadn't been released. Chapter 957. Interesting offer from the world leaders. Gustav's father was a whole lot soberer than his wife and realized his wrongdoing, but even though doctors have seen he was better, they still couldn't release him. They were going to spend all of eternity within this mental asylum because a higher authority had stated that those two were never to be released. It was like a prison for them, and they would spend all their time watching Gustav thrive without being able to bask in his glory. "Let's just watch," Gustav's father voiced out as he kept staring forward. At this point on the screen, people could be seen going on the podium one after the other. These were Gradia Xanatar's subordinates who had assisted in infiltrating Joe Technologies. Yumi Zayati, a lady in a beautiful red gown, stood up from Gradia Xanatar's side after hearing her name. She moved towards the podium and the world leader stretched out his hand to shake her before handing her a badge of honor. She received the badge of honor and took a picture with the world leader before moving to the side to stand with her other colleagues. The man who led the team himself, Gradia Xanatar, world leader 5, voiced out. Gradia Xanatar stood to his feet and moved towards the podium as well while applause could be heard from the spectators. He shook the world leader's hand and received his honorary badge before moving to stand with the others. The honorary badges they were all receiving were a world-standing token that meant they would no longer have to pay if they made use of business placed belonging to the government. It also meant they would no longer need to pay taxes and were world-class citizens now. It was a world-standing recognition. At this point, only Gustav was the only one left while the others had received their honorary badges. Finally, our man of honor here, the one known as the savior who had brought down the evil mastermind behind the whole incident, Officer Crimson, the world leader voiced out with a tone of enthusiasm. "Cheers! Cheers! Cheers!" Loud cheers rocked the entire city and the world as a whole as people who were also viewing live stood to their feet and applauded as they watched Gustav walk towards the podium. Gustav felt the entire world was watching him as he elegantly walked toward the podium. He wasn't in any way nervous, instead he was glad this whole thing was one step closer to coming to an end. The world leader shook his hand and passed him the honorary badge that had 3 golden stars on it, unlike the others. The world leader began explaining that not only does Gustav get the same benefits as the others, but he also gets a fully furnished house in any city he desires and a hover car with a couple of millions in a new bank account. His material rewards were way higher than the others, and it seemed like it hadn't finished there. Officer Crimson also gets to visit the Oasis to do a 1-week channeling session within. The entire spectating crowd were astonished as they heard this. The Oasis was well known, but it was like a myth since it hadn't been mentioned in over 100 years. People knew it existed, but it had been said that no one was allowed to go near it again, but it looked like Gustav would be given that chance. Not only this, but on behalf of the 7 leaders, we are inviting Officer Crimson to take the spot of a chancellor and become a part of the world government, the world leader voiced out. Gasped Tilda. Despite this being a large and unbelievable offer, the people understood why Gustav was given such an opportunity. However, they wondered if he would take it. The 2 Grand Commanders had a slight look of surprise on their faces and stared at World Leader 7 for confirmation. So it's true. Gustav belongs on the field, not in some office wearing a suit, Great Commander Shen voiced out. World Leader 7 slightly shrugged and voiced out, the kid should say no if he doesn't want it. It seemed like both of them were surprised the World Leader 7 would allow such a thing to happen. They could only hope Gustav would turn down the offer, but they knew how tempting it looked. Gustav didn't need to answer right away according to the world leader, so he could think about it. That decision looked like it was taken so the world government wouldn't lose face before the world if Gustav decided to reject them. They knew he didn't care about anyone's position and would always do whatever was on his mind. After the world leader said a few more things, Grand Commander Shen, who was well known than even the world leaders, walked onto the podium. Grand Commander Shen was known for his multiple accomplishments in the past, as he had so saved the Earth on many occasions before reaching the very top. Everyone clapped as he arrived on stage and also said a few things. All of the officers here are receiving a promotion today, and we hope that as you watch their stories unfold you can take motivation from them and become a savior of Earth too one day. Commander Shen voiced out with a strong tone. The MBO was also rewarding them, as this wasn't just a reward ceremony hosted by the world government. The ceremony went on for an hour more with a few well-known musical artists gracing the podium before it came to an end. They had told Gustav he was going to make a speech initially, but he told them to keep all that bullshit to themselves since he wasn't the type of person to come up and motivate others. During the other times when the ceremony was seeming a bit boring to Gustav, he checked his DMs on social media and noticed something interesting and decided he would act on that later. Chapter 958. Meeting an old friend. During the other times when the ceremony was seeming a bit boring to Gustav, he checked his DMs on social media and noticed something interesting and decided he would act on that later. At this point, prestigious people from all over were flocking around him and making small talk as they held up cups of wine. Although the ceremony had ended, this was the part everyone liked the most except Gustav. Officer Crimson, I assure you, if you take my daughter's hand in marriage you can have 70% of my wealth to yourself. Officer Crimson, do give me a call later, okay? Officer Crimson, I would like to propose a partnership with your Crimson Hunting Agency. Officer Crimson, would you tutor my son? He has an A-grade bloodline and is a big fan of yours. Your accomplishments are truly outstanding and I would like to offer you shares in my company. All sorts of invitations and proposals were thrown around as these people tried to get in Gustav's good graces. Some were worldwide known business tycoons and some were mayors or into politics. The staggering amount of socially influential people trying to make acquaintances with Gustav was on another level. Gustav had managed to escape from their midst after all the incessant babbling had nearly driven him insane. We meet again, Gustav Crimson, a smooth feminine voice was heard from behind him. Gustav paused his foot and turned around to stare at the owner of this familiar voice. It was a young and beautiful-looking petite lady with purple-colored hair packed in a bang. Her skin looked absolutely dazzling and she was clad in a red and golden-colored short gown that portrayed her attractive curves. Goddess Yusha, Gustav voiced out with a smile. I thought you were already gone, he added. How can I leave without saying hi to our handsome hero and savior? Yusha responded as she closed the gap between them and wrapped her hands around Gustav. She laid her head on his chest for a few seconds as they hugged before disengaging. You sang amazingly today, Gustav stated. Haha, thanks, you always look dashing. Too bad I can't see you as much as I'd like to, she said with a slightly disheartened expression. This was the lady known as Goddess Yusha, who was a superstar singer known worldwide. She had been singing from a very young age and met Gustav at a party about 2 years back where they danced together. That was the first time Gustav was ever dancing with any girl, so it was a special moment for him, especially when she initiated the whole thing and even proclaimed to like him. They had since exchanged contact and they would chat once in a while. Gustav was never really a social media person, so he wasn't always keeping in touch with her, while she mostly messaged him despite not having a lot of time because of her busy schedule. This was the second time they were meeting in person since Yusha had been called to perform here. I take it everything is going well since I still see you on billboards with new albums here and there, Gustav voiced out. Yeah, remember the song I created because I got inspired by your story? Yusha asked. Yeah, I do, what about it? Gustav asked. It went on to win a couple of awards for me and was also top 1 trending on the worldwide music billboards for a long time, Yusha said with a look of adoration. Gustav didn't really understand how this whole music thing worked, but he knew that was a good thing, so he congratulated her and they spoke for a few more minutes about other things. Occasional giggles could be heard from their direction and one could tell that both of them had great chemistry. Young Miss Yusha, we have to go, a man in a black suit voiced out from behind as he approached them. I guess I'll see you again one day, Gustav, she said with a smile. Gustav nodded as she turned around to leave with the man. After moving a few steps forward, she paused and turned around. Gustav thought she forgot something, but then he spotted a rectangular-shaped paper in her hand. My concert is in 3 months, she said while passing the paper to Gustav. You're inviting me? Gustav asked as he received the paper, which happened to be a ticket. Yes, the details are all there and this is a ticket you can use to bring others in with you if you're not coming alone, Yusha explained. Yusha. I'm not sure. Gustav was cut short before he completed his sentence. Please Gustav, I want you to come. I will be very happy if I see you at the front lines cheering for me, she said with a pleading tone while holding his hands. Also, don't you need to take a break from all these missions you undergo in the MBO? Please say yes you'll come, Yusha added while making cute pleading puppy eyes. Okay I'll come. Gustav finally gave in and she jumped into his embrace from excitement. It's in 3 months, right? He asked for confirmation. Yes, 3 months, she said while disengaging. At this point, she was smiling sheepishly and turned around while waving. I'll see you then, she voiced out before storming out of the hall with the man who came for her earlier. Gustav stared at the ticket for a few more seconds before putting it away. This youngster sure has it easy attracting the opposite sex. A slightly raspy voice was heard from behind, causing Gustav to turn around. Grand General Shun, Gustav voiced out as he spotted the person who had just spoken. This man had white and grey hair with a rhombus-shaped green crystal in the middle of his forehead. His entire existence was oozing with a powerful and mythical aura. Take a walk with me, Grand General Shun proposed. Gustav nodded and followed right beside him as they discussed. Chapter 959, Meeting an old friend. During the other times when the ceremony was seeming a bit boring to Gustav, he checked his DMs on social media and noticed something interesting and decided he would act on that later. At this point, prestigious people from all over were flocking around him and making small talk as they held up cups of wine. Although the ceremony had ended, this was the part everyone liked the most except Gustav. Officer Crimson, I assure you, if you take my daughter's hand in marriage you can have 70% of my wealth to yourself. Officer Crimson, do give me a call later, okay? Officer Crimson, I would like to propose a partnership with your Crimson Hunting Agency. Officer Crimson, would you tutor my son? He has an A-grade bloodline and is a big fan of yours. Your accomplishments are truly outstanding and I would like to offer you shares in my company. All sorts of invitations and proposals were thrown around as these people tried to get in Gustav's good graces. Some were worldwide known business tycoons and some were mayors or into politics. The staggering amount of socially influential people trying to make acquaintances with Gustav was on another level. Gustav had managed to escape from their midst after all the incessant babbling had nearly driven him insane. We meet again, Gustav Crimson, a smooth feminine voice was heard from behind him. Gustav paused his foot and turned around to stare at the owner of this familiar voice. It was a young and beautiful-looking petite lady with purple-colored hair packed in a bang. Her skin looked absolutely dazzling and she was clad in a red and golden-colored short gown that portrayed her attractive curves. Goddess Yusha, Gustav voiced out with a smile. I thought you were already gone, he added. How can I leave without saying hi to our handsome hero and savior? Yusha responded as she closed the gap between them and wrapped her hands around Gustav. She laid her head on his chest for a few seconds as they hugged before disengaging. You sang amazingly today, Gustav stated. Haha, thanks, you always look dashing. Too bad I can't see you as much as I'd like to, she said with a slightly disheartened expression. This was the lady known as Goddess Yusha, who was a superstar singer known worldwide. She had been singing from a very young age and met Gustav at a party about 2 years back where they danced together. That was the first time Gustav was ever dancing with any girl, so it was a special moment for him, especially when she initiated the whole thing and even proclaimed to like him. They had since exchanged contact and they would chat once in a while. Gustav was never really a social media person, so he wasn't always keeping in touch with her while she mostly messaged him despite not having a lot of time because of her busy schedule. This was the second time they were meeting in person since Yusha had been called to perform here. I take it everything is going well since I still see you on billboards with new albums here and there, Gustav voiced out. Yeah, remember the song I created because I got inspired by your story? Yusha asked. Yeah, I do, what about it? Gustav asked. It went on to win a couple of awards for me and was also top 1 trending on the worldwide music billboards for a long time, Yusha said with a look of adoration. Gustav didn't really understand how this whole music thing worked, but he knew that was a good thing, so he congratulated her and they spoke for a few more minutes about other things. Occasional giggles could be heard from their direction and one could tell that both of them had great chemistry. Young Miss Yusha, we have to go, a man in a black suit voiced out from behind as he approached them. I guess I'll see you again one day, Gustav, she said with a smile. Gustav nodded as she turned around to leave with the man. After moving a few steps forward, she paused and turned around. Gustav thought she forgot something, but then he spotted a rectangular-shaped paper in her hand. "My concert is in 3 months, she said while passing the paper to Gustav. "You're inviting me?" Gustav asked as he received the paper, which happened to be a ticket. "Yes, the details are all there, and this is a ticket you can use to bring others in with you if you're not coming alone," Yusha explained. "Yusha. I'm not sure." Gustav was cut short before he completed his sentence. "Please Gustav, I want you to come. I will be very happy if I see you at the front lines cheering for me," she said with a pleading tone while holding his hands. "Also, don't you need to take a break from all these missions you undergo in the MBO? Please say yes, you'll come," Yusha added while making cute pleading puppy eyes. Okay, I'll come." Gustav finally gave in and she jumped into his embrace from excitement. "It's in 3 months, right?" He asked for confirmation. "Yes, 3 months, she said while disengaging. At this point, she was smiling sheepishly and turned around while waving. "I'll see you then," she voiced out before storming out of the hall with the man who came for her earlier. Gustav stared at the ticket for a few more seconds before putting it away. "This youngster sure has it easy attracting the opposite sex," a slightly raspy voice was heard from behind, causing Gustav to turn around. "Grand General Shun," Gustav voiced out as he spotted the person who had just spoken. This man had white and grey hair with a rhombus-shaped green crystal in the middle of his forehead. His entire existence was oozing with a powerful and mythical aura. "Take a walk with me," Grand General Shun proposed. Gustav nodded and followed right beside him as they discussed. Chapter 960, Red Shadow's frustration. "You didn't inform anyone because you didn't trust that the information couldn't be compromised since young Joe has pawns everywhere," Grand Commander Shun voiced out with a tone of understanding. "Yes, at the time I decided it was better no one else knew except me," Gustav responded. That was indeed a good decision. Commander Shun knew at the time he would have felt differently or reacted differently to an MBO officer making such a decision, but since it happened to work out and Gustav was able to save them all, he couldn't doubt Gustav's call of judgment. "Are you going to accept the world leader's offer?" he proceeded to ask. You seem quite worried about that old man." Gustav could already tell that this was the main reason Grand Commander Shun wanted to discuss with him. "Indeed I am. The world government is trying to rope you in using the benefits this offers to rope you in so you stay in the office, which would, in turn, hinder your potential to become more powerful, and they would be able to keep you under control," Great Commander Shun stated. "And the MBO also wants me on their side so I can fight all their battles for them and become the next champion of the Earth. All in all, everyone wishes to keep me under control. Y'all are just using different means," Gustav said with an unbothered expression. Great Commander Shun was speechless for a while, but then a smile appeared on his face. "Looks like you're quite self-aware. I keep forgetting that you have outwitted several smart enemies in the past, so you're not stupid in the slightest," he said with a slight look of admiration. "I'm okay, old man, so what will you do?" Gustav paused for a bit as they arrived at one of the entry points of the hall. "I'll pick the best possible option that favors me. I only care about myself." In a flash, a few weeks had gone by since the reward ceremony and the whole hype had begun to slowly die down. Although Gustav was still a worldwide known phenomenon regardless. Gustav was currently within the MBO tower sitting in his room as he went through some plans. "Now everything is set, I just need to head there tomorrow," Gustav voiced out as he stared at the holographic projection of a particular place. This place was surrounded by a body of water, erected within a massive hole in the ocean that never got filled up with water. The structure was a circular-shaped one with lots of floors since it extended from the bottom of the ocean to the top. There were security protocols put in place that surrounded the entire vicinity where this structure was situated, and even mixed bloods flying around. The security was just as tight as the location where the world leaders were based, if not even tighter. This place was called the Bureau of Cities Research Center. It was a place containing every single research-related file that had been conducted on Earth. If it didn't have the original, it would have a copy unless such research was conducted privately and never registered with the government. It held knowledge dating back multiple centuries and even those that were hidden from the general public. Some research was also being conducted here as some of the best inventions had come from the Bureau. They had the power to confiscate any research they found dangerous, just like how they did with Scientist Zill. Gustav was now ready to infiltrate the place in search of the rest of Scientist Zl's research to retrieve it, and he wasn't doing this the legal way. Scientist Zill had mentioned to him that he should never include him in this as it might bring danger to him and his family. The research was supposed to be dead and buried, and he had been warned not to tell anybody about it, so if Gustav decided to make use of his current prestige to get the research back legally, he felt he might be endangering Sir Zill. Gustav wasn't the kind of person to repay good with evil, recalling everything Scientist Zill had done for him, so he decided the best possible way would be infiltration. Besides, the system also gave him that quest, so he didn't really have a choice. He just needed to make sure nobody ever found out. With the place being extremely tight in security, things would be difficult, but Gustav had already made plans on how to get in. 2 hours more, Gustav muttered after checking the time. PRRGGG. PRRGGG. He heard a ringing sound in his head and proceeded to bring out his phone from the storage device. Truin. After picking up the call, the holographic projection of a person in a mask appeared above the phone. Red Shadow, Gustav voiced out while raising his eyebrows. Look, I didn't want to disturb you again, but those idiots won't listen to me, Red Shadow voiced out from the other end. Did you tell them in detail about your discovery and show proof? Gustav asked. I did, and those guys just sent a team over to gather the ones I found before taking them back. They don't see the larger picture despite me telling them over and over again. They say there is no conspiracy and working together with my organization on a mission was only a one-time thing, Red Shadow voiced out with a tone of frustration. They're not jumping on the case? Gustav asked. No, they're not. They don't share in my delusion apparently. No offense, Gustav, but the MBO is quite dumb to me. You guys need to purge the chain of command, Red Shadow responded with a stare of pity. Well, I can't say you're wrong, but you gotta try to convince them or work it on your own, Gustav stated. Can't you come help out? You're not as stupid as them, I'm sure you see the irregularities too, Red Shadow proposed. I told you before, I have something important to attend to. As much as I would like to help, I can't right now, Gustav said while shaking his head. But, I can connect you to someone who might be able to assist. Chapter 961, Traveling to the Bureau. But I can connect you to someone who might be able to assist, Gustav stated. Through the mask, Red Shadow's face lit up with a hopeful look as he asked, Who? A few minutes later, Gustav had gotten off the call with Red Shadow after giving him the contact details of who he wanted to link him up with. It turned out that Red Shadow had been in contact with Gustav for the past week about a particular situation. The agency Red Shadow worked with had a mission for him where someone had asked them to investigate the increasing numbers of Ashi-infected people lately in a particular city. According to the reports, it had been taken care of by the MBO at the time, but then the infected mindless people kept coming back. At first, they came in groups of 10 and then it kept increasing, even though the MBO would usually take care of the situation quickly before it got out of hand. However, it was starting to look like a pattern, and the person who gave the mission to the agency Red Shadow worked with felt they weren't safe anymore within the city walls because these infected people kept coming back. Red Shadow inspected several, and it was proven that the city had been neutralized of Ashi-infected people several times, and they had ways of scanning across the city for any infected people before it graduated to a stage of insanity. This meant the infected ones that had already gone insane were coming from somewhere else. Red Shadow, upon investigating for some time, needed backup and informed the MBO that there might be a conspiracy somewhere. The infected would usually turn mindless after some time, which would in turn make it look like they were brain dead. However, after it graduated to a stage where their infection could no longer be contained, the infected would turn bloodlust. They would still be mindless and unreasonable, but they would be out for blood. These were usually the ones that appeared in that particular city, and it had been happening for some time. Red Shadow was sure that something was up somewhere, but he needed to work with others. After seeing how unreasonable the MBO was, he asked Gustav for help with it, but Gustav was busy trying to make plans to complete his quest. Gustav just sent him to some officers with a plea, and they didn't join him in investigating as he expected. They still doubted that Red Shadow was on to something. If Gustav was directly involved it wouldn't be that way, but because Red Shadow was from a private mixed blood agency, they didn't take him seriously. Gustav wanted to focus on completing his quest before he gave this situation a thought. Right now Red Shadow had called to complain again, and this time Gustav connected him with Gradia Xanatus, who was now a Major Gradia. Gradia Xanatus was now higher in rank, so definitely he could use his power to pull some strings and assist Red Shadow. 2 hours went by in a flash and Gustav stood to his feet and moved to the mirror. Currently, he was clad in a brownish uniform with the MBO emblem on his right chest pocket. Wriggling sounds rang out as his face changed color and his body turned a bit slimmer with slightly pale skin. Gustav now looked like a completely different person. He smiled as he tapped on his dimensional bracelet. Time to go, Gustav said internally as he picked a location. Zing. He appeared within private airspace in the next few moments. His sudden appearance was a bit eye-catching as some of the other officers waiting around here stared in his direction. This private airspace was secluded from the other parts of this airport. Right in front of it, one could see an MBO emblem. In this airspace, about 6 other officers were waiting by the side and it looked like Gustav was the last to arrive. They were all clad in brown uniforms like him, but they all looked older than he was. Yo, looks like this young officer is also being added to the ranks, one of them voiced to the person beside him. Gustav moved to the side and stood a few feet away from the aircraft that was currently booting. They all waited by the side for about 2 minutes before a high-ranking MBO officer arrived in their midst. Officers, we will be leaving now. I'm sure you all know the drill, but introductions will be needed for better cooperation at the Bureau, this high-ranking female officer voiced out as she turned to stare at the first person on the left. You start first, she stated. I am Officer Gonzalez. She turned towards the next person who in turn voiced out his name next. Officer Shepard. Officer Noah. Officer Nicole. Officer Uzumaki. Officer Cheng. When it was finally Gustav's turn, he voiced out his fake name as well, Officer Tantrum, PFFFFTT. Some of them burst into laughter as they heard that. Did you throw tantrums as a kid or what? Ha ha ha, one of them voiced out while laughing loudly. The high-ranking female officer gave them a stern glare that caused the place to quieten in the next instant. Their smiles faded as they took on a look of respect. I am Officer Mila, and to make things easier I'll just call you all by numbers, she said while raising her hand to point. Number 1, number 2. She gave them numbers according to how they had introduced themselves, and Gustav ended up with the number 7. Afterwards they moved into the plane, strapping themselves in as they prepared for flight. Some of the officers were already making connections and talking to each other. Amongst all 7, only one was a female officer while the others were just males. I think we still get the chance to use gadgets, right? No, this is our last chance to use gadgets since we will be busy with surveillance and security when we arrive there. Chapter 962. Arriving at the Bureau Estisha. Let me savor the picture of my savior one last time then. This was the dialogue of 2 male officers chatting opposite Gustav. Gustav saw the other officer open a picture file on his gadget and surprisingly Gustav's picture appeared on the screen of the gadget. His next action nearly made Gustav puke. Moi. The officer planted a saliva-filled kiss on the screen of the gadget right on Gustav's lips on the picture. Number 2, what the hell are you doing? Number 3 yelled from the side. What? I'm in love with Officer Crimson, or am I not allowed to? Number 2 said with a slightly girly voice. Gustav felt the urge to throw up once more but he held it in. Number 7 you want some? Number 2 asked while showing Gustav a picture of Gustav. Narim good, Gustav responded. I was never gonna share him with you anyways, Number 2 stated with a HMPH. Okay, Gustav said internally with a slightly awkward look. Don't mind, Number 2 has been that way since he arrived here, Number 5 voiced out with a feminine tone from the side. The person sitting beside Gustav was the only lady on the team. I see, Gustav responded. 7 This is your first time serving at the Bureau, right? She asked. Yeah it is, Gustav responded. Then you can always come to me for help, she said with a smile. Everyone here was older than Gustav, so he could tell number 5 was trying to play the role of a big sister at this moment. "Sure, I'll bother you when I need help," Gustav responded. The flight was scheduled to be around 2 hours since they were in quite a speedy aircraft. It turned out a team of MBO mixed bloods were being swapped out for this particular team. Usually there were around 10 teams of officers tasked with the security of the bureau, and now that a team was being swapped out, this team would be taking care of the previous team duties. These rounds were usually swapped every 6 months, so it would take another 6 months before this team would be swapped again. Gustav had stole the identity of another officer he currently held in captive unbeknownst to them. This officer had been in the MBO for about a year, so he was still relatively new compared to the others, but then his rank was the same as the others because he had climber up pretty fast even though it couldn't be compared to Gustav's speed. Everyone here was a kilo ranked except for the officer whose identity was stolen by Gustav, so it was convenient enough for Gustav to use his identity. The original officer Tantrum was out cold, and Gustav knew he only had limited time before he regained consciousness. He had to be done and out of here before the time came for him to regain consciousness. A timer was set in Gustav's dimensional bracelet that would instantly teleport him out of there when it was time for Officer Tantrum to regain consciousness. The main objective was to retrieve Scientist Zill's files without any suspicions. About 2 hours later, an area within the ocean was spotted where waves were not being generated. This part of the ocean was quite calm, and in a few they had spotted a massive cave-in within the ocean with an outstanding circular-shaped structure in the middle. The structure at the top resembled ice that was shaped like an onion. It was really large, and the airplane slowly descended as it arrived in that area. Mixed bloods could be seen flying around the place, and one of them paused in mid-air a few feet away from the aircraft. Confirming aircraft serial code. A call was coming in from the mixed blood in front, and the pilot answered with the expected aircraft code. They were given clearance for landing, and an invisible opening appeared on the force field surrounding the structure. Jis. They landed on the west side where a small private hangar was exposed. 2 MBO officers were already awaiting them and stood in place as they got off the aircraft. Officer Mila. Both officers saluted with a look of respect the moment they all filed out of the aircraft. It turned out that Officer Mila was the main officer in charge of the MBO officers securing the bureau. She nodded at the officers and they led them to the small stairway that led to the top floor on the bureau. Gustav and the others arrived at a hallway top floor and followed the officers who were initially waiting for them at the roof. The entire place was made of icy-like walls, so even the walls were translucent along with the floors. They passed by some people working here who were clad in whitish outfit. Every person working in the Bureau of Cities Research Center was a scientist or relayed with science and technology in one way or the other. The white uniform was their outfit, so besides people in white the only other color that could be seen in the Bureau was that of the MBO. The 2 officers lead all 7 of them to a particular place within the top floor that was exclusive to the MBO officers only. When they got into this place, they found out it was the operating room for cameras all across the Bureau. There were lots of holographic screens lined up in mid-air that displayed scenes from every single floor within the Bureau. The Bureau apparently was as big as an MBO tower. There were over 1,000 floors, and there were other screens displaying different angles outside the structure, which also showed how the waves outside were falling in without making contact with the building. The only reason the Bureau wasn't reaching the space like any of the MBO towers despite being as large was because it was erected in the middle of the ocean. The ocean was quite deep itself. Chapter 963. Difficulty level increased. Lots of people moving about in white outfits could be seen, with some placing some information into holographic computers. Multiple libraries made some information available in general. They had books on paper and also some circular objects that stored information. These floated in mid-air with tons of different categories all visible and outlined to make things easier. There were also lots of laboratories within the Bureau. Different scientific research was being put to test because one of the works of the Bureau was to test out some new inventions they found suspicious and make sure it was safe before they would be allowed for public distribution or get access to be shown to the world. The guards began explaining to the 7 which area their team would have to cover for the next week before they swapped with another team. It had been explained initially before they were brought here how despite the Bureau having up to 1,000 floors, they still managed to keep the place secure with just 70 MBO officers. The MBO didn't want to send too many here, which was why they sent officers who had reached this rank in the MBO because they knew they were more effective. Gustav already knew about the Bureau being this massive, which was why he took so much time to make plans. With it having over 1,000 floors, scientist Zill's research could be hidden anywhere. He had spent his time trying to find out exactly where it was located, but there was barely any information coming out of this place, so Gustav didn't know much. He only knew the floor which he had to go to find research that was confiscated during the same time frame as Sir Zill's. This was the highest he was able to figure out without drawing suspicions to himself, and he had decided he would use it to the best of his capabilities. He had successfully infiltrated. The next step was getting the research without arousing any suspicions or anyone figuring it out. Gustav wasn't really listening to the officers who were giving the brief info about the Bureau. Instead, he was looking around at the thousands of holographic screens in mid-air and the number of MBO officers seated in this control room. However, even with this, Gustav could hear them clearly and still focus on the other places his eyes were searching at the same time. His eyes closed in on one of the screens at the left corner. That's the west side of floor 627. Gustav said internally. The other screens show the different areas on floor 627. Gustav thought as he looked at the other screens lined up. There's a conference room on that same floor, so I guess it's one of the labeled no-go areas in the Bureau. The guards had mentioned that some places were off-limits for them, and it was particularly the floors that had conference rooms. It looked like the government didn't want the MBO or anyone snooping in on their confidential scientific-related plans. They used the conference room every week, and there were times when a higher-up from the government would have important meetings with them relating to some new plans that would affect the public. The entire building was government property after all. Things might get a little tougher since I have to infiltrate a building off access to the officers, Gustav thought. After some time, they were shown the area they were meant to cover as the new team. Number 5 was given team leader, and she held on to the device that could be used to contact all 10 teams simultaneous if anything ever happened. The others were given communication access within the team so they would be able to report any suspicious findings in their own area where they were supposed to watch. After a few more minutes, the team headed to the teleportation elevator that took them down to the 246th floor. They were meant to cover from the 246th floor down to the 257th floor. 5 of them would be covering 2 floors and 1 person would be covering the last floor, while the last person would have to cover the outer perimeter of the number of floors they were given. Number 5 went on to give each person their assigned floors, and when it got to Gustav's turn, he was given the 257th floor. He was the only given 1 floor to cover, while number 25 herself covered the outer perimeter. Her bloodline didn't grant her the power to fly, but the MBO had given them gadgets that made them capable of flight, so it wasn't a problem. Everyone moved to their assigned places and began their duties. When Gustav arrived on this floor, he moved about like he was supposed to watch every nook and cranny of the floor, with multiple workers in white moving about the place. However, while this was going on, Gustav was making plans to infiltrate the floor he needed to. One would wonder how they would ever get a chance to take a break with the entire number of floors they were supposed to survey, but amongst the number of teams, there was a backup team that would step in after a week for each team. MBO officers at this rank and level of strength could stay up to a month without taking food, so they were required to be watchful for a week. However, they were still allowed breakfast, lunch and dinner along with toilet breaks during the 1 week, and someone from the control room would be substituted until they were done. The MBO officers in the control room weren't amongst the team of 7. They were a separate force and they were never swapped like the others. The only thing they weren't allowed during that time frame was sleep. Mixed bloods were quite powerful at this level, so all of these things weren't a problem. Even if they didn't get to sleep, it wouldn't be a problem. Chapter 964, Red Shadow and Gradia Xanatus collaboration. They only needed to bear this for around 6 months before they were swapped with a new team, so they didn't see it as a problem. Their pay was astronomically increased during this time frame as well. Even though they didn't like getting transferred here, they appreciated the high pay. Hours into the whole thing, Gustav had already scanned every single floor in the bureau with God eyes. He had taken note of every vent, pipe and intricate workings of the bureau. The next step was to put his plans into motion. The files are in data, not in papers, Gustav said internally. Well, we already prepared for this, didn't we? The system replied in his mind. Yeah, are you ready to fill it with different data? Gustav asked. This makes things easier. I only need to do an exchange of data. Nothing will be suspected in the slightest, you just need to get me close enough without making contact, the system voiced. How close? Gustav asked. 1 foot, the system responded. Gustav. Practically the same as making contact, just get there. The system stated. Yeah, the problem isn't getting there. It's leaving here to there without anyone noticing him gone or seeing me on the floor that is restricted to MBO officers, Gustav voiced internally. Make use of those intelligent points, Gustav, the system said with a tone of ridicule. Gustav. Pewter, I know what to do, it's just going to take some time. Well, we still have around 5 days before he regains consciousness, so chop chop, be quick. Lucas City, this was the last scene it went down, a masked man voiced out to a man in red-colored MBO uniform. It's been too long, I can't use my rewind to see where they came from, the man in the MBO uniform voiced out in response as they looked around. Currently, they were on the outskirts of a small forest area. Behind them was a small forest, while in front of them was the shore of a river. The sun was already setting and the beautiful river displayed the reflection of its wonderful glow. There was a big spot up ahead with an ash-colored stain, but besides that, the entire area looked okay. I suspected it was from Gildian City, but now I'm not so sure, the masked man voiced out. Gildian ruined city? Why would you think so? The man in a red-colored uniform with an MBO emblem asked. Initially the infected were coming from the west, but now I don't think so anymore because this is the south. They came in from the south with borders with Xianting City, the masked man explained. Red Shadow, you might be onto something, the officer stated with a contemplative look. What do you mean, Officer Xanatus? Red Shadow asked. Gildian is a ruined and unpopulated city with some toxic gases in the air, but it's still possible to stay there for some time if one has the right equipment or if they are powerful enough. Gradia Xanatus began to speak while furrowing his eyebrows. Gildian City was located on the west side of the city they were currently in, which was Lucan City. If this is a kind of conspiracy, whoever is involved might have noticed that things were starting to get suspicious and change their mode of doing things, Gradia Xanatus added. But a lot of things still don't make sense. What is the end game with this? Red Shadow said with a look of confusion. That's what we need to find out, but one thing we can be sure of is, it's nothing good, so we have to stop it before it actually comes to fruition, Gradia Xanatus responded. So we're going to Gildian City again then? Red Shadow asked. Again? Gradia Xanatus questioned. Last time it was with the young miss when we were on that last operation, Red Shadow explained. Oh, the young miss, a smile appeared on Gradia Xanatus' face as he voiced out. It turned out Red Shadow and Miss Amy had gone there in the last year since it was linked to their previous mission together. I hope she's okay wherever she is. Red Shadow's face could not be seen at the moment, but he was smiling under the mask as well. She'll be fine. It's her after all, Gradia Xanatus said as he turned to move towards the hover car behind. Yeah, I'm sure, Red Shadow responded as he followed after him. The Bureau of Cities Research Center. I'll wait for sure if you want me to. No, don't worry, I still need to work. You could just take a toilet break and join me, maybe next time. Oh, come on, don't be like this. You won't die if you go out with me, you know. Okay, then I'll take a break. Yes, I'll be waiting in the center cafeteria. Gustav's discussion with a young female scientist ended this way. It had already been 3 days, and during his time here Gustav had been getting friendly with some scientists. 3 of them in particular, just to fish for information he might have missed, and due to the information he had received, he made friends with one more. Amira Tabitha. This young scientist happened to be the daughter of a well-known female scientist who worked in the bureau. She was amongst the top researchers here, high up the hierarchy. Of course, Gustav's reason for getting close to her was related to his plans. Gustav didn't have to really act while using Tantrum's identity because no one here knew him in the first place, so he couldn't arouse suspicions with his personality unless he did something out of hand. Amira Tabitha, who was obviously swooned by Tantrum's charms mixed with Gustav's suaveness, had been getting really friendly with him. They would occasionally have brief discussions every time Gustav walked by the area she was walking. From there she had taken a liking to him despite the short period they had known each other. At the moment she was asking Gustav to join her for lunch since he had not taken a break since he arrived here. Chapter 965, Marry Me. At the moment she was asking Gustav to join her for lunch since he had not taken a break since he arrived here. They all had their rooms, but unlike the officers, the scientists had resting time and could even leave the bureau whenever they wanted to. She was disheartened seeing that Tantrum was on this floor every time she came by in the last 3 days, even though he had told her not to worry about it. Gustav eventually took a break and decided to join her for lunch. R7 is taking a break. He only surveys one floor, why does he get to take a break? Some of the other teammates were not so satisfied after hearing number 7 was given access to take a 30 minutes break. Someone from the control room would be taking his place in the meantime. Some of them had taken one break or the other during the last 3 days, but they felt it was justified since they had to surveil 2 floors, meanwhile Gustav only had to surveil 1. Number 5 didn't care about their tantrums and gave 7 the break regardless. Tell me, what do you enjoy doing in your free time? Amira questioned as they had lunch. Mostly reading, Gustav responded before taking a bite at the dish before them. You read? What types of books? She seemed quite surprised as Gustav mentioned this. Novels, science, history, martial arts, astronomy, practically everything, Gustav answered. Amira usually knew the MBO as a combatant force, so she had a kind of mentality that they only cared about strength. She didn't believe Gustav was into knowledge, so she began to ask him questions. Who is the most decorated fictional author to date? She questioned. 21st century, Timvik, who created a cure for cancer. Scientist Neverland Chase, complete this scientific term an acting body can only be. She kept throwing questions at Gustav from all fields, ranging from science to literature to history and others. Gustav answered every single question with ease, making her look more astonished by the second. Don't forget your meal, Gustav reminded her after noticing she had stopped eating and kept staring at him with a look of disbelief. Marry me, she voiced out subconsciously. Huh! Gustav exclaimed. Sorry about that. Her face turned beet red as she coughed repeatedly before grabbing a glass of juice by the side and downing it. Gustav nodded and continued eating. I'm just so shocked that you're so knowledgeable. And not just a musclehead with a handsome look, she said with a fawning look. Gustav looked unmoved in reality, but internally he was smiling because things were going exactly as planned. I know a lot more than you think. If my family wasn't led by a commander from the MBO, I would be a scientist by now, Gustav voiced out as he drank from a cup with a calm look. Looks like you're not in the MBO by choice, I know how that feels. I also wanted to be something different myself, but my mother dragged me into this line of work because of my high intelligence, Amira voiced out with a relatable tone. So what did you wanna be then? Gustav asked. I actually wanted to join the MBO, but I was born with a C-grade bloodline and my parents love competition. They didn't think I could become the best with a C-grade bloodline, so I should have been a scientist since with my IQ I could do pretty well in the science world so long as I was taught properly, Amira voiced out lengthily. Don't be mistaken, I do love my job as a scientist and already have a few accolades to show for it, but sometimes I wonder how things would have become if I had joined the MBO, she added. I wonder how things would have become if I had been a scientist too, Gustav voiced out with a tone of defeat. Both of them kept eating in silence for a bit before Gustav suddenly spoke. I have an idea, he voiced out. What is it? Amira asked with a look of curiosity. We could. Gustav suddenly stopped talking at this point. We could what? She asked. Time's up, I need to get back to my post, Gustav voiced out while standing to his feet. Oh, when can we do this again? She asked. I don't know when I'll be given the chance to take a break again, so I'm not sure, Gustav said while walking away. Amira had a look of longing on her face as she watched Officer Tantrum walk away. Maybe I could ask Mum to pull some strings so I can steal him away again, she said internally. Take over watching outside in the meantime. The others are not satisfied, so they want you to get a bigger duty post, Number 5 said as she arrived on the floor Gustav was patrolling. Oh, you want me to scour the perimeter? Gustav asked. Yeah, she confirmed. For how long? He questioned. For the rest of the week. Don't worry, I'll give you a smaller area to survey when our team surveillance area changes next week, she said with an expression of reassurance, thinking Number 7 was asking this because he didn't want to be given a larger area to survey. She had no idea Gustav was wailing internally as this switch potentially could ruin his plans. Gustav had no choice but to accept the switch and exited the floor. In a few minutes, Gustav was flying outside the building. Some thrusters were shooting out of his back and his feet, giving him the ability to fly without having to make use of his powers. The area outside he was meant to cover was from the 246th to the 257th floor, which was a little over 100 feet in height but a radius covering over 3,000 feet. Each floor was just that large. There were other officers 100 feet higher and below also surveying their own area. Chapter 966. Dimensional travel unavailable. This whole situation had caught Gustav off guard since he was supposed to remain on the 257th floor and keep in contact with Amira to achieve his objective. If he was made to stay here till the end of the week, it would be messing with the plan since the real Officer Tantrum would have regained consciousness by then. Gustav had kept him in a spatial prison, but eventually, the spatial prison would lose power if he wasn't there to enforce it, which would lead to Tantrum breaking out. He could access it from anywhere, but he couldn't just disappear at any time he wanted to for a long period of time. He just knew he had to find a way to maneuver this whole situation in his favor. While Gustav flew around the premises of the Bureau, he inspected the entire environment. The outside was dimly lit and the oceanic waves falling in were only a few feet away from making contact with the structure. With this amount of depth, the waves should be making contact, but when Gustav moved closer to the waves to inspect the weird phenomenon, he noticed something. He tried to touch the waves and noticed that his palm was being repelled by an invisible force. This force was responsible for not making the waves collide with the structure. Gustav activated God Eyes and looked down. At the bottom as well, there was not a single drop of water to be seen. The ground was dry. It was like the waves were being led somewhere else and couldn't penetrate the circle where the Bureau was erected. This is quite amazing, Gustav said internally. But this energy seems familiar, isn't it? Dimensional and anti-dimensional energy mixed together, the system completed his sentence. Yeah, that's why it felt so strange and I couldn't identify it at first. How are they able to make use of both of them in the same place? Gustav was astounded. There are brilliant minds here exposed to scientific research not available to the public, so it's to be expected that you will see confusing things here, the system stated. It turns out the Bureau was gatekeeping not only scientific research but technology as well. This might also be a problem, Gustav said internally while still placing his hand on the force that separate their area from the waves falling in. Why? This is the purest and highest form of these opposite energies I have ever encountered. As Gustav got to this point, the system could already tell what he was thinking about. The level 7 dimensional bracelet has never been affected by dimensional disruptors. You think it would affect now? The system asked. Only one way to find out, Gustav said internally as he prepared to make use of it. Hey newbie, you're not supposed to be there, a voice came in from the communication channel. Huh! Gustav exclaimed. The sensors in the control room go off whenever there is contact with the dimensional barrier. It has been going off repeatedly. We understand you're new, but stay away from the barrier. Yes, sire. The call ended at this point and Gustav moved away from the barrier. He continued flying around the building as he came up with different plans. Turned out the officers in the control room didn't think it could have been an intruder since they were immediately able to tell that the person assigned there was causing the issue. This made Gustav wonder just how long it had been since the Bureau actually had any issue of infiltration or getting attacked. Man, this is always boring. Nobody ever attacks the Bureau. It's been centuries since the last attack, which failed woefully because at the time Sir Jack was the one assigned to protect the Bureau. I read about that too. He overpowered all the opponents who were aliens that had sneaked into Earth with one of our spacecraft. Since then no one had ever tried it, which makes things awfully boring. You all, that doesn't mean you should slack off. These were the responses of the others when Gustav asked his question through the team channel. Even though the officers were still on the alert, Gustav could tell that they were still pretty laid back. Which meant they wouldn't notice if he disappeared for a little bit. A few seconds of disappearance was okay, but Gustav wouldn't risk anything beyond that. As this thought came to mind, Gustav activated the dimensional bracelet. He needed to be sure that dimensional travel was possible at this moment. Gustav stared at the notification on the dimensional bracelet with an "I knew it" look. He thought this might happen from the moment he figured out about the dimensional and anti-dimensional field surrounding the entire vicinity. This was the first time the dimensional bracelet was inefficient under the coverage of a dimensional disruptor. If the dimensional bracelet had worked, he would have returned here in the next instant, but Atlas, the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Leaving here might be a bit of a hassle, but it turns out I can still mark this location as a checkpoint. Gustav was a bit surprised after he noticed this, but he deciphered it in the next instant. So that's it. Then I just need to make changes to the plans, Gustav said internally. Getting out of here might be cumbersome without bringing about suspicions, but it's definitely possible. Might have to cause a ruckus though, Gustav thought as multiple plans began to formulate in his head. Not a bad plan, but don't forget, our main issue is still getting close enough to where the files are stored, the system reminded. Being outside might not be as bad as I thought. A few seconds disappearance might go unnoticed, so I can do this, Gustav thought as he brought out a thumbnail-sized circular item. Gustav proceeded to place this item on his forehead, and in the next instant he disappeared. Cognitive concealment has been activated. Chapter 967. The situation in Gildian City, South. Gustav proceeded to place this item on his forehead, and in the next instant he disappeared. Cognitive concealment has been activated. His presence also completely disappeared in the next instant, completing masking his existence. Hover has been activated. Thwas. Gustav flew upwards with intense speed, crossing more than 200 floors in an instant. Besides the winds that were generated from his flight speed, there was nothing else in the vicinity to be seen since he was currently invisible. Thweewi. Gustav arrived at the west area, outside the 627th floor, and paused his ascent. God Eyes has been activated. God Eyes was so high level at the moment that even the preventive measures put in place to stop anyone from snooping was unable to stop God Eyes. Gustav's sight phased through the icy-like walls, peering right through multiple walls and hallways within. He arrived at a particular part of the floor and began looking around. There were a few workers moving about, but none of them were aware of the invisible eyes watching. Time jumps. Confiscated research area. DNA separation. Bloodline implantation. Multiple sex organ creation. Gustav said internally as he looked across some rooms on this floor where research had been confiscated. There were so many categories, and he wanted to find the one related to scientist Zill's research, so it would make it easier to find when he finally managed to infiltrate this floor. 10 seconds left. The system reminded him that he only had 10 seconds left of invisibility. Gustav didn't want to make use of another invisibility tool since he had them in limited amount right now, so he had to make sure he found what he was looking for within these 10 seconds. Gustav's eyes finally closed in on an area that was labeled interdimensional travel displacement. There was no need for a more obvious sign than that for him to figure out that this was the area he was looking for. There's at 632 confiscated research in this category. Gustav was instantly able to calculate the number of confiscated research in this vicinity. There were floating tabloid-looking items everywhere with labels on them. Gustav just had to look at the labels to find out which one exactly contained scientist Zill's research. Number 7 report. Gustav could hear a call from their team leader the same moment he found the area. 5, 4. The system was also counting down in his mind the amount of time left till the visibility deactivated. Found it, Gustav also said internally at the same time. Southwest corner. 123th section. Gustav took note of these things before he turned around. Fui. He flew down with immense speed and arrived back at the same spot he was earlier. 2, 1. The countdown reached 0 and Gustav reappeared. He also deactivated cognitive concealment at this point, causing his presence to return. Number 7 report. He heard number 5 call in once again after not receiving a response for about 5 seconds. Number 7 reporting clear. The entire environment is cool and calm. They would have to report every 1 hour about the situation of the area they were surveilling. So it was Gustav's turn to give his report after the others had given theirs. There was usually nothing, so this had been the same repeated response for a very long time. I wish something would just happen, number 1 voiced out with a bored tone on their communication channel, with a bored tone causing everyone to start laughing. Be careful of what you wish for, Gustav said internally. Gildian City bang, bang, bang. The sounds of flesh ripping and multiple collisions rang out as a battle played out in a particular area. A massive blue illumination surrounded the right arm of a man in uniform as he threw his fist forward, causing a shockwaves to spread across the vicinity. Boom. Tens of ash-skinned-looking humans got blasted backwards as the ground caved in and the demolished building behind got even more wrecked than earlier. On the other side, a star-shaped glowing red opening swept forward with intense speed and energy, clearing a wave of the ash-skinned-looking humans in front. Red footprints appeared all over the place as the man who was masked dashed forward and grabbed hold of a normal-looking man who was trying to escape with a box-like item in his grasp. The entire vicinity was filled with a purplish fog and desecrated buildings. Tons and tons of collapsed buildings could be seen, and it was obvious that this city was no longer in use. Let's go. Red Shadow yelled out as he turned around and dashed forward again. Fui. A bunch of these ashy-skinned humans landed exactly where he was standing initially as an ashy fog spread out. Gradia Xanatus, who was about 100 feet towards the left, leapt away from his position towards Red Shadow. Bunch of massive ashy hands slammed upon the place he was standing earlier, and hundreds of ashy-skinned humans could be seen charging towards the direction he leapt in. Red Shadow opened a flower-shaped portal in front and jumped in. Gradia Xanatus jumped in after him and it closed up before any of the ash-skinned humans got to it. Sounds of screeching rang out as they arrived at the initial position of the assailants and were unable to spot them again. They all had bloodshot eyes as they charged forward with intensity, all having one unique look or the other. Some were massive, others were slim and had differences in abilities except for their skin color, which happened to be the same. Hundreds of these creatures with similar skin color could be seen teeming across the vicinity. They all stared in one direction within this purplish fog-enshrouded decimated city and began to charge forward in unison. Bang! Now you have nowhere to run, Red Shadow voiced out as he slammed the man in his grasp against the ground the instant they appeared in another location. Chapter 968. Let me savor the picture of my savior one last time then. This was the dialogue of two male officers chatting opposite Gustav. Gustav saw the other officer open a picture file on his gadget, and surprisingly Gustav's picture appeared on the screen of the gadget. His next action nearly made Gustav puke. Moi. The officer planted a saliva-filled kiss on the screen of the gadget right on Gustav's lips on the picture. Number 2, what the hell are you doing? Number 3 yelled from the side. What? I'm in love with Officer Crimson, or am I not allowed to? Number 2 said with a slightly girly voice. Gustav felt the urge to throw up once more, but he held it in. Number 7, you want some? Number 2 asked while showing Gustav a picture of Gustav. Narim good, Gustav responded. I was never gonna share him with you anyways, Number 2 stated with a HMPH. Okay, Gustav said internally with a slightly awkward look. Don't mind, Number 2 has been that way since he arrived here, Number 5 voiced out with a feminine tone from the side. The person sitting beside Gustav was the only lady on the team. Whom I see, Gustav responded. 7, this is your first time serving at the bureau, right? She asked. Yeah, it is, Gustav responded. Then you can always come to me for help, she said with a smile. Everyone here was older than Gustav, so he could tell number 5 was trying to play the role of a big sister at this moment. "Sure, I'll bother you when I need help," Gustav responded. The flight was scheduled to be around 2 hours since they were in quite a speedy aircraft. It turned out a team of MBO mixed bloods were being swapped out for this particular team. Usually there were around 10 teams of officers tasked with the security of the bureau, and now that a team was being swapped out, this team would be taking care of the previous team duties. These rounds were usually swapped every 6 months, so it would take another 6 months before this team would be swapped again. Gustav had stole the identity of another officer he currently held in captive unbeknownst to them. This officer had been in the MBO for about a year, so he was still relatively new compared to the others, but then his rank was the same as the others because he had climber up pretty fast even though it couldn't be compared to Gustav's speed. Everyone here was a kilo ranked except for the officer whose identity was stolen by Gustav, so it was convenient enough for Gustav to use his identity. The original officer Tantrum was out cold, and Gustav knew he only had limited time before he regained consciousness. He had to be done and out of here before the time came for him to regain consciousness. A timer was set in Gustav's dimensional bracelet that would instantly teleport him out of there when it was time for Officer Tantrum to regain consciousness. The main objective was to retrieve Scientist Zill's files without any suspicions. About 2 hours later, an area within the ocean was spotted where waves were not being generated. This part of the ocean was quite calm, and in a few they had spotted a massive cave-in within the ocean with an outstanding circular-shaped structure in the middle. The structure at the top resembled ice that was shaped like an onion. It was really large, and the airplane slowly descended as it arrived in that area. Mixed bloods could be seen flying around the place, and one of them paused in mid-air a few feet away from the aircraft. Confirming aircraft serial code, A call was coming in from the mixed blood in front, and the pilot answered with the expected aircraft code. They were given clearance for landing, and an invisible opening appeared on the force field surrounding the structure. Jis. They landed on the west side where a small private hangar was exposed. 2 MBO officers were already awaiting them and stood in place as they got off the aircraft. Officer Mila. Both officers saluted with a look of respect the moment they all filed out of the aircraft. It turned out that Officer Mila was the main officer in charge of the MBO officers securing the bureau. She nodded at the officers and they led them to the small stairway that led to the top floor on the bureau. Gustav and the others arrived at a hallway top floor and followed the officers who were initially waiting for them at the roof. The entire place was made of icy-like walls, so even the walls were translucent along with the floors. They passed by some people working here who were clad in whitish outfit. Every person working in the Bureau of Cities Research Center was a scientist or relayed with science and technology in one way or the other. The white uniform was their outfit, so besides people in white, the only other color that could be seen in the bureau was that of the MBO. The 2 officers lead all 7 of them to a particular place within the top floor that was exclusive to the MBO officers only. When they got into this place, they found out it was the operating room for cameras all across the bureau. There were lots of holographic screens lined up in mid-air that displayed scenes from every single floor within the bureau. The bureau apparently was as big as an MBO tower. There were over 1,000 floors, and there were other screens displaying different angles outside the structure, which also showed how the waves outside were falling in without making contact with the building. The only reason the bureau wasn't reaching the space like any of the MBO towers despite being as large was because it was erected in the middle of the ocean. The ocean was quite deep itself. Chapter 969, Emergency in Lucas City. Tell us what is going on. Gradia Xanatus instantly began questioning as he stood in front of this man. During the last 3 days, Gradia Xanatus and Red Shadow had spent this time scouring Gildian City that had been destroyed a long time ago. The city was not conducive for anyone to stay within, so it took quite the time for them to spot a particular area that was suspicious. Before this, they had been tracking numerous footprints that they had spotted across the grounds of different areas in the decimated city. After getting to the area where the footprints were headed, they spotted hundreds of ashy infected people gathered together. It was unknown how such a situation came to be, but it was obvious that the infected were gathered together in this place for a reason. There was definitely a motive, but Gradia Xanatus and Red Shadow had enough knowledge about the Ashy infected to understand that they couldn't question them. The Ashy infected people were incapable of holding a conversation, so they had to figure out why they were gathered here another way. They inspected the area subtly without letting the infected sight them and found out that there was a normal person somewhere around that place. When the infection had gotten to this stage, they knew the infected would attack anything living, so they didn't understand why the person within was alive and well. It took another time of inspection and contemplation before they decided to go on the offensive. They tried infiltrating the area and were attacked from all sides by the infected. While they were trying to fend off the attacks, they spotted this man coming out from an underground shelter with a box. The man still wasn't affected by all the ruckus, and the infected didn't try to attack him. They even tried to protect him, as mindless as they were. Now they had managed to catch him and bring him here. The man laying on the ground had a rabbit ear and a short scar on his chin area. However, even though he looked a little different from a normal human, he didn't have a bloodline. Gradia Xanatus and Red Shadow couldn't sense a bloodline from him. "There's no point even if I tell you anything now," the man voiced out with a terrified but ominous tone. "You're too late. The plans are already in motion," he added. "We don't have time for this. Tell us what you did," Gradia Xanatus stated as he moved closer to the man with his eyes glowing a strange blue color. "What I did? But it's not comparable to what the others did. You all are getting what is coming to you," the man voiced out before tapping on his breast pocket area. Boom. His head exploded in the next instant, dyeing the entire place in blood and gore. The technological nose mask he was putting on earlier also got blasted into pieces. Gradia Xanatus and Red Shadow had not expected this development. They weren't able to do anything about this, which brought a look of frustration to their faces. "He was a pure Slarkov," Gradia Xanatus voiced out with a look of concern. "Whatever is happening, it looks like he wasn't alone in this," Red Shadow voiced out. "I just made an emergency call to the MBO. The horde of infected we just battled must be wiped out before they spread out to the cities," Gradia Xanatus stated before turning to the side to stare at the brownish box-like item on the ground. "Let's check out this box. We might be able to get a clue from there," he added as he moved towards the box to open it. Red Shadow squatted in front as the box opened up and they spotted a massive conical flask-like object sealed at the top. "Is this what I think it is?" Red Shadow voiced out as Gradia Xanatus brought the tool out of the box. At the same time they were inspecting the contents of this box, a loud alarm rang out in this part of the city, along with the winds blowing across ominous screams. Gradia Xanatus and Red Shadow stared at each other with looks of wariness before they both leapt across the sky towards the source of the alarm with the box in Gradia Xanatus' hands. Number 7, they asked for you to come man the 257th floor, huh? Who did? Gustav asked with a confused expression. Someone with status in the bureau, I guess. They must have their eyes on you, cause they specifically asked for you to be the one to man floor 257 in the meantime. Numbed 5 voiced through the team channel. You looks like number 7 has been pulling chicks during our few days here. Number 7 the woman slayer. Do link us up when you get a sugar mummy, the other teammates voiced out through the channel with sarcastic tones. Gustav was a little surprised about this development, but he already knew who was behind this. Alright, Gustav answered through the communication channel and got ready to switch with number 5 again. This new situation made things easier for Gustav as he felt he could still make the earlier plan work instead of going through extreme measures for the new one. It was already the 4th day and Gustav knew only tomorrow was left for him before the real Officer Tantrum regained consciousness. He didn't want to waste any more time in getting the research. Few minutes later Gustav was on the 257th floor on surveillance once more. He had only been here for a short time when he bumped into Amira. Amira smiled at him as she spotted him while walking through a corridor. "Did you?" Gustav was about to ask when she cut him off. "Yes, I pulled some strings to have them bring you back to this floor," she stated. "Why?" Gustav asked. "Because." Amira's face turned beet red as a thought appeared in her mind. "We didn't get to finish our previous conversation. Can you join me for lunch again today?" she asked. Chapter 970. Switching identities. We didn't get to finish our previous conversation. Can you join me for lunch again today? She asked. I have to work, but maybe in an hour, Gustav responded. That will be great. I'll be expecting you on this floor cafeteria in an hour, she said before walking away with a face full of smiles. Gustav could tell that Amira was already starting to crush on Officer Tantrum since she went this far just to get him here. This was the best outcome for Gustav as he could push his next plan forward and get this over with. So you were saying something the other time, Amira voiced out with a cutlery in her grasp. Remind me, Gustav said before taking a small bite of food. You said you had an idea. She responded with a look of curiosity. I don't recall, Gustav stated before gobbling on another piece of meat. Oh come on, don't play dumb now, she said with a look of curiosity and desire. She was hoping whatever Gustav had in mind would help them get closer because she was really starting to like him. This made her curiosity even more heightened. Oh that. It's nothing Fut, Gustav laughed a little as he took a glass of juice. Please don't hold back, tell me what you had in mind. She didn't seem like she was ready to back down anytime soon. Internally Gustav was glad, but on the surface he acted like it was gonna be bothersome. Okay, he finally gave in while putting down the cutleries in his hands. Remember we talked about how I wished to be a scientist and how you wished to be a part of the MBO, but we both didn't get what we wanted because of our family? Gustav asked. Yes I do, she replied. Good, what if I told you that there was a way for us to make that happen temporarily? Gustav voiced with a low tone while moving his face forward for her to hear him clearly. A way for me to become a part of the MBO or a way for you to become a scientist? She questioned. Both, but only temporarily though, Gustav clarified. How is that even possible? Amira was starting to think Gustav was joking or something. It is. There is a way we can switch roles for a brief period of time. You get to experience life as an MBO officer during this time and I get to experience life as a scientist. It's a win-win for both of us and when we had our fun we can switch back. No one will ever know, Gustav explained in a low tone. I'm still missing the part of how this is even going to be a possibility in the first place, Amira voiced out with a disbelieving look. Gustav smiled before responding, just meet me in my room at 12 midnight if you're interested. I'll explain more if you show up. After saying this, he stood to his feet and headed out of the cafeteria. Amira sat in place with a bewildered and contemplative look as she digested everything Gustav had said here today. Can he truly make it happen? This was the thought that mostly ran through her mind as she sat there. Gustav went on to continue his work, surveilling the floor for the rest of the day. In a flash midnight had arrived and Gustav took another break saying he was headed for the bathroom to clean himself up. He just gave a little excuse about someone spilling something on him. Instead Gustav headed to his room which was on the 724th floor. Half of this particular floor was the area of accommodation for MBO officers. Gustav was able to avoid the eye of the officers around here and head for his room. Since it was his room, he got instant access once he arrived before it and went in to sit. All he had to do now was wait. He was hoping Amira would take the bait, but if she didn't, he would have to initiate Plan B since only tomorrow was left. Calm. Gustav heaved a sigh of relief as he heard the knock on his door. He opened it and a beautiful slim lady walked in. I'm interested, Amira voiced out the instant she got in. Obviously, if not you wouldn't be here, Gustav said with a smile. How we even going to make this work? What if we get figured out? My mom would really be disappointed and you might get fired, she began prancing about the room as she voiced out. Relax okay, Gustav said as he placed his hands on her shoulders to stop her from moving about. Listen to me, he began explaining. About 30 minutes later, Amira was questioning Gustav about a few things with a relatively calmer expression. So I don't have to do much. Nothing ever happens around here and you should know since you've been here for way longer than I have. That's quite easy, of course. You get to move about in an MBO uniform, possess technological tools you can use on a whim and radio communication with a team. You could even fly while surveilling outside, a perk unavailable to scientists. If this works, It's gonna be fun, Amira and Gustav conversed with excited expressions. Do I get access to every floor with your identity? Gustav asked. Of course you do. But most times I'm seen on the 257th floor and you also gotta avoid my mother because I already avoid her a lot so it would be suspicious if you didn't, she advised Gustav on things not to do while using her identity. Alright, it's time, Gustav said after they had both given each other enough advice about the new identity they would be taking. Amira placed her hand on the hem of her tank top, trying to pull it off. What are you doing? Gustav asked her. We don't need to get naked for it to work, she inquired. Chapter 971, Copying the Data. No we don't, Gustav stated with a strong tone. Oh, a wry smile appeared on Amira's face as she let go of the cloth and bit her lower lip in embarrassment. Just don't do anything funny when you have my body, Gustav didn't know why he felt the need to say this. You too don't do anything funny with my body, she rebelled. I am an upright man, Gustav said with a righteous tone. I am an upright woman too, but... Her face turned red as she began to picture some steamy scene in her mind. You don't look very upright right now, Gustav stated with a suspicious tone. Shut up, she said as she snapped out of her thoughts. Let's do it, her face turned determined as she moved closer to Gustav. Gustav nodded and reached out to place his hand on her face. Tell me if you start to feel unbearable pain, Gustav said as he activated an ability. Flesh warping has been activated. Wriggling sounds echoed in the room in the next instant with Amira gritting her teeth with a slight look of discomfort. Many minutes later the same two people as earlier stood in the room but unlike before, the male had a female outfit and the female was wearing an MBO uniform. It's done, go check Amira, the lady voiced out. Your face, or rather my face, you have my face already, the man voiced out with a look of disbelief. These two were obviously Amira and Gustav who now had each other's identities. Amira quickly moved towards the mirror to check her looks and noticed she had Officer Tantrum's exact body features. A smile appeared on her face meanwhile Gustav stood behind her. We just need to switch clothing now, Gustav voiced out with a girly tone. Gustav had made use of flesh warping to make Amira look like Tantrum while Gustav had made use of shapeshifting to look like her. It was relatively easy to turn himself to her but he had struggled with turning Amira to Tantrum. This was the first time he was using flesh warping to turn a live human into someone else. He had only used it on corpses and to blast a live human to pieces so this one wasn't easy. However Gustav was able to pull it off because he had built experience using flesh warping regardless. Amira was lucky she wasn't blasted to pieces. After exchanging clothes they both gave each other final warnings and proceeded to leave the room after deciding to meet here in the next 23 hours. Gustav had everything Amira possessed at the moment. Key cards, money, practically everything in her storage device while Amira had everything Tantrum possessed in his storage device as well. Gustav wasted no time in moving towards the teleportation elevator at the end of this room. He maintained Amira's usual jolly expression. He instantly took the elevator to the 627th floor. He arrived there in a second and used a keycard to gain access to the floor. Since this floor had limited access, only one or two scientists could be seen moving about the corridor. When they spotted Gustav, they greeted respectfully with smiles. Gustav greeted back and even engaged in small talks with them like Amira would before progressing further. Gustav knew exactly where he was going so he wasted no time in heading towards the southwest corner. In a few he had arrived there and was now in a very large hall space with rows and columns of floating-looking tabloids. Since it was still midnight there was practically no one around here. Scientists were always working on one thing or the other but they also needed rest so only a few of them would be seen moving about at midnight but since this floor wasn't accessible to everyone in the first place, nobody could be seen in this part of the floor. Gustav's eyes were focused on a particular part of this space as he walked through the midst of these multiple floating data with different labels. Why does the Bureau confiscate so many research? Gustav wondered as he noted the different categories and names of these confiscated research that sounded like inventions that could really be useful. Gustav understood that some research might spell instability and may be dangerous for the public if allowed to continue, but what about cases like Scientist Zill? What exactly is their motive for confiscating something that could potentially save the world? Gustav questioned internally because it didn't make sense to him. They should be funding his research so he could find out more about this subject, but they did the opposite. Gustav was intellectual enough to know that Scientist Zill wasn't the only person this had happened to, so he was sure not every research here was dangerous or unstable. The government was just trying to stop it from being furthered. I'll dig into that later when I have the time, Gustav decided as he arrived in front of a section. Interdimensional travel displacement. Gustav walked in the midst of this category as his eyes swept across the place. He knew exactly where he was going, but he was taking note of these other research that had been confiscated. He noticed that the name of some had a kind of semblance to that of Scientist Zill's but still seemed quite different. He suddenly paused his footsteps as he noticed one by the 5 places to the right. Warp Demolator Theory. Gustav's eyes were locked on this particular one because it was named after a term that had been mentioned in Scientist Zill's research. Looks like there are others who might have the same or similar knowledge about this matter with Scientist Zill, Gustav said internally before he kept moving along. In a few seconds he arrived in front of the one he had been searching for. Planetary Placement Dimensional Theory. Gustav stared at the floating tabloid-shaped item in front with the glowing label above it. System, are you ready? Gustav asked. Way ahead of you. I have began copying the data already, the system responded. Chapter 972, Gathering Even More Data. Good, Gustav said internally as he stood in place waiting for the system to copy the data completely. According to the system, despite the large amount of data computed within, it would only take a minute. Data successfully copied, the system gave him feedback before long, causing Gustav's eyes to lit up with a gratified look. Is there room to copy one more? Gustav asked as he turned to stare in a particular direction. The Warp Demolator Theory? The system already knew what Gustav had in mind. Yeah, Gustav responded internally. There are at least 4 more research in this category with lots of similarities to Scientist Zill research. Should I just copy them all? The system inquired. Yes, we need every bit of information we can get. Who knows if any of them might end up being useful, Gustav said internally. All right, then I will company. While the system was speaking, Gustav sensed someone coming from up ahead. He moved to the side and spotted another scientist coming from up ahead. Gustav knew not to react suspiciously, so he acted like he was inspecting the data in front of him. Young Miss Amira? The person coming from up ahead voiced out as he closed in the distance. He had curly hair and looked no older than 30 with a slightly tanned skin. She's really popular amongst these guys. Gustav nearly facepalmed. It seemed like Amira could not go anywhere without being recognized by the others around here. Hey Arjun, Gustav voiced out with a soft tone as he waved and smiled. It's truly you. I'm surprised to see you on this floor, Scientist Arjun stated. Gustav was able to tell his name because he saw right through the scientist's pocket where his name tag was kept. Amira did mention to him that she was rarely ever seen on other floors, which was the reason for Scientist Arjun's surprised expression. Haha, I just came here to check out some interesting dimensional research, Gustav responded with a light chuckle. Oh, I remember this one. Your mother was adamant on us making more research on it after we confiscated it, Scientist Arjun stated with a reminiscing tone. She was. Gustav voiced out. Yes, so we ended up conducting investigations based on the findings of the scientist who originally started the research, Scientist Arjun responded. So how did it go? Did you guys end up finding out more? Gustav inquired with a look of curiosity. It's still undergoing in another private research facility. The information gathered is not enough, which is why it's taking so long for anything substantial to be discovered, but I don't know why your mother is so adamant on not leaving this particular topic alone, Scientist Arjun revealed. I take after her in that aspect. Once I am interested in a subject, I don't back down till I uncover everything I need to, Gustav said with a smile. Truly, that is a trait of your mother's, haha, Scientist Arjun voiced out before walking away. Nice chatting with you, young miss. Should you need any help, don't hesitate to come ask, his voice trailed off the further away he got. The short dialogue had left Gustav with a lot of thoughts. He wasn't surprised that there were other private facilities owned by the government where they conducted some experiments based on some of the research here. He just didn't think they were doing anything about this particular one. From the looks of things, they still wanted to sweep the theories to one side, but Amira's mother still wanted them to keep researching about this. I might need to have a discussion with her mom, Gustav thought as he moved closer to the next data he wanted the system to copy. Within an area with green-colored winds blowing about, a 59 kid could be seen moving forward. The skies were made of waves. It was a massive body of water and weird-looking creatures could be seen swimming in it. While the ground was made of weird-looking cubes that made walking a bit difficult. Up ahead within a swirling wave of green wind, armor-like vest could be seen floating. The cubes surrounding that vicinity were all red in color and the armor-like vest kept sending out a weird discharge of energy. The more the curly black-haired kid closed in on the area of the vest, the intense the energy became. It's worse than I expected, Endrik voiced out as he slowly moved forward. With every step his foot sank into the cubes, making it a big difficulty to tread forward faster. However, Endrik was not looking to be fast, he knew he had to tread softly, so this speed was not a problem for him. As he reached a proximity of 900 feet from the vest, he could see the vicinity clearer. The red cubes on the ground surrounding that area were not originally red. The stench permeating the green-colored air was one that Endrik was already familiar with. Blood, he muttered underneath his breath as he stepped into the circle of red cubes on the ground surrounding the vest. His boots were already getting sticky from the blood-soaked cube area as he took steps forward. The most insane part about all this was that the area of cubes drenched in blood surrounded a radius of more than 3,000 feet. Which would make one wonder just how many people or creatures died here. But the most baffling part was, there were no bodies in the vicinity or any signs of corpses. The whole place was just drenched in blood from an unknown source. However, Endrik was about to find out why this whole place was drenched in blood. Skreek. Endrik had only taken 3 steps forward on this blood-soaked cube's ground when loud screeches were heard from above. Ooh! He groaned in pain as the sound reverberated loudly across the vicinity. The instant Endrik looked up, his eyes widened in shock. Chapter 973, Endrik's situation Esua. He groaned in pain as the sound reverberated loudly across the vicinity. The instant Endrik looked up, his eyes widened in shock. The gigantic jaws of an unknown creature was descending from above the sky waters with wide-open mouth. The pressure it exhibited was so immense and powerful Endrik found himself unable to move an inch forward. Each teeth of this creature was as massive in length as a 3-story building, with some being pointed at the tip and others being straight, but it was obvious they were extremely sharp. The instant the creature shut its jaws, a person would be grinded to meat paste. It was enough for their bodies to disappear completely. However, this explained the blood. Endrik gritted his teeth as the creature dropping from above with speed was only a few feet from reaching his head level, whereas he was unable to move a muscle. Telekinesis barrier, Endrik said internally. Bang! The creature suddenly slammed heavily into an invisible barrier that stopped it from descending further down. It made a loud shrieking voice and repeatedly pummeled on Endrik's telekinesis barrier while Endrik tried to move forward. My body won't respond, Endrik gritted his teeth as his legs trembled repeatedly from trying to take a step forward. Bang! 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 Is this fear? Endrik didn't think he had it in him to be frightened of something to the point where he was unable to move. It's a paralyzing energy the Yokiors emit when going for their prey. A green dot on his forehead began beeping as this voice rang out. That makes sense, how do I get rid of it? Endrik inquired. Channel your bloodline energy from your belly area and spread it across your body thrice. That should weaken the energy enough for you to take a few steps forward, Husiruus instructed. Bang! 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 The sound of the telekinesis barrier starting to crack was heard next. Meanwhile, Endrick was doing as instructed. He suddenly opened his eyes, which were radiating with a weird blue and silver color. Endrick groaned as he forcefully pushed himself forward. Thweewi. He bolted across a distance of 40 feet in the next instant as the telekinesis barrier was also smashed through. Bam! The creature slammed into the red cube's area after it broke through the barrier, missing Endrick by a hair length. The instant it made contact with the red cubes, it blasted into smithereens. All of its body part disintegrated while the blood flew in every direction. Endrick found himself soaked in blood as he began to take small steps forward once more. With the creature destroyed, he had regained absolute control over his body and closed in a little bit more of the distance between him and his goal. However, Endrick ensured he didn't let his guard down because he was still in the red zone. Who knew what was next? He didn't doubt there would be more difficult obstacles the closer he got to the floating vest. The Bureau of Cities Research Center. All done? Gustav asked as he stood in front of a particular area. All copied. The system responded. Quest completed. Infiltrate the Bureau of Cities Research Center and get scientists ZLS confiscated research. Rewards. Gustav stared at the rewards with a satisfied look as the notifications popped up in his line of sight. Now, how do I find her mother? Gustav said internally as he turned around to leave this area. Now that he was done with the mission, he could leave the Bureau at any time, but he needed to know more about what the Bureau had investigated, even though it would make him look suspicious. He felt since he wasn't going to stay here too long, it wouldn't be a problem being suspicious. Time moved very quickly, and before everyone knew it, daybreak had arrived. Gustav had spent the entire midnight in another person's body. He had not used shapeshifting for this long before, but he was powerful enough to maintain it now. His original bloodline could even change other people's physical appearance, which showed it had come a long way from just being able to change colors. He had to admit that his original bloodline might be one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful, since he could blast people into smithereens with a touch. Gustav had been looking for Amira's mother all night but had not come into contact with her at all. He was tempted to ask Amira which floor he would be able to find her room, but he knew the last person he wanted to act all suspicious to was Amira. At least he could pretend he bumped into her mother when explaining things that went down Wilvalue while switching identities back. But if he outright asked Amira, things would be suspicious, and since Amira wasn't stupid, she might figure things out. Gustav knew of which floor Amira's mother mostly based in, but since it was midnight he didn't find her there. He decided to head back to that floor now that morning had arrived. While he was on his own agenda, Amira was enjoying how it felt to be an MBO officer. Number 5 had given Amira the outside watch once more because she specifically asked for it. Of course they had no idea she wasn't the real Officer Tantrum, just like Gustav, because Gustav had perfectly helped her mimic Officer Tantrum's look with flesh warping. She kept flying around the bureau while playing with MBO items that every MBO officer was privy to. Every time there was a communication report, she would report her status with enthusiasm too. Unlike Gustav, she truly wanted to know how it felt to be an MBO officer, while Gustav was faking his to complete his quest. Lucas City. Bang! 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 The entire city was currently in a state of panic as explosions rang out all through the city. Chapter 974. Venturing deeper into the ranks of the infected. A different variant. Red Shadow voiced with a suspicious look. Yes, it's a variant of the infection that had been modified to rapidly increase the process of mutation quickly, rewriting the DNA of an infected and bringing them to this bloodshot stage, Gradia Xanatus explained. Red Shadow evaded another multiple swing of palms in his direction as he leaped upwards while listening. One more thing, Gradia Xanatus voiced out before Red Shadow could give a response about what he had just heard. There was another unknown variant added to this strain of infection. The research team suspects the infected are being controlled by unknown forces due to this strain added. We have to find the people responsible, Gradia Xanatus explained. So we're going to find the rest of the people involved just like the other one we caught? Red Shadow now understood what their aim was. Precisely. Since the infected had been coming in waves, we can only assume they are still hidden somewhere within Gildian City. How else will they be able to use the new infection to infect new people? Gradia Xanatus voiced from a logical point of view. The problem is, where are they getting this many people to infect? Red Shadow voiced the same question that had been bugging Gradia Xanatus as well. This was a question no one currently knew the answer to, but Gradia Xanatus hoped that with their infiltration into Gildian City they would be able to uncover all of these mysteries. Gradia Xanatus was good at explaining the situation while they transversed the ranks of these infected, but he wasn't able to notice a cluster of bodies rolling towards him instantly. These infected bodies were all mashed together and clustered to the point they had formed a big ball the size of a 2-story building. They exuded yellowish fumes as they rolled speedily in Gradia Xanatus' position. His reaction speed was fast enough for him to leap over the massive ball, but then the yellowish fumes these clustered infected bodies exuded had spread across the entire vicinity, so leaping over wouldn't help one necessarily avoid the gas. Gradia Xanatus could already tell how toxic it was and was about to try an ability while his body bolted across the air when a cross-shaped red portal opened up in front of him. Gian. He disappeared and appeared thousands of feet behind the large infected body mass. Red Shadow appeared beside him in the next instant. We have to get rid of some of these infected that might give them lots of troubles at the wall, Gradia Xanatus voiced as he turned around. All of the trees across a radius of 7,000 feet had withered completely from the toxin the clustered of infected bodied exuded while it traveled forward. I agree, Red Shadow voiced as he stared in the direction of another massive-headed infected that had turned its limbs into spider-like legs. It was at least 3 stories tall, and from what Red Shadow was seeing it would definitely be able to climb up the walls quickly. It looked nimble enough to dodge the attacks coming from up the walls too. It'll go this way, and it'll go this way, Gradia Xanatus and Red Shadow pointed in different directions simultaneously. They didn't need to say any more words to know that they would meet back here after dealing with some of these abominable-looking infected. The Bureau of City's Research Center, so where is it located? Why are you so interested in this? I am not, Mother. I stumbled across this while checking for a different research to cross-reference my current research. Oh. I also bumped into scientist Arjun who told me all about your obsession with this. Wanna tell me what this is all about? A conversation ensued between Amira, Gustav, and her mother as they sat in a private cafeteria area with only 2 other people present. You see, this is all. Amira's mother began explaining some theories that might have pulled her in and made her interested in investigating this research more. From there Gustav asked more questions, and since she had no idea it wasn't her daughter, she spilled a lot of confidential information, including the site where they were conducting private continuation of scientist Zill's research. Time passed by very quickly, and before they knew it, the 23 hours were up. Gustav and Amira met once more in Gustav's bedroom minutes before midnight. Amira was recounting how today events went so Gustav would not have issues resuming from where she stopped, and Gustav also did the same after she was done. You spoke to Mother? Amira voiced out with bothered and surprised tone. Yes, I bumped into her on a particular floor while I was strolling about, Gustav responded. I hope you avoided her? Amira questioned. I couldn't. I had to make small talk and we didn't discuss much anyways, Gustav replied. Amira looked quite concerned upon hearing this, but Gustav kept assuring her that her mother didn't have any suspicions. After a brief dialogue between them, it was time for them to switch identities back. Flesh warping has been activated. Flesh wriggling sounds rang out as Gustav returned Amira to her previous look after some minutes. He transformed back to Officer Tantrum immediately after and told Amira he had to get back to his duty post. When next are we doing this? Amira inquired with a seemingly interested expression. Soon. I'll keep in touch, Gustav said with a smile as both of them left the room. The instant they went in separate directions, Gustav's smile faded, returning to his usual expressionless face. Time to go, he said internally. Gustav headed towards one of the elevator areas and stood within. Ready to cause a bit of chaos? The system asked internally. Definitely, a smirk appeared on Gustav's face as the teleportation elevator took him to a particular floor. In that split second where Gustav was being teleported and could not be seen by any CCTV or anyone, He placed another invisibility token on his forehead. Twihui. He had faded into thin air the moment he arrived on the floor he headed for. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.